Claudio, sit down. Michnia, sit down. I'm looking at you, bro. You're all late. Late. Isabella, you're late.
Didn't we have tape?
Jaime, you're late. Sit down. Isabella, sit down. Amani, sit down. Amani. Mon amour, je t'aime toujours. Amani.
Can you pass it down the road? Not the road. It's down the block, not across the street.
Rita, you're late. Sit down. Özgecan, you're late. Not surprised though. Please sit down. Take your seats. You're late. Hamidus, you're very late. Shame. Shame. Marina Bradic, you're late. Jaime, take your seat. You're late. Jaime. Stop pretending you're not listening to me. Koray, take your seat. Hugo Costa, take your seat. Özgecan, take your seat. Danny, you're very late. Shame on you. It doesn't even look like you organized a CM before. You behaved so well yesterday. Hugo, sit down. Jaime, sit down. Jaime. We have a lot of delegates missing. Danny, sit down. Tomasz, you're late. Not cool. Stop it. Socializing.
Hi guys. Hi guys. So here we go again. Dobranoc people. Hostel. This is what happened there. And I have no idea how did it happen and what did you do during the night, but it's like seriously enough for us and for the hostel. They said that you are the worst group that they have ever had. So actually, right now, I don't know if all of you will not get kicked out from the hostel. And I know that some people are innocent and didn't do anything and left like at 10 or earlier. But the rest of the people, that whoever did this is like kindly, or not kindly anymore, asked to come to me afterwards and talk to me. Thank you.
No ja wiem, bo jest sesja dzisiaj, co nie? Better?
It's too much. People are gonna fall asleep.
Too much light or too dark?
Can't you turn off only these lights?
Okay. Can you use this one? Okay. No.
All right, while we're setting up the lights, we can start already with the next point in the agenda. And it's the agenda point 34, Quorum of the Council.
Local Group Aachen.
Oh, I can do it because these two rows are together, you know?
Thank you, Local Group Aachen. We are late. Thank you. Local Group Ankara Bilkent. Thank you. Local Group Ankara Metu. Local Group Ankara Metu. Local Group Aveiro. Local Group Paco is sponsored by Local Group Izmir Economy. Local Group Barcelona. Local Group Belgrade. Local Group Berlin. Local Group Braunschweig.
Paulina, wiesz jak to się wyłącza? Przepraszam.
Local Group Braunschweig. Local group Bremen. Local group Bremen. Local group Brussels. Local group Bucharest. Thank you, local group Bucharest. Local group Bucharest. Local group Budapest. Thank you. Local group Calabria. Okay. Local group Cambridge is participated by local group Eindhoven. Local group Chios. Local group Coimbra. Thank you. Local group Darmstadt. Local group Dortmund. Thank you. Local group Dresden. Local group Eindhoven. Thank you. Local group Enschede. Thank you. Local group Famagusta. Local group Gdansk. Local group Göteborg. Thank you. Local group Graz. Local group Grenoble. Local group Groningen. Thanks for the efficiency. Local group Hamburg. Local group Hamburg. Local group Helsinki. Local group Ilmenau. Danke. Local group Istanbul Boğaziçi. Local group Istanbul ITU. Local group Istanbul Yıldız. Local group İzmir DU. Local group İzmir Economy. Local group Kaiserslautern. Local group Karlsruhe. Thanks for the efficiency. Local group Karlstad. Thanks for the efficiency. Where is the second delegate from Karlstad? Kiev. Local group Kiev. Local group Kragujevac excuses themselves. Local group Krakow. Local group Krakow. Local group Kran. Local group La Perenta. Thank you, local group Lint Shopping. Local group Lint Shopping. Thank you. Local group Lisbon. Thank you. Local group Lules, proxied by local group Trondheim. Local group Lund. Local group Lund, please. Local group Lyon. Local group Madrid. Thank you. Local group Milan is proxied by local group Calabria. Local group Minsk. Local group Moscow. Local group Munich. Local group Novi Sad. Local group Oulu. Thanks for the efficiency. Where is the second delegate from Oulu? Local group Paderborn. Local group Porto. Local group Poznań. Local group Riga is proxied by local group Kiev, local group St. Petersburg. Local group Seville. Local group Zigan. Basic. Local group Sofia. Sofia. Local group Stockholm. Thank you. Local group Tallinn. Local group Tampere. Local group Trondheim. Trondheim? Local group Vasa. Thank you. Local group Vienna. Local group Vilnius is proxied by local group Kiev, local group Warsaw. Dziękuję. Local group Xanthi. Thank you. Local group Zagreb. Local group Zurich. Zurich. Okay. We move on for our observers. Local groups. Local group Catania excuses themselves. Local group Liège. Thank you. Local group Mingo. Para presidente. Local group Targumores. Okay. We move on to our guests, local groups. Local group OS. Local group Delft is no longer here. Local group Lausanne. Local group Niche. Niche. Okay, and now we move on for our external guests. Nyapsa is not here yet. Local group Favi. Yeah, is only his microphone or is my microphone also low? Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we have 1 hour, 1 hour question session now for all things that we will vote upon afterwards. So we have a first division for the session, and then we will first have questions to each and every part separately, and then later, depending on the demand, we will have more questions for some of the parts again. Okay? So we will first go through everything one by one, and then later have again questions for the things that need more time. And we start with an announcement from Kavi.
Hey guys, I heard there was some confusion regarding some of the points in the long-term strategic plan foundation. So I just want to quickly go through them, make sure that these questions don't come up again, and just to clarify to all of you. So, what are we voting on with the long-term strategic plan foundation? First up, we are voting on bringing the strategic discussion to the General Assembly in the form of long-term strategic plans. So we are creating the precedents for this to happen. Secondly, we are voting on expanding the ESTIEM framework as stated in the internal regulations point 2. I'm not going to read it out loud. You can read it. And AIM, the statutes, Article 2. So these two things are what we are voting on. Okay? No? So technically, what are we doing is we are voting on adding the long-term strategic plan foundation to the framework of ESTIEM, making it part of the organization. Pedro, do you want to clarify something?
Yeah, basically what we have now is the mission, vision, and values, and we're expanding this framework with a long-term strategic plan. Yeah, that's basically it. No.
No.
Well, no, the mission, vision, and values are not stated in the statutes.
So, a framework for reaching the aim as defined in Article 2 for the statutes can exist. The board is responsible for keeping this framework updated. This is us updating it and asking you. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to put it on a slide so everyone can read it. Otherwise, no one is going to go to internal regulations and statutes to read the points. So we are not changing the internal regulations. We are not changing the statutes. We are just expanding the framework. And technically, it can be done by the board, but we want your permission for it because we want this to be part of the organization. Therefore, the council should agree. Okay? So, a few more clarifications. So, first up, this long-term strategic plan foundation was created based on the long-term strategic plan created by the 2014 and 2015 boards. So we took their long-term strategic plan, the thing that they created, we built upon that, and now take it to the voting. So one of the issues there was that it was never voted upon by the council, and we see the necessity for the council to vote upon such documents as a direction of the network. Secondly, we are putting this to the vote in order to empower the council in the strategic decision making, and the document includes the things included. Okay, English, never mind. But basically, it is just describing the current situation. So currently, the document is not aiming to change anything right away. It aims to empower the council and create some precedents. So, creates precedents for the future updates in the content and as well as development. So, creates precedents for other measures, other things that we want to move towards, But right now, this is what we are already doing. So the foundation describes what we're already doing. And if the future boards, the future leadership, the future network sees the necessity to go in one new direction, it can be added there, and it will create direction for the entire network. But this is already what we're doing. And yeah, the main point of this being in front of you and being voted upon by you is to initiate this type of long-term strategic planning in the network. As stated before, this tool could be used already by the boards. This tool could already be used and handed on, but we want the council's approval that this is something that should be used or not. Okay? So, questions?
Yes, so Tavi is very right. We have no questions to long-term strategic plan.
Questions to long-term strategic plan foundation proposal? Yeah.
First, I wanted to ask the people from the live stream if there was something relatively. No? All right. Then, Miko.
Mikko from local group Helsinki. So I see that what we're voting on in this is a long-term strategic plan foundation, and I'm wondering why aren't we waiting for the exact long-term strategic plan? Because how I'm seeing is that what we're voting on is a strategic plan which is focusing on building a strategy during the next year. So it's a strategy for building a strategy and not the plan itself. If it's not a long-term strategic plan, but it's a foundation for it.
It's a very good question. The thing is that you don't necessarily have to create the plan. Because if you do create a long-term plan in terms of 2, 3, 4 years, then you're imposing the actions on the future generations. And you do want to make it in some certain cases, but yeah, like right now we just want to create the precedence for this.
If you say that we don't need a long-term strategic plan, why are we voting on the foundation?
In order to measure it. Because the long-term strategic plan foundation includes measures, so the network can be monitored by the measures stated in there.
Stephanie, local group Eindhoven. So I'm a little bit confused because you say that we're voting upon the foundation, but at the same time what I see written in the first sentence is that what we're voting upon is indeed the plan that was there before and you adjusted it. So there is, okay, maybe not completely a plan, but there is something concrete, right? Like those KPIs that we're voting upon. So it's not just the foundation. It's not just like we're planning to build some kind of long-term strategic plan if we have those KPIs that you're mentioning, right? There's like a document.
Yes, there is a document.
So if we vote in favor of those, implementing those KPIs or following them.
Yes.
Then it's not a foundation, right? Yeah, so that's my confusion. Thank you, guys. Yeah, but yeah. Can you explain, like, how can you call it a foundation? Okay, how can you call it a foundation when there's something concrete that we're voting upon?
Well, you can call it the measurement system, you can call it the foundation. This is just how you call it. If you read the proposal, you would know what we are voting upon.
Yes, I read the proposal, but the thing is, you contradict yourself because on one hand, you explain it like we're still going to build this, but there is something concrete that we're voting upon, right? Like Pedro is saying, yeah.
I can answer. Like, even though yes, we're voting on a plan, we expect this to be already updated at the next council meeting. So the point of why we're actually putting this to a vote is that we want, as Tavi said, to create the precedence. So the contents of the plan were made according to the 2014 and 2015 board. So it's nothing completely new. So even though the contents are actually a plan, yes, and we're voting on that, why we're putting this to a vote to the network is because we want this to start.
Yes,
being
I
a
get
thing
why
in
we're
ESTIEM.
putting into a vote of the network. I just wanted to clarify what we're voting upon.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
a plan. But why we're doing this is because we want to create the foundation. Because we could do this anyway, just with the plan. But thanks for your question, Steph.
A quick technical, can you clarify the council where you can find these KPIs, what we're voting on?
So first of all, yesterday you received booklets. This document was in the booklet. Second off, it could be found on the council meeting page under the reports tab. So there is also a document there included, and also on the forum.
Miko, I think it would be good for the council if we explain all of them what a KPI is, and I think you're the perfect person to do that. So if you could do it, please. Yes? Can you give him the microphone, please?
Okay. So in 2 sentences, if you have a plan, you should select certain number of key measurements which are the most important to achieving the strategic goal and measure whether they are actually got or not.
Sorry, I'm just expressing some confusions that I have. So I can almost not imagine if I was in the previous board that none of you are somehow confused a little bit. But okay, whether measurements without goals. So why are we voting just upon measurements if we don't have goals yet?
Yes, basically as Mika said, for the sake of data and for the sake of measuring. Because if you are measuring something,
But we
then
can
based on that measuring, you can take further actions.
measure it, right?
Sorry?
You can already measure it.
You can, but the council is here to decide if these are the key things to measure about.
Okay.
Yeah, can I clarify? So basically, yeah, we didn't have like that would be an addition to the long-term strategic plan, yes, and this is something that we expect also to be continued by the next board. So first we decide on the KPIs, which also should be updated next time, but also the measures, the targets for these KPIs. So we measure something, and we set a level to which this measurement should get to. We weren't able to set the target, but we set the foundation for it to be set later in time.
Louise from Stockholm. Just to get an overview, how many of the delegates have actually looked at the long-term strategic plan document that's on the portal? Please raise your hand if you did.
Also on the booklet.
And the booklet.
Or in the booklets or whatever.
It's not like a test, like in school, so you cannot. If you didn't read it, just keep that on.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any more questions? We have Alejandro.
Hi, Alejandro Sevilla. I think we're getting lost a little bit in details. The way correct me if I'm wrong, the board needs a tool, and you want to know if we give you permission to have that tool, and next year, the next board will either use it or not, depending on them, but you want to have the tool, correct?
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks. So as Tami clarified before, yeah, we can return the slides that they see the vote of the council necessary. Okay, if there are not any more questions to, okay, we maybe later, okay. Then I will write it down, but to move on. So thanks, Tami, for that. Actually, there was a motion, and the board would like to start. Yeah. Yeah, no.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Yeah, you've all seen yesterday, and hopefully also before, for example, on the forum, the structure change proposal. And I've been one of the persons being involved on the forum to comment on things that I personally feel that should happen with the structure change. I think we can all agree that we somehow need change with the structure, but the way how, I think there's a different way that will better affect this team. And I would like to show you the plan of the motion to introduce department leaders in the structure change. So the background, what I think, the current proposal does not realize a change in how we work at the moment in central ESTIEM. Like in the next slide, you'll see the current proposal and how it looks next to the current situation, and that it basically doesn't really change anything. And I think we keep the project structure alive. We keep the separate entities, and we don't realize like a slimmed down, a more lean organization. And with the introduction of department leaders, a team can actively work merging projects and working together instead of keeping in all those separate boxes and in a frame that doesn't support the working together. So what does it concretely mean? So the current situation, we have a board, like a board member, then we have project leaders have team members, and often projects still have task groups, so there are like 3 to 4 layers. With the current proposal, you get the board member is responsible for a department, but there's no department leader, so the board member is directly responsible for service leaders. So you get the board, service leaders, and below that, team members. And I don't know if there's going to be task groups, but if you look,
No.
it's looking almost the same.
There's not going to be anything under the team members.
That's how I see it. My proposed solution is that we have the board, and then 1 department leader and team members. So you don't have the project leaders for the different projects anymore. So you don't have a Europe 3D project leader and a language project leader in 1 department together, but you have 1 department leader and dedicated team members who are together working on multiple events. So how would it concretely look? You have the board member, the department leader. For example, in this example, the department leader is responsible for event A, B, and C. And then you have team members. First member takes care of event A and B, like the low group support. The second member is taking care of the development of the events, and the third one is taking care of the low group support of event C. It's like the current situation in the academic team, where you have iTouch as the board responsible, Amani as the leader, and then you have team members who take care of the different tasks. So what is the actual motion? It's quite long because it includes quite a bit. Instead of a board responsible being the leader of a department with coordinators for the several projects inside of it, we propose that the separate department leader will take care of the coordination of the department. Service leaders will not exist, and the team and department leader is responsible for different activities of the department. An approach like the academic team should be used, where no sub-teams exist, so no task groups, and members do not have to be focused on one event type. We propose that the department leaders will be elected by the council. So what happens if the motion is accepted? The structure change will include department leaders and not include coordinators, or well, coordinators now, they're now called service leaders. And at council meeting Izmir Economy, the department leaders will be elected. Before Izmir, departments can already be formed, and the leaders can be current project leaders. So that was the motion. I hope it's clear to everyone. If not, please raise a question.
Amani, local group Grenoble and Karlsruhe. Just a small clarification. In the academic team, I still designed responsibles of different services from how it was. So I had polyvalent team members, but I still had one person assigned like as a responsible. So basically the frame of event ABC, I had responsible A, for event A, event B, and event C fixed, and others going around. Just this thing was not, yeah.
What? What I was just saying is, regarding academic team, as Amani already said, don't we have already responsible for academic days, IM Education Forum, then members there, so we also have 4 layers as previously?
The thing is, you get one department leader responsible for a few different event types, and you have one team taking care of those different event types. So you don't have sub-teams. So instead of having a project for U3D and a project for language program, just as an example, you have one project and one team taking care of both. So you don't have 4 layers, you only get 3.
Diogo, Group Ming. I won't be putting into question the efficiency of this new proposal, but at the end of the end, this team is a network made by people for people. Why do you believe that this solution is better regarding to empowerment of our team members?
I think in this proposal, STEAMers are working for like a larger goal, like a department goal, instead of still working for a single project. So I think that helps with how people think, and they think outside the box, and they think more like, okay, in the academic department, what can we do to increase academic content in a STEAM, rather than how can we make another academic days event happen.
I still think that with this proposal that was proposed by the board, they can still do all of that because they are actively introduced to the strategy decisions of the department. Plus, adding to this, they are still responsible for a certain type of activity to which they made their own decisions to that. I believe that from that point of view, each team member will feel much more empowerment by having the chance to be responsible for something that they care about, and because of that, I would prefer the other one.
With the thing I propose, you can still be responsible for something. So you can still be responsible, for example, for taking care of the academic days, that you support local groups at academic days. But you're not working inside one, you're not one service leader for just one thing. And you have a department leader actually taking care of the strategy of the entire department and not just of one small part.
It's another one.
Yeah, Stephanie, local group Eindhoven. If I may respond to that, so how I see it myself is the board, your board responsible, being responsible for your coordinators, like all the people that you have in your team directly. And then times, I don't know how many.
Okay, the way that I see it, departments are a shell, and basically you still have the project leaders responsible for their own things. Actually, the coordinator of the department, as the board responsible, does more or less the same task they would be doing before. I don't see this as an issue, at least from my perspective.
Okay, let's continue with the question over here, and then after that we have Miko.
Melanie, local group Grenoble, to go back on what Amani was saying, how can you ensure that every services will be kept if you erase a service leader?
Well, that's a good thing. We're at the moment keeping everything because we have projects. Like, we're just focusing on them again and again. And that's a good thing with department leaders. You are not focusing upon the certain things inside, but if people think, and the board thinks, and the department leaders and the council think it's important, for sure it will be included. Because otherwise you can, as council, just ask the department leader, like, yeah, why are you not doing this anymore? And if they don't have a good question, good answer, you just raise a motion or whatever, like, do this. That's fine. But you also give the freedom to stop activities that don't add value anymore. And you don't get through the entire circle of that people have to vote upon a person who applies for a project. And yeah, then it's quite, it's way easier to, yeah, I don't see any activities that add value will be lost because you as council still have the power, and there's always ways to enforce what you want.
Okay. So, yeah, we addressed this.
So I know it's early and last night was lots of fun, so just to remind the delegates, wake up. This is kind of an important discussion, so please try to stay awake.
Thank you very much. Yeah, delegates, you have to vote upon it, so please pay attention.
Yeah, okay. We thought about this, and yeah, we have 2 or 3 issues with having the department leader. Thank you. Yeah, so in the first case, you have the strategy. Yeah. Okay, so if you have a department leader, you'll get either the strategic discussion to be only done by the board responsible and the department leader, and service leaders will be what we have now as task group leaders. They will just, the strategic thinking will be done by the board and the department leader, and when now we have project leaders that can do the strategic thinking to move their projects forward, they'll just have to follow the goal that it's imposed. The other thing that can happen is that the board responsible and department leader can have the strategic discussion, then the service leaders will feel a need to be involved too. They will discuss amongst themselves, and we'll have something like this where it's not clear at all what the board responsible is doing and what the department leader is doing. This for us is a big issue because, yeah, especially on the first case where the team members and the service leaders are not involved in strategic discussion. This is quite bad because, yeah, we have big local groups like yours where people can develop themselves, but in some other local groups, people need centralized team to be challenged and to try to do harder things because their local groups are not so active. And another thing, this will hurt the sustainability of the board members, because if you only have department leaders and service leaders, that in this case would be more service coordinators, the coordinators, it will be harder for them to go for board because they wouldn't be involved in strategic discussions before, and a step higher would be a bit too high. And department leaders probably wouldn't feel challenged enough to go for the board because they were already during their year involved quite a lot in the strategic discussion of a department, like what happened with the academic team. And yeah, you don't feel like if Amani went for the board now, she would have that much more power about what happens in education in ESTIEM rather than a power that she already do. So it wouldn't be that much beneficial. So these are our concerns.
Yeah, I just want to mention that within a department, you have the same amount of opportunities to think strategically as people currently have in a project. You still have contact with department leader, you still have the coordination meetings where you think strategically. So I disagree with the reasoning that it will make less strategic thinking or less people applying for the board or anything like that. But that's how you interpret the proposal, and yeah.
Yeah, Luis, former board member, I strongly disagree that this would hurt the sustainability of the board, because the people who apply for board are motivated to work for ESTIEM. It doesn't matter which level of strategic thinking they've been involved in. There's been people who've had not much ESTIEM experience, but experience from other sides, who are still applying for the board. I do not think that this is a valid reason to say that there would be less people applying for the board. It's all about the motivation and the will to work for ESTIEM.
So I guess I can go. Mikko from Helsinki. What we've heard now is a very good comments against and for. The reality is that the departments are very likely to have very different needs. Reflecting on Lean Six Sigma, it is absolutely crucial that we're close to the board as we're building what ESTIEM can be in the future. So my question is, why are we voting now as a council to force the department leaders? Why are we not giving the flexibility for the departments, the boards, the projects to think together what they should do? And then in council meeting, ISMIR present what they have done, and actually then we are more informed rather than bullet point list to make the decision.
Yeah. That's a good point, and I have a few reasons for that, why I'm doing that. One, as I showed, I think if you just put projects together in a box without a department leader, you just get the same amount of layers, so you're not actually going into a structure change. Well, I believe there should change happen, and if you don't have department leaders, I have the feeling in ISMIR we're going to be at the same situation. Next to that, I'm raising this motion because I've been commenting a lot about this on the forum. And I'm not the only one. Just look on the forum, and where a lot of people think that this is a way to go into a structure change. And I have been having a lot of discussions with the board, but they see it completely different. And if I'm not raising it now, I'm absolutely sure it won't happen. I've been in a ESTIEM body, and I know what happens in ESTIEM and what doesn't happen. And for Lean Six Sigma, being close to the board, of course, is important, but it doesn't mean that you cannot directly be in contact with the board anymore. Even with a department leader, it just means that you, together with the department leader, work on developing a certain area. And Lean Six Sigma is, for example, still really developing. So that again makes it possible to do it a bit different. But the structure change is mainly important for the things that are already developed, like that we don't constantly need 10 people working on, because the event concept is completely developed.
Okay, so we could please be brief, and then with Ansgar after that time with the live stream, but then we have to continue with the next topic. Okay, Pedro, before we put the next topic.
My point is not Lean Six Sigma. Point is not to say whether this works or not, but actually saying for a proposal from the board, let's build department, let's see how they work, let's vote for the IR change in the next council meeting. Why could we say that this is an integral part when we cannot say that departments function like this before we have tried them out? So that's what I'm really wondering about.
Yeah, so my answer to that is I don't see any change happening if we don't have department leaders. I don't see any structure change happening.
Okay, good morning, Ansgar from LG Darmstadt. My question is, you propose to add department leaders and say you're lessening the hierarchy, but actually I see you're adding 1 point, and maybe if you have some if you have four big projects below you, I would say, as a department leader, maybe you in practice you like organize some additional project leaders in your department, and in practice I see the risks that a department leader makes an even higher hierarchy.
Yeah, that's of course a risk of this solution, that you get like an additional layer with a project leader below and whatever. And that's something that has to be controlled by the board and by the department leader to make sure this is really kept as lean as possible. Of course, I at the moment cannot predict if it's going to work or not, but you at least have one responsible for the department who's trying to keep all those things together, and that person is responsible for all those different aspects, and therefore he or she will also be questioned by the council if the projects are still working really independently. So I think it will eventually work out, but of course it's a risk.
Yeah, there are no live stream questions related to this motion, but to the general structure change. Shall I ask them now or later?
No, then we first finish the motion. So first Tomáš, then, because he's the board applicant, I want him also to have a word on this.
Tomás Ribeiro, local group Porto. So as business booster project leader, this was a really challenge here for me to conciliate the work I had to do as project leader and my studies. Usually project leaders or department leaders don't take a year off to dedicate only to ESTIEM. Being a department leader will mean basically being project leader of 2-3 projects inside of the department. That will obviously increase the workload. And by being elected by the council, it will give too much power for a department leader to have the strategical decisions inside the network. Don't you think this will end up basically with a 10 members board?
So to first address your second concern of department leaders having too much power, I think if we have like a few department leaders, which we can elect democratically and you can question as council, I don't think they have too much power, because you can, if you think they have too much power, you can just say, hey, do this and raise a motion. And we're actually, with the structure change, we're looking to slim down on the amount of people being responsible. So the fact that we have less people being responsible for more, that's like an obvious thing that happens from a structure change to slim down. And the first thing about that the department leader would be like project leader 2.0 with way more responsibilities. I personally see that projects should delegate more responsibilities to their team members, and therefore, as a department leader, you more take care of the coordination, the strategy, and such. And the team leaders are more involved. They're not having like a small task; they're having a bigger task. So yes, you ask a bit more from your team members. But that's, yeah, eventually that's how the structure change, that we have to look how it will work out, if the team members will take up more responsibility or not. But I think it won't make the department leader project leader 2.0. And comparing to the solution that is now proposed, like in the structure change, you have like the board responsible being the department leader. So it's also, it puts a lot of workload on the board, and I can say that this solution also reduces the workload for the board, and I think that's important because the board has to think about strategical thinking.
All right, thanks, Tom. Then really quick and brief from sorry, we have a really long list here.
Okay.
We have 20 minutes for 3 more topics, and this is just the motion.
Yeah, so what this motion is implying is that all these projects that never had anyone between themselves and the board will now have a middleman between the activity that they organize and the board. This is a very disruptive change to the structure of ESTIEM, in the sense that all these projects that never had someone between themselves and the board will now suddenly have someone. This is an entity with no roles defined. Of course, we have the example of the academic team, but there are no roles defined for all the other department leaders. As it was already said, that different departments have different needs. It's a position that will eliminate the involvement of the board in the activities of ESTIEM, because this department leader will take care of all of that. And as a personal comment, this is a completely different proposal, which is contrary to the mindset that was behind our proposal. And as a personal comment, this is not a board comment. I would rather have our proposal rejected than have this motion accepted. What's the majority required?
Robert, LG Eindhoven. I want to raise the topic that even not considering what the motion is about, I think it's really weird that the board now 2 times takes a personal stand on this matter and advises the council to do something. And even if you say it's your personal opinion, also Tiago did a presentation in the middle of the motion, and I just want to raise the topic that it's really weird that you take a personal opinion loaded to this motion and don't stay neutral. Because we know it's your structure proposal, so we know what your opinion is, and it's weird that you now do it again.
What's the majority required?
Yes. Some questions from the live stream. The most popular question on the live stream is from Oscar Jan from LG ESTIEM Poznań. It's quite big actually, so I'm not sure if it's feasible, but I will want to mention it. Currently, leaders faced with the problems of current structure, so I would like to hear their ideas about how they would like to work with the current structure or with the proposal. I'm not sure if it's feasible. That's up to you, Felix.
So you currently
yeah, current leaders indeed, what they think about the structure proposal. I asked them if to do it online, but the voting will be soon, so that's...
Yeah, okay, so... Okay, in the meantime, all project leaders, please stand up. And current project leader, Stephanie, can ask the question first.
Okay, so I had a general question about the whole, more process around the strategy proposal. Yeah, so as you know, the voting on the proposal is to be conducted blind. However, I heard something quite disturbing in my opinion, because I heard that the leaders and the applicants were asked to publicly share their votes on your proposal during the leaders workshop by hand raising. So I was wondering, doesn't this harm our democracy? So can you please clarify?
The people at the leaders workshop were asked if they would like to try out this structure change.
Because we felt that if the next generation wouldn't be interested in trying out, there was no point on doing a presentation about a structure change at all.
Yes, but if everyone is raising their hands, even I would raise my hand. That's called group pressure. So now you can ask maybe the other question.
Okay, so it's up to the council to what they think about. So she said it's group pressure, and you said you expect from future leaders to not raise it.
So it's to...
So, yeah, please, project leaders, be really brief, yeah, as efficient as possible, because we only have 15 minutes left, and we still have IR change, membership, and observership applicants that all should get at least the chance for questions. What's the opinion of current project leaders, or in your case, initiative leaders, about the structure change?
So I'll speak for Summer Academy. It's a project that needs some investments that usually are made by the local groups, because the project itself is not really good it's not actually really well sellable. So it's really hard to try to fundraise that funds. So we usually ask for the local groups to do the fundraise on their own, and that's why the participation fee of Summer Academies are so high and they want to decrease.
Yeah, Language Program is a project of ESTIEM that works more with services, not necessarily with one type of event. So it clearly benefits from collaborating with other type of events, or the type of project itself. So it can create this type of dynamic which actually offers these services to the others as well. Besides, we kind of benefit from staying as a project as we are now, but that's not relevant.
I believe it will increase the support of the committees towards the projects, and also increase the collaborations between the projects, which some of them I see as really great potential for our event.
Thank you.
For Lean Six Sigma, we don't take a stance for or against the structure change, because it will not have that much of an effect how we work at the moment.
Thanks.
From the personal development point of view, since I'm one of the only two leaders involved in this with Rui, without the structural change, as you were seeing, the personal development in ESTIEM, it's gonna never go up. Without this, it's not really possible. It's not feasible.
Okay.
ESTIEM magazine is not affected by this, but it will be really good for the resource sharing. So Times as well would not be affected by it. However, Times has a lot of potential for earning a lot of money, and that money could be redirected to other projects. And one thing I would like to defend the members of the leaders family. Yes, peer pressure exists, but I can personally say that everyone there has a mind of their own.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I ask another live stream question? It's a short one.
Can the people who have a question for the structure just raise their hand again so I get the feeling? Okay, yeah, Diamond.
Yeah, this one is from Melanie from Grenoble. How will the project leaders, referred as service leaders in the presentation, be elected?
We already answered that question yesterday in the presentation. So this is not a decision that is being taken now. There are many options available for electing the service leaders, basically the people that are within the departments coordinating the activities and being the main responsibles for them. And the options available are still keeping them being elected at the council, which is, in terms of logistics, not so feasible, but ensures democracy and that people present and have their own time on stage. Also online voting, where the local groups can still vote, but rather on not during the General Assembly, for example. And a solution for asking questions and trading information needs to be found. Another solution can be the departments themselves internally having elections for their department leaders. Of course, there are probably other options available, but we're not deciding on this now. This should be decided on the IR change that should be proposed in council meeting Izmir Economy.
And we want to leave this decision to the network. Like, we don't want to push this in any direction.
Yeah, Jakob.
Jacob, Dresden, Sevilla. Yesterday you talked a lot about breaking up the close working teams, what you called them, kingdoms. I guess we can all agree that there are problems with this, but there are also good things with these kingdoms. People identifying with their teams and people getting motivated by their teams working together closely. This motivation factor might be harmed by this. Do you see that problem of this motivation factor getting lost or being harmed? And if yes, how do you want to work against it that it's prevented?
Yeah, like we see it. Yes, that's enough. We see that this is an opportunity to shift the kingdom mindset from the project to the department. So if we have a kind of kingdom approach, but everyone is still working to develop a part of the mission of ESTIEM and not just a small part of the project, yeah, kingdoms are actually working harder for ESTIEM and not for small things.
You can still wear your green belts if you want.
Okay, last question for now for the structure from Fenja.
Hello, Fania from local group Karlsruhe in Linköping. I have a question regarding the project financial independence. Sorry, financial controller, sorry. Yesterday you talked about the different fundraising opportunities of projects. Today somebody said that projects are still financially independent. Maybe I got that wrong, but could you please just clarify again what this means in financial reasons, but also what the motion might mean regarding who is responsible for the finances, please?
Okay, thanks for your question, Fenja. We definitely do not want to remove the incentive of the current activities of ESTIEM to fundraise for themselves, because a significant part of ESTIEM's incomes comes from this kind of initiatives from the current activities. What we want to remove is what we have currently defined in the internal regulations is that projects are financially self-sustainable. The consequence of this is that their books are kept separate. They're only allowed to spend what they manage to fundraise, and they're from year to year the funds from the previous project are allocated to the new one. So projects, as you've seen in the presentations, projects that have consistently a higher fundraising capabilities compared to their resource, to their needs of spending, accumulate reserves during the years. And see themselves spending their reserves on maybe some things that are don't have such a strategic impact, and other event concepts, like Summer Academy is a perfect example when it's very hard event to fundraise for. But for example, we have mentors, which should be able to be reimbursed from the central budget because they are professors, and for ESTIEM it's very important to have professors attached to us because they bring a lot of value. So it would be interesting for them to be able to reimburse their, for example, their flights, their travel costs, which is currently not possible because of this structure. But the concrete solution is still not completely defined.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Letty. There was time to raise hand before, sorry. Motion? Answer? Okay, yeah. That's, yeah.
So basically the proposal doesn't imply anything on that, whether departments will get budgets or something. I've myself been very much in favor of getting multiple, well, you have, like, for example, Times can fundraise more easily to make sure other projects can benefit from the fact that Times can fundraise good. And, well, of course, there's currently problems with it, but that if you share the project resources and distribute that over the departments, I think that would be good. But that's completely up to what the council would like or what you would like. Be involved on the forum, please.
All right, thank you very much. So we continue to the next point, the IR changes. Are there any questions about the IR changes that were presented yesterday? One from Lassi.
Lassi from Local Group Tampere. I think that in the last 10 years, this is the biggest IR change in ESTIEM that we've ever had, but I'm not really sure if it's been discussed enough. Like the first time I saw this was like a month ago in the forum, like creating the whole new set of regulations. I'm talking about the membership IR change. So I would like to ask, like, how many people here have actually read the new proposed regulations about membership? Okay, that's good. I really like this because the presentation didn't go into detail to most of the actual changes. So I think that there might be some surprises regarding the actual things that were changed, because there were like some actual changes, and then there was also that the IR were moved to a different document. So those two things can be a bit confusing.
First Yasin, and then Letty. That's okay. Let's see.
Yeah, Yasin, Grenoble, Eindhoven. So yeah, indeed, it has been discussed a lot, but it's not because not being shared before. It has been on the forum as long as other topics. Nobody raised questions nor anything. Yesterday we had a facilitation session about it. Nobody came. So I guess either there's no questions about it, or for me too, it's a bit confusing. So either everything is clear or people don't really.
Okay, thank you. Yasin is, by the way, the financial and legal committee leader. Yeah. So he was involved in this.
Can I add one more thing? Like right after CM Novi Sad, I published an item in the portal asking people to give their opinion about the current membership process, and I received 7 answers. So that means that people really...
Yes, so I can confirm that the forum has been very inactive in these 2 threads. So Yasin and Letizia.
Yeah. I also wanted to say that it does not come out of the blue. It was discussed on many meetings with several people. There are leaders, board members, ex-board members. We went to several points. So, and every point there has a reason behind. So if you have any questions, Lassi, you can approach me, and everybody else, of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any more questions to the IR changes? Please be brief.
Yeah, my main point was that, Lassi from Tampere, that because usually all the changes we do are really small, so I have some small changes that I don't really agree with it, but doing a really big change like this, where you vote like on everything or nothing, I think that's a bit problematic for me at least.
All right, thank you. So we move on to the topic membership applicants. Were there any more questions? Yesterday there was no more questions, so no, okay. Membership. So only case Minho and Tarmuresh. Okay, thank you. So now observership. So Niche, Lausanne and Delft, that was the topic, the applications.
For Niche, actually questions from Robert and Tom. Maybe they can ask themselves since they're next sitting. Okay. Question from Robert. Niche, in your presentation you stated you had 8 travelers on the portal. In the whole of 2016 you only had 1 traveler, a delegate to a CM. Could you clarify this and explain how you, to see in the comments because it's too short, how you're going to improve this, if this, because this will cause difficulties if...
He's next to you, so.
We have 8 travelers, but I don't know, it's not updated on the portal. Last year, I think nobody traveled. I don't know for
Pavle, you know more about it?
I think nobody traveled.
You had 1 delegate at council meeting portal.
So Pavle maybe has more knowledge about it because...
Pavle, Novi Sad, I believe that 8 travelers are in total since they exist, and 1 traveled during 2016.
Okay, thank you. Robert is asking if you think that it's a problem. In the microphone, please.
It is a problem, I told that, but we're going to improve that. We're trying to improve that by motivating members and by organizing events so that we can gather money, because that's the main problem.
Maria, local group Belgrade. So one of the reasons I assume why people from Niš are not able to travel are a lack of financial resources. And I believe that the Club of 100 can support in the future so that people from Niš have also opportunities to travel around and visit events.
Thank you. Jakob.
Jacob, Dresden, Sevilla. First clarification, is this observership or members as well, right now?
This is just observership now. Membership
Okay,
was
I'll
just
ask later.
before. A membership was just before.
Can I still say something to that?
If it's important.
I feel it is.
Okay.
With the Lean Six Sigma team, we had a comm in December in Targomures, and I just want to, where are they sitting? I want to thank you guys for the awesome comm you made there. Just for all of you, they had members of their local group who were not part of our initiative joining our sessions, actively participating in the sessions, being interested, and they had actually a professor coming by asking about us and being really nice. They had organized everything to our wishes, so they did an awesome job. Thanks, guys.
Okay, is this live stream again? Okay.
This is a question from Tom Kolen from Eindhoven. So actually a follow-up question more to Nish again. The last 2 years you only had 3 travelers, just 2 CMs, and only organized 1 small event. What is the added value for us to already vote you observer, taking in mind that you can reapply for guest again?
We think we can improve. So,
was the question clear? Timon asked. So, what's the added value instead of getting back the guest status? Okay.
Motivate people.
Okay.
We will motivate people. I don't know what to say.
So the motivation, okay. All right, thank you very much. And now we continue to a very serious topic, exclusions. Are there more questions about this topic? Okay, Dani.
Daniel, local group Novi Sad. We were talking a lot about curricula of applying local groups for observership. We have seen Lausanne on the portal. We've been provided for the niche yesterday, but I couldn't see it clearly for Delft, and neither it for me sounds so clear. And I would like to see curriculum to be presented as well to the council from Delft. Because in their application, it just briefly stated what are they studying, but not completely with TCTS and what are the subjects. So I would also like to have that clear, so each local group has it.
Robert from Eindhoven is the representative for Delft because Delft already left.
That rhymes.
Yeah, Robert from LG Eindhoven. I worked closely with Delft the past 2 years, so that's why I'm now answering their questions. I think the curriculum is in the application, but if it's not clear for you, then I will look into it. And
curriculum is not in the application.
It is.
No,
There's a
it is
point
not.
that's called curriculum, and there's courses there. So.
No, they are not, because there's not written anywhere how many ECTS each subject has.
So I will prepare some.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The voting is
in English,
like in 15 minutes. So Nadia has the curriculum, but we're looking into the.
Okay, so I can actually read the first year, the courses, and I can translate it to English if you want. I don't, yeah. What do you actually want now? Do I need to present their curriculum, or?
He wants the council to see the curriculum on the screen. Okay, yeah, so we will work on, yeah.
Maybe it's easiest if they just send us the link and we can scroll through.
So, Danny, would you like to have Delft moved to the next voting session? Does it play a role for you?
How do we know if it's needed or not?
Yes, yes. So you would like the council to see the curriculum, that's clear. But would you go that far that you would rather have the voting in the next voting session? Then we can try to include that in the next voting session, because we're running very late, and then we can have the curriculum on the screen in the following days. And technical question from Letizia.
I think that we had it in the database that Casper made, so maybe you can actually go to the drive.
Okay. Then we'll have this as last point of this question session, and we'll for now continue with questions for exclusion. Okay? So, any questions about the local groups that were proposed for exclusion? Or is everything clear? So I will call out the names, and if you feel like, oh, I have a question, then just raise your hand. So, local group Vilnius. Okay. Barcelona. Kragujevac. Famagusta. All right, so Tiago got the curriculum of Delft, and we can put it on the screen right away. So we have here the voting sheet that the membership team is working in, and there you can see the different courses, and yeah, they are ranked in different categories. Can you show the first line? Engineering management. So you can see the credit points in the first row. Then the one just means like in which category we were putting it. So basic sciences, only engineering, only management, or industrial, engineering and management courses, or general courses. So please look at this.
Like this, like I cannot show the two things at the center of the balance.
So we will take a look at the balance sheet that because there you can see it in numbers, how the ratio was. So there we go. In total we have 22 courses. 1 basic, 4 engineering, 3 management, 10 engineering and management. And there you can see the percentages. Also with the weight of the credit points. Any need for further investigation here on the division into these courses, or you could see it already? The council feels informed about it. Danny says yes. All right. Thank you very much. As there were a lot of questions about the structure, is there anything very important that you still want to mention, because we are running 13 minutes late? You really brief? Okay, Yassine, as he is a board applicant, I value his opinion on this a lot, because he would have to work with the structure change.
No, Yassine Grenoble Eindhoven. If possible, could you just re-clarify what we're exactly voting on? Because I've been talking to different people, and it has been different answers every time. So just, just give it clearly.
Okay.
That's really a brief question.
Just say,
You mean the formality?
No, because for some people, it's voting on the change, whatever way we do it. For some other people, it's this proposal. So it's just to make
It's
exactly
this proposal.
clear. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So we had a facilitation session yesterday where the first agenda point was to clarify this. We will vote upon as a vote, a formal vote on mainly two things, which is the initiation of departments, the creation of this kind of entity in ESTIEM, in the sense that the activities that ESTIEM has are no longer segregating criteria for the central teams. So basically, the different event concepts no longer should have their own separate team, but should work as a department. This is the formal vote. Also, there's the mandatory agenda point for the upcoming 3 council meetings where a structure change update will be delivered. This is also a vote of intention for the change of internal regulations in the next council meeting about board positions, about the definition of departments in IR, and also the definition, as you know, of legal controllers. It's also a vote of intention on the rearrangement of the committees by the board, which is actually not a thing that's necessary to be put to a vote, because the board installs the committees and elects the committee leaders. But we want to share with you also that a committee rearrangement, we have some recommendations for it, and we'd like to try it out. And to be transparent with you, we are sharing it also in the proposal.
Okay.
So these are the main things that we're voting. 2 formal votes, the departments and the agenda point, mandatory agenda points, votes of intention on IRs, and committee rearrangement.
All right. So, if that is clear, then we would know.
Sorry, Felix, I forgot. And also a vote of intent on insisting and enforcing the matrix structure. So reporting support functions to committees.
Okay. So we will have a really quick energizer, because after the energizer we will have a voting procedure presentation, and that's really important for you to pay attention there, because a lot of people do that wrong. And I hope you will see in the presentation that it's quite easy. So really quick energizer, Becky. Becky? Yeah, we need it. Thank you very much. All right, voting committee, please to the stage. So guys, just pay attention really closely, because they will explain you how to vote, so you don't make it wrong, okay?
So, hello guys. Please pay attention here, because now we are going to explain you how to do the voting. So, voting procedure. During the next coffee break, you will be voting. And it's really important to understand the procedure, and again, please pay attention. Voting procedure. Voting will be done in paper sheets. Each member local group receives 1 set of ballot papers, and proxied local groups receive an extra set of ballot papers. And guest and observer groups can't vote, so they will have just normal coffee break. Where should you get your voting sheets and bring them back? So you see the local groups, which name starts from A to K, go to ND, and L to that, go to me. And very important, if you need more than one voting sheet, you receive them in the table here to your local group. So how to vote on yes and no questions? It's super simple, just make a cross. And indifference by the topic can be shown by leaving the vote blank. And blank sheets will not be casted. So simple example, is this an awesome CM? Yes? So that's easy.
Yeah, hello from me also. Now we're coming to the majorities. To fasten it a bit up, everything you're voting on will be with a 2/3 majority. So that's easy. You can see it here, and we're now talking about what you're going to vote about. First of all, about the exclusion proposals for Barcelona, Vilnius, Kragujevac, and Famagusta. Then for the membership applicants, Mino and Targo Murish. For the observership applicants, Delft, Lausanne, and Niš. And then also for the structure change, the long-term strategic planning foundation, the membership process regulation, the change in the internal regulations, and the motion.
Wait, technical from Tom. It's a 50% plus one motion that Tom raised.
But it changes KR too. We're gonna have a change in. So our proposal is also 50 then?
Okay, so Yasin, do you?
Yeah, but he's proposing a different structure.
It's not about this.
This is why we need legal controllers for.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Wait a second. Okay, correct. Continue.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So the motion will be 50 plus 1. All the other stuff will be 2/3 majority. Okay, now again, just pick up your voting sheets. We'll be sitting right here in the front. It's easy to make a cross or to don't make a cross, but if you mess it up, you still have some other sheets, so just send it in, you will get a new one. Vote clearly, so just make a really nice cross in the box. And yeah, return it on time, please. If it's not on time, it won't be casted. And yeah, it's important to give your voice, so please be on time here. I think you can just don't look at the headline, as we are late already. Just, you will hear from Felix when you have to be inside again. We'll be here in the room, so if there's still any questions, just approach us. Yeah, then thank you. Maybe you also have time for some questions now.
All right. Teemu has a technical question. And Joanna has a question over there.
Hi, Teemu, local group Lappeenranta. So the issue here is that we're voting technically, the motion is an amendment to the structure change, so it requires 50 plus 1. But people will not know now that they're voting at the same time. They will not know what the structure is going to be when they vote, so we should have it separately. First the motion, to see which structure they're going to vote 2/3 on. So we need 2 different voting sessions for this. Because the motion affects the structure change they're voting for, so they cannot vote at the same time for the motion and the structure change.
Pedro has a technical to that.
Okay, so
Okay, guys, please stay here.
Temu, thanks for raising this question, but actually a technical comment to this. Motions are voted first. When we have amendments to a motion, if you consider this structure change proposal is a motion and their proposal is an amendment to it, we vote first the ones that have the furthest consequence. As it says in the IR, it's up to the chairman to interpret the furthest consequence of the motions. So actually, it's up to you, Felix, to decide the order of which the motions are decided.
Give Temu a microphone.
Yes, you are technically correct. That's how the statutes and Dutch law goes. But this creates an unclear situation for delegates voting. So now it would be better to make a clear voting to separate these 2 points. Although technically you are correct. You can vote at the same time and do it like this. But then delegates do not know which structure they're voting 2/3 on.
Do we still have? Can we remove the fact that we have a blind?
Yeah, so I can explain quickly the dilemma we have. So there's okay, one more technical and then technical question.
Fenja, LG Culture in Linköping. I'm raising a motion on voting upon if we vote on it separately or in one voting session, because I think there's a lot of confusion. Maybe just get things cleared up a little bit quicker.
So you want to have a voting upon separate or
Yes.
joint? Okay.
And I'm proposing separate votes, yes.
Well, yeah. Your question is not technical, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah, let's first solve this, okay? Okay, give her the microphone back, and we have Henry. Can you give Henry a microphone? And
Can I go? Jovan LG Novi Sad, so I need clarification, maybe Yasin or someone else, since we don't have legal controllers. If we had to vote for overruling IR in the situation with Niš, do we have to do the same before the voting for the Delft? Because there is no curriculum in the application.
The application is sent to the board, and Delft did send their curriculum to the board. Niš didn't. Just it was in a separate document. So the one that was published was in the portal. The application is sent to the board. The publication on the portal is nothing official, so it doesn't really. It's not really relevant for requirements of the application.
Thank you.
So that's
okay, Henry.
It's our mistake that we didn't publish it, basically.
Henry, Helsinki, Gothenburg. What happens if Tom's proposal is accepted, but then the structure change proposal is not?
Then
Does
we don't
that,
have
because that's technically not an amendment, it's a motion. Will that still create the departments with the way it's said there?
No, Tom's was only related to if the structure change gets accepted, right?
But does it say so explicitly in the motion? Because in the end, that's what's going to happen, what is black and white written there, not how we interpret it.
Yeah, Tom?
So it doesn't say explicitly that if the structure change proposal is denied and the motion is accepted, what happens? But basically, the motion makes of introduces department leaders for departments. So you basically have the proposal of the board in one motion. So you still, if you vote, but it doesn't make sense to vote no for the structure change and then vote yes for the motion. But if only the motion would be accepted, we would still have like the structure change with departments, but then with department leaders.
But that creates a situation where
But
you can pass it with half majority, whereas it actually should
Yes, so
require
if you-
two-thirds majority.
So-
It depends. Like, I think I'm also fine with considering an amendment that we that we vote on
Yeah.
that
Okay.
if the structure change proposal is not accepted, that the motion can also
Okay, it
not
makes
be,
more sense, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, can you explain how it then works for the delegates?
So the amendment can only be accepted if the motion that is related to the amendment is accepted. So if the structure change is accepted, then we look on the motion, on the amendment, and look if this is accepted or not. So first, the 2/3 for the structure, and then the 50% for the motion or amendment as it is now. So it's in one voting session. Any questions from the delegates who have to make the crosses? Yeah. Here a question from the delegate.
So we are first
Can you stand up,
electing
please?
if we want a structure change. Oh, sorry.
Yep. Name and local group.
David from Aachen. So if I understand it, we are first electing if we want a structure change, and after that we just decide how.
Yeah, so you will have a voting sheet. On the voting sheet, you will have the structure change, and you will have the amendment of Tom. So you would have to decide if you want to accept the structure or not. If you cross a no, then if it's a no for the structure, then the amendment is not relevant anymore because it is bound to the structure change.
I see the problem when I'm voting for the structure change and I just want one of these structures. And so the other structure just needs 50% to be. So I think everyone here wants a change, one side or other side. So we just need for the motion from Tom for other structure 50% or not.
Yeah, so we have first if we want the structure change, and then what structure change exactly. If it's an amendment, it's possible.
Felix, I think
Tom,
it's
can you clarify?
I think the best way to continue here would be to, in the next voting session, to vote upon the motion. If the motion is accepted, then at the second voting session, we vote as with the structure as with the department leaders. If the motion is not accepted, we vote in the second voting session without department leaders. Because otherwise, if you're against the current structure proposal, but in favor if you include department leaders, then you don't have the option.
But there's a problem because the structure change. Oh, sorry.
Diogo.
Diogo Group Minho, the project leaders are going to apply, having in mind there is also the structure change, so they need to know what's going to happen before they would apply for it.
Yeah, so this is the dilemma. We have the project applications later, and we wanted to have the results before that. So we will need to rearrange a lot of things, like basically the whole day, and we will probably stay in the GA at least like an hour longer. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I made it
I
very
just
clear to the board before already that I would address this. It's on the forum. Yeah.
If the council requests these things, we have to adjust, and we are here for the General Assembly here in Poznań, so we will try a solution. Okay, Louise.
Okay, guys, we're already really late, and everyone wants to say what they think. But first of all, Fenia raised the motion to have the two things separately. I think we first vote on having it separately, and then I can easily help you guys try to fix the agenda. I don't mind, I will help you. But I think we really need to move on now because this is taking way too long. So please, let's just vote on Fenia's motion.
All right, thank you. So
I first need to clarify something.
Yeah.
In my motion, I thought of having first the motion of Tom voted on and then the structure change. So that's what we're voting on, not the other way around or whatsoever, okay? So
No.
if you're voting for my motion and say yes, it means we're voting separately and we were first voting on the motion and then on the structure change.
Is this clear to everybody? To the delegates? Ansgar has a question.
Ansgar from LG Darmstadt. Didn't we hear that the chairman is supposed to decide which? Oh, sorry. Ansgar from LG Darmstadt. Isn't it that the chairman is up to decide in which order?
No, her
Okay,
motion.
okay,
Her motion
thanks.
is
Then it's clear now.
specifically that. So her motion is specifically whether or not we vote separately in the order that we first take the motion of Tom and then the structure change. Okay? So if you vote for yes, that means that we will have a separate voting session, first for the motion and then later on in the day for the structure. If you vote with no, so with red, you vote basically for having everything together in the next voting session. And then I don't care in which order you make the cross. So, delegates, please take your sheets. Raise green if you want to have separate voting sessions. Red for having everything together in the next voting break. All high, up, as high as possible. So it's 49 for yes.
How much now? How much now? 20 and one not crossing. Okay, so it will be a second.
All right, thank you very much. You can put down the voting sheets again. So this was a yes vote, meaning we will have to rearrange some things now in the agenda. But we'll manage, don't worry.
We'll have a third voting session. We are going to have 2 voting sessions today.
Yes, so we will have 2 voting sessions today. So we will try to have the results for the structure before the project applications. Just a second, okay? All right. I hereby have an open call. Psst, guys, short open call. Are there 2 more people who want to join the voting committee and apply here on the stage? Because we will have to count the votes really quickly. And please, people that are not involved, thank you, my lovely co-bodies, Luis and Temu, would you come to the stage and say something why you are good for voting committee? Thank you very much. Stephanie, what's your point? Stephanie has one question.
Yes, I just wanted to request something because it's quite a lot that we're voting upon, and I'm very sorry about your schedule, but could we please have 45 minutes to discuss it with the local groups?
Sure. Yes. Guys, everything's fine, don't worry, okay?
Best chairman, Felix.
So, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Louise. I come from local group Stockholm. This is my 11th council meeting and I've been the vice president of administration and the chairman, so I think I can do this.
Chairperson.
Hi, Teemu, local group Lappeenranta. The reason for all of this, ESTIEM President 2015, and what else have I done? Yeah, 9th CM, so I can count to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, I see a lot of confused faces. Yeah, so we have now 4 people in the voting committee, which will hopefully make the process shorter and not longer. Oh yeah, we will elect them, of course. So voting committee number 1. No, for you as the voting committee addition. So delegates, if you want these 2 people here, join the voting committee and save our lives. Vote with green. If you don't want that, vote with red. And if you don't have a stance, just vote with yellow. Okay? Hands up. All right. All right. Congratulations. You didn't know you would get another position in ESTIEM, right? So, thank you very much. How we will continue now is that we will have the voting on the motion of Tom first in this break. All right, full voting except the structure. So if you look on the sheets and you see the structure question, you have to understand that we printed the sheets like 1 hour ago, where the world was still all right. And yeah, so just ignore this, yeah? You will not have to, like, it will not be counted what you do there. And then we will have another voting session later, where you will get new sheets with the structure. All right, any questions from the delegates?
Me and Teemu will help them with distributing the sheets so that we'll go faster as well.
Yeah.
So we will be together and Teemu and Andreas will be together.
So go according to the person you were going to before. There'll just be 2 of us, not 1.
So yeah, just show it again. Can you divide in 2 sides? Okay. A to K, L to Z. Okay. So in one side of the room, you will I think it's clear that it's now about the name of the local group. Yeah. Not your last name or anything. Just let's. You have to take. The sheets are ready and everything. Okay, the delegates didn't have any questions. Otherwise, shout out now. No. It will be 45 minutes. Yeah. Okay. One question over there.
We just voted that if we want to vote separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Maria from local group Kiev. So now we voted on voting separately on the same time. But when we vote separately, we first vote on the motion and then we vote on the structure change. But imagine the situation when, for example, I'm not supporting the motion.
So,
Yes.
but I want to support the structure change. So
Yeah.
I won't vote for the structure change if it changed in another way. And
Okay.
it's way easier to get the support for the motion because
I-
it's only 50%.
We had the voting now for the order and that it's separate, so that's fixed. And now you will hear the results about the motion before you make your vote for the structure change.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so we first vote on Tom's motion. If Tom's motion is accepted, then the structure change includes department leaders. And if you don't agree with that, then you vote no. Yeah, but that has to do with laws. So
Yeah, that's the law.
that's just how the law works.
yeah, I know the decision of voting separately is already accepted, right? But I think that that's not right. Like we're making a mistake because, like, imagine that. Say please to me if I'm not right. Like imagine the situation that we are accepting the Tom's motion, and then if we vote for the structure change, so we vote exactly for the Tom's structure change, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So if we don't want to accept the motion, so we don't want, but we want to change the structure the way board wants to do it. So how can we do it? And
So you vote no for the motion in that case, and then later on you will get the result. We decided on that on this order now.
Internal regulation changes require 2/3. Motions require 50+1. These are just the rules we operate with. So we are in a situation where it's 50+1 for the first and 2/3 for the second.
so can I say?
So to give a clarification, the reason why our structural change proposal, we're proposing it to a vote with 2/3 is because we're not changing the internal regulations right now, but we are implying that should be a proposal to change them later. Also, we don't think it really makes sense that, for example, to change words, that doesn't even change the meaning of an IR. We need to make a vote on 2/3, but to change something so big as the structure change, it would need only 50%. So we, from our initiative, are pumping up the numbers so that this structure requires a 2/3 majority vote. So I'm not sure that implies that an amendment to our structure change has a 50% vote. But
I'd like to propose a motion for Tom's motion to be approved only with 2/3.
Yeah, I think that would be fair.
Okay.
To be honest, when I woke up this morning, I expected a lot, but not this. So. Shh, come on, let's wrap it up. So, you're making the motion. Technical from Yassine as FLC leader. Clarification on this.
Yeah, then it would be an amendment to Tom's motion. What you're proposing is not a motion, but an amendment to Tom's motion to get accepted with 2/3.
Okay, so we will have the amendment now on Tom's motion. If the motion of Tom...
Yeah, it's called a sub.
What?
Yeah, it's a sub.
Speak up or not, don't speak. I don't hear you if you do, yeah. So, guys, we will have now an amendment and an open voting, which needs 50% to change the needed majority for the motion of Tom to have 2/3. We have a question from Aachen. Microphone, please, quick.
So we make an.
Come on.
I'm David Sebert from Aachen. So we make a hidden voice for the motion from Tom and no an open call where we have to say yes or no if we like this motion or not. So we show our opinion because.
No, it's
No.
not about the motion. It's
This
just
motion, this motion is about you stating that the change is that big that only 50% of the network supporting shouldn't be enough for we moving forward.
Can you give the microphone to Henry?
This
So
amendment.
yeah, let me. So Henry.
Henry Helsinki Gothenburg. What you are suggesting now is actually a change to the IR, which states what majorities you need to have. Am I right? Which you cannot do without having a notice period. Am I right? So you cannot do that.
So you are, guys, come on.
Am I mistaken on this, or because
So
I asked?
what Henry is saying is that technically, for this vote, we would have to need a 2/3 majority.
Yes,
because it's
you're
an
changing
IR
the
change.
IR.
It's a good lecture about our IRs here. Okay, then we have a 2/3 majority now for the amendment.
But can you still do that because don't you need a notice time for changing IR?
What?
No, it's not a change in IR.
It's
It's
overruling
overruling.
IR.
Yeah, just now.
Just overruling the. Is it really necessary? Because we are like 1 hour late. If it's not a technical question, we will move on. A reply. I think we are done. Okay, so because we would. Come on. Turn around at least. So this amendment would be an overrulement of the IRs. So we need a 2/3 majority to vote upon if the motion of Tom should have a 2/3 majority.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Guys, I'm at university. I passed mathematics. Yeah, so please, delegates, you would have to vote now with your sheets, and the voting committee will count this vote. And if we have a majority of 2/3, you are not stating if you like the motion of Tom or not. You're only stating how you would like the majority for that motion needed to be. Is it really important now? Yeah. So if you raise your sheet now, if you raise the, can you go a bit to the right? If you raise the green sheet, guys, if you raise the green sheet, it means that you are supporting that Tom's motion needs 2/3 to pass, okay? If you raise the red sheet, you're against that. And you support that the motion will have 50% to be accepted. We have a technical question from Bremen. Patrick. Microphone, please, quick.
Patrick, LG Bremen. So, like, if I am still in favor of the motion,
that will be later.
It would be nice to have like just like 50%, and if I don't like it, I will like say we need 2/3.
Okay.
So it's still like I'm showing my opinion.
Yes, but still you could also argue that you think this motion would require, because you think it's an important motion, would require a certain percentage to be a good decision, like, guys, it's really important that this is clear now, because otherwise we will sit here and we will not have lunch, we will not have any break, we will just continue, okay? So just keep your mouth shut. Seriously.
I get your point. I just want to stress out that there are like another
that
like,
there
point
can
of
be a
view.
bias, yeah, of course. democracy. So, Willem has another technical.
Hi, Willem, LG Lund, LG Eindhoven. Thiago, I want to ask you personally, do you really believe that this does not affect our privacy because you put in the motion and then like you could take it back? Because I think it really does. Yeah, you get the point.
Okay, I would like to take my motion back and invite anyone else, if you see that this is an issue, they can raise them themselves.
Okay, the Portuguese raise their hand, they want to raise the motion. Okay, you don't have to say it.
It was not
You
that
cannot.
personal after all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Diogo was nodding that he will raise the motion, so he
cannot
doesn't
raise
have to
the
say it because he just raises his hand and he's really good in communicating non-verbally. No, so Tomasz. Oh, good point, good point. Okay, Tomasz, because he's from a member local group. Tomasz, oh, you are also really good in non-verbal communication. Okay, so is it really necessary? No, okay. Cool. Then, if you're in favor of having Tom's motion, needing a 2/3 majority to be accepted, raise your green sheets. If you're against this, raise your red sheets. Okay? Otherwise, just yellow, okay? Raise it high and please turn it away that they can see it in front.
Yeah, and Kiev should have 3 votes. They have 2 proxies.
Kiev is missing 1 vote.
The amendment is accepted. This means, not to be repetitive, but okay, that means that Tom's motion needs 2/3 to be accepted, and then we will have the voting results later and then have the structure change voting, okay? So we will now have 40 minutes of voting session. Please, delegates, all people here in the council, be aware that 40 minutes is a really short time for so many. Hey, sit down. Dominic, Min, Lorenzo. It's a really short time, so make sure that you discuss everything briefly, and if you have things that you want to discuss more deeply, postpone it, but it's really important that you're here in 40 minutes and you give back the voting sheets to the voting committee, otherwise your vote will not be accepted. So you can go now, pick up your voting sheets, and be back at 20 to 12.
five of this, or till page 5. Like, three papers and which logo group?
You're voting on everything. You're voting on every. Guys, pay attention. You're voting on everything except the structure, which will be voted later. But if you vote on the structure, it will just not be, taken into account. So vote on everything except the structure. So again, voting on everything except the structure change, that will be later now. Then kiosk.
Four. 27. Can I touch and Milena please come to the stage?
After this, take kiosk. That's under Gekens. Then kiosk. We're voting on everything except the structure change. That's kiosk. And then Ilma now.
I touch, come here.
I think you are really busy. I don't know. Sorry, what? No, that's just all. Maybe it should be somebody who just ask people. Yeah, that's also true. So three.
Could you get all three for the guys? Yeah. And then Riga, was it the same?
Yeah. I don't know why I put it
written here who's proxied and just written here that they get 3.
You can see how much faster you guys are as those guys.
take this one. Then Riga, second one. And the third one was for Vilnius. That is for Vilnius. On all three, you're voting on everything except the structure. It's not going to be in a separate. And this will help you with the voting. You're voting on everything except the structure change, which is not a separate. Surprisingly, you're also voting on everything except the structure change.
I think
Which
LGC again.
we have Barcelona here.
Local group C again. Did you pick up your sheets?
Okay, so you are also voting on everything except the structure change, which is now in a separate. Hey!
Okay, guys, you can also come here because we're free.
There you go. And voting on everything except the structure change. Voting on everything
Tampere. Ah, perfect.
And this is
Are they voting if you're not delegates? Okay. But you didn't vote it with the paper sheets, did you? Yeah, that's kind of a problem for the counting. Yeah. Because we need to give the results afterwards, and then it's like you don't have an opinion the whole time, like you're not pass it. Entweder.
very broad experience as the usually wants to be German.
Or Thiago.
You will need Bobby.
What time did
It was supposed to be at
actually.
It's going to be right after the break, so I'm guessing it's going to be in around.
About also, I don't know.
It's probably going to be.
Yeah, but before that, we would really like to check if it's working.
Yes, exactly. We can do it now during the break. I'll let you know immediately when I see it.
Okay. Okay.
You're gonna stay
Who
here.
should I pick?
They're basically looking for people in suits who have a green tie.
Green tie. Okay.
Green tie.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No, actually,
Yeah.
do you have the stuff with you? Louise?
Yeah. Becky. They are little. They want to check their presentation. Where is Tiago?
Get Tiago? Or get Tiago?
Do we need to get another one, or can we just?
If you can make it really clear,
Okay.
then it's okay.
Как была кандидатура Белград?
You have an apple or so you just need your mic?
Yeah.
Okay. You can
Just preparing the.
Is there any local
it here. There's my laptop.
That's what we should do. Cambridge was taken by the proxy.
What?
Exactly.
The cable, yeah. Oh, it's the protocol. It's like from the council meeting. They are writing what everyone
local group.
Okay, I think or not.
Tiago, a question?
Now we're finished. How have you feel?
I don't think so. Or we don't have them here.
Do we have any organizers here?
Sorry, which local group?
Bucharest.
No, no, last case you can try to put it on a USB stick and I'll put it
Yeah,
on the outside.
there, but it's really heavy. It's like a 2 giga or
Just after my application, I just thought about when I was at the portal, like how dumb it is to be voting committee now at this CM.
Like, on my laptop.
I don't hope.
I don't think it will because like there was so much back and forth. So this looks like
Maybe they don't have to make a cross, but it was on this side.
It was very difficult for Felix to, of course, facilitate this. This could not have been easy.
Okay.
That's the only thing we were
No space. Diego, there is no space on your key. Yeah.
If this motion is rejected, then likely structure change
Hi.
goes
It's about 2 gigas.
It's already showing that what.
just a question. We are not gonna like vote on the structure change now. We just leave it blank.
She haven't.
What I guess Tim is gonna give you an overview of what we're gonna vote because I guess most of them gonna vote. Yeah, well,
It's this folder.
so yesterday.
Structure change proposal.
All the folders because they're connected.
So if I get some moments.
Yeah, we don't cross clock. Yeah. And the rest we fill in.
I think it's like Robert said.
It will be a nice time.
He writes something and then they also do this.
Wait.
It's my fault.
You'll get the picture. Having another position.
It's okay when I just put it like this.
That's probably something to check with.
As voting committee, our job is to
For now.
Quite majority, 2/3.
You're sure you're good? Yeah.
Oh, Rebecca.
Good enough. Like.
Do you remember me? Food City Logistics 2 years ago, and also Paderborn. I can see you're very excited.
I'm sorry. Like it's I haven't done that.
Yeah, it's no problem.
How are you doing?
Like so happy to be here.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have
Hope you're enjoying.
Can we buy Limpa a beer or something?
We were totally
I think he
brave
deserves
here
one.
after this. Yeah.
Did anyone already explain someone the presentation? You have a hand. Laptop, you have 20 minutes, but usually what people do is they have a presentation and they say you have 5 minutes for Q&A. So the chairman will be seated here and he's the one that chooses from the last question.
It's really cool.
Give the word to them and the last person.
But they should begin stand. We don't have to sit down.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's even better if you stop. Okay, so.
Prezentacja i potem 5 minut.
stay with us.
I think it would be better for the petrol.
What are you planning?
Yeah, but it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so but the videos are inside of the PowerPoint? Okay, so I can go through with the clicker, so basically the thing that you use more is the arrow is used here.
We have something nice.
Gonna go like it's here. You have here the here is for to turn the screen like if you want, but if for some reason when you are trying to hear the screen goes black, it means that you please go here, so you can click it.
Who's this wall? I'm more afraid about how I run the movie. Okay, you're right.
Okay.
We can start with the movie and then there are the slides. And the sound is
You ready?
only, or because the movies are with
So you're coming to ask me something?
Some is not working.
Yeah.
The sound usually comes through here with yeah, but then how is coming just from my laptop?
better than what I
There
heard.
is no
The
organization.
first thing I was hearing, I was like, okay, I want to be an
We'll
expert.
fix it. Yeah, like kind of last question.
To achieve a goal, and of course,
I can do this with tools. Yeah.
Hack.
Do you wanna?
Yeah. Wait. If I come back here, so when is that? We should put a timer. It doesn't start the movie. So it needs to be someone
Yeah,
here.
you can click it. Yeah, I'll do it.
And then it goes.
Is that the only sheet? Yes. Your local group? It's fine. Okay. Still? Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
And this is the movie again. Okay. But when I come back. Okay. So I will need your help.
Yeah. Excuse me, the girl from Lyon. Did you collect your voting sheets?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it would also be good for you to now to go on the conversation, a little bit more used to it. Also know the
Here the people are sitting, right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm afraid that the presentation might be a bit longer, but the last movie can be like background, while because it's the production. Yeah, because it's the production way of our company. So we can turn off the voice and then you can sit down while we are doing the questions, right? No, generally the video is the last thing. The last video is the last thing.
Okay.
But I would like them to see it, but I'm afraid it's too little time. But just seeing the movie without
Any
voice.
sense? Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to return off. Yeah.
Luis, can you take care of
Yeah.
the notes? I don't want to like.
No, I will
here, but like, I don't want to touch them. Yeah, like I put them around.
No picture?
Sevilla.
When you have to present the motion? work. It was some work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Quick request, while Thiago is already talking. If you update the agenda for the presentation that today, could you also update like the presenter's agenda that was sent to us? So I know again when we can expect you. Thank you very much.
There is the voting motion because the proposed vote is the removal of the article 8 and 9, which is really the introduction of the new article 8, which would be the IRs that we changed. But there is no vote on the membership regulations. So basically they just changed the IRs, but there is no... That's up to you.
That's not voting.
That's not voting. So...
But I thought that it's like when you said that it's in the new one that it's
One more thing, I don't know if you guys noticed, but again, during the break,
what
people
should
can hear
be
you
like
during the
written?
live stream. So
Do you have like
you
here
talk
the...
about lunch and other
I just
stuff.
show you.
Be careful. If you want to discuss anything.
Yeah, it's because of problem in the voting sheets. It's yeah, can you give me this? Here.
this should be like accepting the
Here, yeah, no,
document.
but it should have been like and accepting the membership regulations documents because now it's not accepting.
And then I was like, Laura,
Can I get my stick? Because
Yeah,
okay.
thankfully there is a second voting session, so we can. Yeah, because now it's like there is IRs. Thanks.
Thank you for the.
Spotlight to you.
Thanks, nothing more. Thank you for the good work. Welcome. How to do it?
Which one? I'm just sitting there at the moment thought, this is very amusing. I could also just off voice. Like me, Olivia, mostly here all agreed that if we had a gun, one bullet, we play Russian roulette, and the winner would be the one that actually got shot.
Membership regulations. Yeah, but now we're just voting upon like not rightly written. We're voting upon the removal of article 8 and 9. So we need to fix that.
Exactly what they planned. Like they wanted to
Now it should be right.
That's like the least of my problems now. You see.
Very good.
It's also the warning.
I will tell you and you can tell to the other voting committee. I will try to have the lunch at 12:30 and then have the voting session on the structure till quarter past 1 and then continue GL and then you have
Okay, guys, you have 5 more minutes to hand in your voting sheets. If you handed them in too late, then we won't count them.
but we'll have wait. Let's not post no, that's bullshit. This is changed because of this. Yeah, just around 3 o'clock we need the voting results of the structure. So you would have like 1 or 2 hours to count only the structure. Because this whole slot, like this slot plus the public relations, that will swap to here. This 20 minutes plus all this and like financial controllers times final and council meeting are not influenced by the structure change. So during this block you have time to count the structures. Okay, we will send the machine to
environment for lower, let's say it's not so appropriate.
You don't know. We have a bar and food and everything. It's pretty chill. But yeah, I see what your point. You can see think about it.
Thanks for your interest.
Okay, guys, 3 more minutes. Okay, guys, you can leave them here and over there. Okay, 2.5 more minutes, guys. If you're late, it's not going to be counted. Come here or over there. Guys, 1.5 minutes. We're still missing. We're missing Lund, Stockholm, Vasa, Warsaw, Istanbul Boğaziçi, Istanbul Yıldız. Yıldız? Barcelona, Budapest, Come on, guys, there's just 1 more minute. Come on, guys, there's less than a minute left. We're still missing local groups. Yeah. Guys, 40 seconds. We're still missing local groups. Not yet. Local group? Come on, guys. I'm still missing, and it's only 25 more seconds. Yeah, they will do it. I'm not sure. We have to distribute it last. We haven't distributed everything yet. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No more votes will be accepted. The voting is now done.
Welcome back. Please sit down so we can start again. Okay, guys, hurry up. Also the people with Dekariet, hurry up. You want some coffee? Please take a seat. The fun has to continue. Yeah, like there somewhere. And don't take it. Like just sit on the seat. Yes, sorry. Did I tell you already that my gavel is gone? I'm really happy. Welcome to the GA Kotakish. Please sit down. You missed some stuff. Everybody, please find your seat. There's nothing more important than continuing now, because otherwise I will have to cut. Yeah, please. Otherwise your lunch will be cold. That's actually really like what will happen. Did you steal my gavel? No, not now. Come on. You can. No. You
will give it back to me tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I can give it back to you tomorrow and we explain the situation, okay? Deal? Victor from Trondheim. You can pick it up later, okay? I hope you enjoyed your break. And you're ready to continue. Yeah, there it is. All right, next up. Put it there. Next up, we have a presentation from BA.
Hello, everybody. We are from BA Glass, Poland. This is Joanna.
I'm a product designer in BA.
I am Hugo. I'm an IS maintenance supervisor, so I'm responsibility for maintenance of glass machines.
We will first show you our principles of our company. Then we will give some little presentation, and if you have any questions, you're welcome.
Glass is our world. Wrap dreams beyond packaging is our vision. Shareholders, customers, people and consumers are the pillars of our vision. Heart, humbleness, ambition, rigor and transparency are the values we practice with emotion. We are BA. This is our way. To achieve a goal, and of course to reach a vision, it's necessary to choose a path. BA Ways shows us the most intangible facets of our business and allows us to define our own corporate identity, being a clear statement of our principles and beliefs. Principles, our wayside, our commandments, something that cannot be questioned. Comply scrupulously with BA's ethics code. Lead by example. Be ambitious, challenge, and be ready for the challenge. Listen to our customers' needs. Never stop trying new things due to fear of failing. Never forget benchmarking. Neither the records already broken, nor how they can still be surpassed. Never put individual or departmental interests ahead of BA's collective ones. Never be arrogant with any stakeholder. Although anybody can make mistakes, hiding the truth and making up data is not tolerated. Never forget, you own your area. Beliefs are convictions, which help us to choose the right direction and to take appropriate steps. Being humble is not showing we're not capable, but rather means that everything can be questioned, because there's always a better way to do things, and we can always learn from others. We think that doing to learn is worth it. We believe that only committed people and those who enjoy challenge and competition feel the passion of building something better than what we can individually achieve. Ambition means there's always room for improvement, and we need to have the courage to experiment and make it happen. Difficult achievements are what differentiate great companies from good ones, and what's really worth doing. Our foundations are made of rigor, because it generates confidence amongst our customers, people, shareholders and suppliers. We believe that to be rigorous, each of us has to know their area of responsibility, going deep into details, as small things make a big difference. One of the most differentiating characteristics of glass is its transparency. Transparency and truth set us free, avoid loss of time and build confidence. However, transparency is more than just revealing the truth. It's communicating. It's not enough to deliver the quality in the product and service required by our customers. It's necessary to go further. We need to work closely and permanently with our customers, actively listening to them and understanding their real needs. It's necessary that you, as a leader, have the ability to develop and inspire people. We look for leaders who grab the issues and make decisions. Leaders who firmly say, "Let's do it," and make things happen. To own your area, you have to know the details and see things with your own eyes. You can't do it from a distance. Ownership means the will to create value for the company, not only for your own area. We must all try to thoroughly seek simple solutions for complex problems. The result is what matters. Difficulties and challenges arise, and we believe it's not worth spending too much time on explanations. Let's do it. Humbleness, emotion, ambition, rigor, transparency. Be focused on the customer. Empower your team. Act like an owner. Think about simple solutions. All of this reflects who we are, heart, and what we do. This is the driving impulse of our values. This is our heartbeat.
So you already know how we work, and now what we do. We do glass packaging. We work in a family company. We have some flat structure. We treat each other like a family. There is no upper person or lower one. We are having more than 100 of years of history, and we are present in 7 geographies, but we all make one team. Our plants are in 7 countries, but we have 12 plants. Our workers is the number of almost 4,000, and every year we produce like 8 billion of packaging containers. Our plants are in first Portugal, Spain, in Poland also, Germany, and now we have new ones in Greece, Bulgaria and Romania. but we export our packaging, our glass, all over the world. You can find it not only in Europe, but also in Africa, in Australia, America, Asia.
Okay, what we are produce? Mainly we are produce bottles and to beer, food bottles, food jars. In Poland, food jars is the main production. Next is the soft drinks, spirits bottles. It's the second mainly production in Poland, and wine bottles. All of us know our brands because all of us. Okay, all of us like beer, and we are produce containers to the Heineken, to the Carlsberg, and to the jars. We are produce jars to Danone company, to the Nestle, Unilever. So this is our main production. For the spirits bottles, we are produced to the Polish customers. It's Wyborowa, Sztok, and Martini.
Not only, also Havana Club and Martini you can find in our bottles. Wine, maybe for some Spanish or Portuguese guys, for sure Sograp or José García Carrión is the company that you for sure know, and their products are in our bottles.
And to the soft drinks, it's Coca-Cola and PepsiCo bottles, and all of us use it.
So as you see, you are using our products in every single daily situation. Your babies are taking the baby food from our jars. You're partying with our bottles, and every single thing is packed into the glass, and it's very cool for our environment because glass is 100% recyclable because the glass is made of glass.
Okay.
In there you can find the movie of our production lines. But if you have any questions,
Thank you very much. Could I kindly ask you to move a bit so I can see everyone? Sorry. You can also have 10 minutes questions if you want. You can also have 10 minutes of questions if you want. Okay. If there are questions. Okay, Ansgar. Thanks. And then afterwards, Rui on the top.
Yeah, Ansgar from LG Darmstadt. How old is the company, and how did it develop, or where is the does it come from?
Okay. The company is more than 100 years. It was run in 1912, exactly 1912, because in 2012 we were celebrating the 100th years of our history. The name BA comes from Barbosa Almeida. These are the names of the first Portuguese owners that created the company in a vintage near Porto. So that was our first place. Then the company grew in Portugal, then in Spain. Then another step was to come to Poland to take.
Bought Warta Glass Group, and after that they bought one of German plant in Gardenlagen near the Magdeburg. And in this year we bought Greece Group, Eula Group, and now we have 12 plants and all of in Europe. Okay.
So generally our shareholders are mainly from Portugal, but also from other geographies.
And we still develop.
So we would have Rui now, then Timon, and then you, exactly. So Rui? Rui? He had, give him the microphone, please. Or Timon, you can ask now, and then Rui asked, and then we have the question in the middle, okay?
Okay. Tijmen, Group Eindhoven. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really liked it, what you're doing. Actually didn't know that. But also as students, we're always eager to develop ourselves, to prepare for our future life and working life as well. Can you perhaps give us some examples, or are you perhaps looking for already some people for internships, for junior positions, traineeships? Could you tell a little bit about that?
Yes, we have intern for engineers in Poland. We are looking for young people because in Poland university we don't have glass.
Generally, we are open for sure. In Poland, we are looking for some interns for the young engineer program. So if anyone is interested,
visit our website and you have all information. We are looking to the 2 plants in the Jedlice plant. It's close to Opole, and Sieraków plant close to Poznań.
We are also welcoming the guys from Erasmus, and they are also in Polish plant. We are having some guys in Portuguese plants, in German, and from my side, for the product development, for the product design, we are also having some design contest that is run in some Polish, Portuguese, Spanish, and German universities. And then the winner gets the internship in our company, in the product development team. And yeah, we are open.
Thank you.
So, hello, Rui, local group Aveiro. So my question is, what exactly internships opportunities you have, especially for undergraduate students, and if you also in your internship opportunities you promote like international teams and this kind of opportunities.
As I understood you from Aveiro.
Yes.
Okay, so our Glassberries contest is welcome for University in Aveiro also. We have some participants from there for now. And as an example, for now, my colleague from my team is from the University of Aveiro because he took part in the contest. So now he's in our team. And generally, if you send a message to our HR department, for sure, give your best skills. Maybe we'll find something.
Thank you. Question in the middle there.
Ozanj from LG Istanbul Yıldız. I'm from here. I will. Okay, wait a second. I'm here. Okay, I'm sorry. Guys, I won't be laughing today. I'm a little bit serious. Okay, so as I understood, you guys are a really big company, and I think that you are one of the global companies that runs supply chain management. And I was wondering that what are the essentials for supply chain? What do you think about that?
What?
Like, you are supplying your bottles almost half of the world. And so therefore you're a strong company in supply chain. And I was wondering what are the essentials in supply chain management, and as students, what can we do to learn it during our college years?
That is quite a tricky question for me. As a product designer, honestly, I will not tell you everything from every single path, because for us, our company is taking every single step very important. So since we order our sand and our suppliers to produce the glass, till the production, till selling it to the customers, it's everything very connected and very important. The fresh blood, as we say, is always welcome and giving new ideas.
Please, if you have a question, raise your hand high.
So,
Thiago wants to ask a question. please still keep your hands up if you have a question.
So I'm Tiago from Porto, and I was wondering how the mobility in your company works, because you are present in more than one country. Is it possible to do the projects in another country, even though that your base is either in Poland or in Portugal?
We work as a team. I am Polish, but all my product designer colleagues are Portuguese and Spanish. So we are all days working together. My boss is Portuguese. Normally I'm staying in Poland. I'm visiting Porto, Avintes or Marina Grande very often. So I'm visiting your places very often. And normally you are working online every day. We are contacting each other, so the borders do not exist for us.
Hi, I have a small question. As I saw I'm here, first row. As I saw in the video, it's like really cool automated warehouses and productions, how you do it. My question is, what kind of system you use to manage your distribution?
We use SAP. And all.
But you were asking about our
Yeah, I was asking
IT
about what kind of
things?
system you use.
IT stuff or the...
Yeah, he just answered my question.
Sorry,
Thanks.
sorry.
It was short answer.
For the secretaries, can you state your name and local group? Sorry.
My name?
Name and local group for the secretaries.
I'm alumni, local group Riga.
That's what I said. So you had to look on your name tag to see your name? It's all right, not judging. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe we can find a volunteer for that. Is someone there who is capable of making a timer, like for the presenters? Somewhere here? Yeah, can you do it? Thanks, Cemberkai. Okay, next up we have committee report. FLC, Financial and Legal Committee. He only needs to put a timer with minutes. Can someone equip him? Can you please sit in the front row? Because, like, Cem. Bushra is doing it. Hello, Bushra. So a really important committee looking at today's agenda.
Sorry for keeping the agenda point open.
It's fine.
Yeah. Dear General Assembly, my name is Yassin Belghazi, and on behalf of the Financial Legal Committee, this is the committee's report. So let's start with basics. Yeah, today you had quite an interesting experience about how things can go legal-wise. So it can be very confusing sometimes, but it's also the opportunity to understand what the committee does. So for the basics, what is the FLC? So it's a committee, so it has a support function for the whole network. So it's there for the board, for the PCIs, and for the SC members, of course. Basically, we have three big things we work on. So the first part is the ESTIEM regulations. So to strengthen the ESTIEM regulations in general. So we have all the time now several different projects on improving few parts, and we implement them. Yeah, I will talk about it a bit more in details. The second one is advice on financial legal matters. And the third one, yeah, to always keep on increasing the knowledge. Like from the situation today, we also will try to find some solutions how to deal with these kind of things later. So the way we work is that we have, as I told you, like a few projects. So either about regulations, the processes ESTIEM has, yeah, the whole documentations, official legal documentation, and also checking if there are some inconsistencies somewhere of the things that ESTIEM does. And we also like provide services and advice, and for the budget, it's constant meeting budget. So we try to help CM organizers, yeah, to design it. So since the last council meeting, so we worked on regulation changes. As you saw, you voted on the IR change, internal regulation changes, and also the membership regulations. So that was done with the help of the members committee with Laetitia. So we really worked on it during the last 4 months. Yeah, we helped also. We kind of supported Poznań with the budget while they were making it, and we had the financial committee and legal committee meeting in Eindhoven. That was quite nice. Yeah, we had the first day about the membership process and the second day about the regulations. And we also introduced the motion form for the CM. So I can also kindly ask everybody who raised a motion earlier and didn't fill a motion form to fill it and give it to the board, so that we can also have it in the CM, in the general agenda minutes. So there are always points of improvements. So we're always lacking new members. So if you're interested by committee, you can, yeah, please approach me. So there's my email there. So to raise more awareness about these kind of things. So today was the perfect exercise. And we also want to encourage local groups to approach us in case they have problems. So for the next 6 months, we will work on a few projects, as you can see here. So the legal controllers implementation and the IRs, but also how they function. So that was also part of the structure change proposal. So if the structure change proposal is accepted, then we will have to work on the regulations. So that's going to be a big construction site for the FLC. So we also talked with the grants committee, as they will have the structural grant in October. So we will be there to support them legal-wise. And the online voting, so we also want to implement it for next CM gradually for few votes. So we had this platform shared by Lassie that I discussed this with Pedro, and it's probably going to be used. OPA Vote, it's called. Yeah, and before ending, so if you thought that was a complicated committee, think that this bunch of kids and teenagers made it, so you can also make it if you want. And yeah. Question or later?
Yeah, we'll have questions now because this was the last committee report.
Question? Sorry.
Okay, one question from Amani. Can you move a bit to the left?
Yeah, sorry.
Delegates, also raise your hand high. Okay.
Amani, local.
After Amani, question there.
Amani, local group Grenoble and Karlsruhe. I saw, and the board explained, and you explained that during your meeting in Eindhoven, you really intended to review a lot of things to see where there are some incoherences, etc. Don't you think it would be good to install a dynamic of doing it regularly on our legal stuff, so that it reduces the number of ones do it at the same time?
Yeah, so we have like a list, and every time we try to, every time we find a problem, we put it there. Unfortunately, we're not like a big group, so we cannot work on a lot of things on the same time. So that's why if you're interested in these kind of things, you can always also approach me so that we can have several projects going on. And also, yeah, it's very hard to implement everything on once, so you need to change things gradually, especially with the legal things. And the legal controls implementation is the perfect sense for this.
Okay, please be brief.
Okay.
Stand up.
Ozan from LT Istanbul Yıldız. I was wondering, did you ever face any legal problems? Because are you studying law? I think you're not. You're probably an industrial engineer. So how did you manage to learn all of this legal stuff? Were you mentoring with someone, or would you consider using a mentorship with some law firm?
Yeah, that's a good question. So to clarify maybe what we mean here by legal, it's everything that is legal organization-wise. So we have Dutch law, so this is not like a lot. You can actually read it. It's few pages. It's pretty explicit. And of course, if you have problems, you can always address it to people who have more experience, or if needed, go and get some knowledge from people who have more knowledge about it. Otherwise, committee-wise, we always kind of make some research if needed.
Thanks. Another question there.
Melanie, local group Grenoble. If I understood well, in the new structure change, if it's accepted, we'll abort the FLC and there will be only 2 legal controllers. Do you think that only 2 persons can manage to do all the goals you set up?
Yes.
Okay.
It has been that way for some time, so I don't think.
Okay, then Ren said something or not? Not. Nice. Any more questions? No. Thanks. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, we saved 20 seconds, so that's nice. Now, please, LG Stockholm. Yeah, it's your time. Okay, then. Okay, can you please give the presentation to Thiago? Luis sent it.
Where? By email or on drop it to me?
I know she's counting. She's counting votes. Yeah.
But we'll put it on, drop it to me or into my mind?
Luis is counting votes. Yeah. Probably to Thiago then.
We're gonna have.
Do you have it on a laptop? Do you have it on a laptop? Maybe you can take a USB. Huh? Maybe take a USB stick, get it, and we have the vision presentation first, and then afterwards. All right, so we will have now first. Actually, I can close the agenda point 17 committee reports. So then we will now continue with agenda point 37, proposal for change of mission, vision, values. And have the motion afterwards.
Have this.
It's MVV, just MVV.
No.
Yeah, 37. All right, Aytaç and Becky, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Bushra, 5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Dear Steamers, as you might know, just above a year ago, the Board 2015 has been significantly improved our mission, vision, value statements, and after the rework, implemented it to our network. So this year, in the beginning of our board year, we realized that we would like to improve a small section of the vision statement to develop this statement combination to define our network to external parties and ourselves better and reflect our identity. So here we're presenting to you a proposal to change of our vision statement of ESTIEM. So firstly, I would like to explain what our mission, vision, and values. So a mission statement describes what an organization does in a daily basis. It's a brief statement to generally explain to anyone what the organization's activities are. A vision statement is a statement that describes a future state that the organization envisions, either for itself or its environment, and is aiming to explain the purpose of our mission, the purpose of our organization, and why are we so keen on accomplishing our mission and working on it. The core values are the mindset the organization carries while it's working on its day-to-day activities. Currently, our mission is to foster relations among European students of IEM and support them in their personal and professional development. So there are different types of vision statements. The first segmentation of vision statements are quantitative, competitive, and superlative. A quantitative statement would be a numerical, what? Oh, that's, yeah. Please close that. Yeah, so a quantitative vision statement would be, for example, ESTIEM reaches 1 million students every year. Ambitious goal, but it's numerical. A competitive statement would be, ESTIEM is the best student organization. And a superlative statement is more internal towards the purpose. ESTIEM, it will be something like, ESTIEM is the perfect student organization. The other categorization is whether if it describes the organization itself or the environment around it. Describing the organization itself is mostly used by corporate organizations because of the self-focus, and most of the time describing the environment is used by student NGOs. Sorry, they're generally non-profit organizations. We, in the purpose task group discussions, prefer that it's more suiting for ESTIEM to have a superlative statement, as with our value of aiming high. We would like to be the best situation we can be, and we worked it around to be working out the environment as this organization is working on, it reflects its purpose more externally as well.
So we evaluated the current vision by 5 different criteria. The first one is that it has to be short and catchy. Developing future leaders of society? I think it is. The second one is that an organization's goals can be measured against it. This one is as well quite valid for the current one. The third one is it's specific, ambitious, and directional. This is always discussable, like you can go into endless specificness. So here the opinions were quite divided. A vision statement should be future-oriented and look into more than 5 years ahead. Even though it is sort of future-oriented, it does not describe a future state, as it more describes what we are doing. This goes as well to the next criterion. So, about the current vision, we had 3 main concerns that we wanted to work on. The first one is that if we look at this vision and we ask ourselves, why does ESTIEM focus on IEM students? It would lead to the implication that ESTIEM develops IEMers mainly because they are leaders, putting our identities as IEMers a bit second. The third point was that it does not describe a future state that ESTIEM as an envisions for itself as an organization or for its environment. And the third one is that the term leader is commonly misunderstood as a team leader, even though it was originally rather intended as a positive change maker. So, what are we proposing alternatively? IEM students are prepared for their role in society. We, as European IEM students, believe every IEMer has an important role with their potential to challenge the status quo, integrate diversity into synergy, and facilitate value creation in wherever they find themselves in life. We envision a future where whichever path IEM students desire to take with their profession, they have the necessary competences, knowledge, shared values and mindset to fulfill their role in society. So, how does this relate to the three concerns? So, the focus is here very clear on the development of IEM students. It does describe a future state. And leadership is now more specifically defined as potential to challenge the status quo, integrate diversity into synergy, and facilitate value creation.
Please
So,
be
what's the
very
thing?
brief now.
No, I'll be super brief. So there are three differences that we want to point out. One is a technical change, making the statement more into a static statement rather than an action, because it should be more of a purpose-driven, not action-driven. So developing to are prepared. So the tense is different. And it also explains something outside of our network, and it makes ESTIEM see it as a network that works toward this, allowing other organizations to join us in this vision as well, such as or other institutions like universities as well. The shift in mindset is very shortly, the current one implies a bit, or it can be misinterpreted that we develop IAMs only because they're leaders. However, we like to focus out that we develop IAMs because we're organizational IAM students, and we can take different roles. The third one is that we like to shift the perception of the role of an IAMer, where the IAMers take the role of a leader in society, so IAMers fulfill different roles in society. So we focused on role of IAMs in society a lot, so I'd like to quickly go through anything, some examples of what it can be. Like factory logistics engineer, trainer, and we even, like wherever you take your IAM profession towards, that can be your role in society. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't mean that it's charity or everyone has a role in society, such as these ones.
One last sentence, please.
Very quick. What are we voting upon? These are the current mission, vision, values. Mission and values stay as they are, and we propose to change the vision for IAM students are prepared for their own society. And we would like to thank all the people who were involved in the process, as well as our lovely advisors who we had a lot of discussions with about what is the vision supposed to do. And thank you.
All right. Shortly, questions. Please move to the left side of the stage, so I can left side, because the secretaries also have to see. Yeah, my and your left. So hands up high. Okay, we have Doxy. Welcome to the GA, by the way. Over there. Can you stand up for the guy with the microphone? And after that, we have Jakob, also there, directly on the corner.
Hey, Doxy Alexandri. So my question is like, what did you seem necessary to revise this mission, vision, values yet again, when in 2015, CM Vienna, we have discussed it from the board 2015, and people seem to quite like it. So why, again?
Yeah, thank you, Doxy. I'll just add one thing. We also kept in mind that vision statements especially should be kept for a long time. It's just that we we also found it suitable to work on it, as we thought it's still fresh. So it's okay we felt that it's okay to try to look at it closely a bit more.
Yeah, the main point was that it did not describe a future state, rather in action. So we did not want to change the mindset all over. So the one that we are proposing is in the same direction. So it's not flipping around the vision of ESTIEM 180 degrees.
So now Jakob, then after Jakob we have Bushra in the front, so please provide her with a microphone, and after Bushra we have Renz, okay?
Jacob, Dresden, Sevilla. Could you go one slide back, please? For the criteria you had for evaluating the statement, you have those 5 criteria, and I think actually most of them, the new one is less applying to those. First, it's short enough to fit on a baseball cap, it's longer. Second is goals can be measured with it. Role in society is less specific and less able to measure than leaders of society. I believe actually a vision statement should not be measurable, but that's a different thing. Shit. Ha. It's less specific, I believe, and also because it's less specific, you can measure less if you can reach it within 5 years. Only the last one, future state, maybe, yeah. But the other ones, I believe, are less fitting.
Okay, so first one, yes, it's longer. If it's too long, it's up for you to decide. Second one, for the measuring, it's not measuring if you reach it in 5 years. A vision should go beyond 5 years. How you measure this one is, do ESTIEM's activities prepare IEMers for whatever they are facing in life or not? Like, do we develop IEMers' competences or not? That would be the measure.
All right, then Bishra.
Okay, so I'm Bishra from Istanbul ITU.
Microphone
And,
closer.
Hello,
yeah.
hello. Okay, good. And my question would be, first of all, thank you very much. I think it sounds really good. But I just remember that there was a huge discussion to make it as short as possible. And people died at those discussions to make it short. And now we make it again long, and maybe next year someone will come and say it should be short. So that's my concern. And plus, for example, you used one sentence, but instead leader already explains all those things you want to say. Because whatever we do in life, we are leaders in the end. So that's my point.
Thank you. There's always different opinions around. This is the reason why we are putting it to a vote. We showed you the criterions by which we worked. We explained the process by which we worked. And it's up to you to vote upon it.
All right, Rens, and then... Okay. Yeah, that's good because we only had like a few seconds left. Good, thank you very much. Then you can sit down. So I close the agenda point number 37. And we will have a motion now.
All right, my name is Amanda. I'm from local group Stockholm.
Sorry, just to inform you, is 2 minutes enough for you?
Not quite. 3 would be good.
Okay, then we take 2.5 minutes on the timer.
Perfect. I'll try to be brief. All right, so I'm putting forth a motion.
Put the microphone. Okay.
Putting forth a motion for increased efforts and awareness of equality within ESTIEM. The background of the issue at hand. ESTIEM's values, in particular, aiming high and encouraging participation is what I base this on. This motion is put forward with the aim of improving equality within ESTIEM. This motion contributes to achieving these values in practice, in particular for values stated above. It's also based on the awareness of gender distribution within ESTIEM, the possibility of increasing the organization's value through endeavors within this topic, and the underrepresentation of the topic within ESTIEM's framework. So what I propose to do is 3 steps. I propose to establish the position of equality responsible within Social and Environmental Responsibility Committee, draw up a code of conduct for maintaining ESTIEM's values within this topic, add equality to clause, now you might need your booklets, 4.31 of the proposed long-term strategic plan between healthy lifestyle and proper team building, pending the votes on the long-term strategic plan. Benefits of this proposal: it ensures the equal basis for all members of ESTIEM from which to excel, creates a foundation for a sustainably respectful and inclusive culture, and increases the value of ESTIEM as perceived by potential sponsors. Right, so if it's accepted, the position of equality responsible will open for applications. When this position is filled, the code of conduct will be drawn up, and the wording of the plan will be modified to encompass the issue. If it's rejected, feedback will be taken into account and it will be resubmitted. So you might ask why this is brought up as a motion and why CERC doesn't do this on its own. They're fully capable of doing that. What this shows is the unanimous decision to stand for equal opportunities as an organization. And that's why it's brought up to increase awareness, as well as to be united in the question. All right, questions?
Thank you very much. Especially for using exactly 2.5 minutes. Okay, a lot of questions. Okay, let's have 5 minutes of questions. Delegate from Paderborn. And then afterwards, delegate here. No. So you bring a microphone to him, and you to him, and then we have first Paderborn. And then when he's done, you take it and you give it to Sissi.
Florian from LG Paderborn. Just a quick question: have there occurred any, let's say, problems in the past that actually make equality responsible necessary?
Aside from personal experiences from committee members, which I think each individual can reflect over themselves, it's just a lack of it being mentioned in the framework, and I'm sure, and I have enough faith in this council to say that we all stand for equal opportunity regardless. And all this does is make sure that we include this in the framework, because doing so, regardless of each individual's perceived idea of it being an issue or not, we can say that we stand for this as an organization, and we can market ourselves in that way to sponsors, and it will increase our value. And it will give us a firm base to stand on when and if the question arises. So I'm raising it because I'm certain that we are all united in seeing the benefits and the obvious need for opportunity regardless of where you come from. Equality, may I note, is not just a gender question. It's ethnic, it's sexuality, it's everything. So it just gives us a base to stand on and some ethical work to be derived from there.
So for now, it's just a matter of thing we got on paper, so it's written down.
That and establishing the position within CERC, and seeing that when these problems arise, that we have a method of dealing with them, because no method is in place right now.
Thank you.
All right, I hope that answered a lot of questions, because we don't have time, but yeah. Please stand up also so others can see you.
Arda from LG Ankara Bilkent, and I'm going to ask, what does equality responsible do? In a sentence. Thank you.
So what is achieved by establishing this position is that we have a forum to raise these questions in. It establishes a person responsible for dealing with issues that could or would arise, one that's not filled right now. And so it gives the possibility for people who are experiencing that there is a need to improve here, for that to be done. It's also a quantitative measure of these are the steps that we're taking to improve this. And that's something that is very modern and very desired from companies, to see that we are working actively with equality.
Okay, thank you. Can you bring it to Doxy? And Sissi will have the word. Yeah.
Sissi, local group Sofia in Paderborn.
Where is it from? Sorry.
Yeah, I want to ask if it's more of a general thing that in nowadays world we need more equality and we should ensure it, or it's about ESTIEM. Because in ESTIEM, I don't really think maybe some people can raise their hands if they ever saw any really equality issues. And if it's really an issue that we have in ESTIEM, then we really should work harder than even this motion. But if it's just a motion for raising awareness, like for general things in the world that the ESTIEMer says responsible people should be aware of. Or
Okay,
so
it's not just to you, but for also the people to answer, I think. So.
Well, actually, I would like to intervene because I don't think that this should be a public vote to a testament if you're affected by this, because that's not relevant, actually. What I would say is that large companies, large organizations are working with this, and we shouldn't be lagging behind. We should actually be forward striving because we are a diverse and international community, and we don't need for there to already have been a problem to justify preventing one.
But we are not a company.
Yeah, we are
We
not.
are
a-
an
organization.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys. We had two people that wanted to comment on that, but you don't want that.
Comment, yes. I just didn't want the public hand raising of who's experienced what.
Yeah, okay, but we are losing time. So, comment.
I would like to remind the council that 2 years ago in CM Riga, we actually had a huge discussion about equality because some local groups felt offended by the STEAM songbook. We had people crying. We had huge discussion going on afterwards in the forum. People saying that they don't want to be involved with the STEAM anymore because they don't feel that they belong here. If the STEAM as an organization is unable to say that we stand for equality. So we already have the issue. It's just that we are not addressing it right now.
Okay, thanks. Ansgar? Yeah.
Yeah, Ansgar from LG Darmstadt. I think it's a really, important thing because at CM Vienna there was the accuse that, there was a problem with the mentioned that Darmstadt, we didn't fulfill like the equality standards, and that's a good point to see. Or I think it's very important to see it reflected in the board because we were like warned once because something like this happens, and if it's implemented in a structure, I think that gives better guidelines to the local groups.
Okay. Unfortunately, we only have time for Doxy now.
My question, Doxy Alexandri. My question correlates with Fenia's one that she mentioned that that there was a discussion also in CM Baltics. There's 2 years after that we're having the same.
So I think it's safe to say that there is an issue and it needs to be addressed, and this will not subtract from ESTIEM in any way. It will just broaden our values to encompass another topic.
That's not my question, though. My question is that what did the guys that raised the discussion did these past 2 years? And I get your point. I also like it. But after 2 years, seriously, why something wasn't done like in these 2 years? That's it.
I can't answer for what was done 2 years ago. What I can propose is an action plan to deal with the issue that you're addressing. So the issues there will be solved here, hopefully.
Can you give her the microphone?
There has been problems because of
Come on,
ESTIEM
hey.
making a statement, and there was a huge discussion within the leaders group some time ago. We decided not to take it. Why should we now take a statement in this as an organization?
So,
The question over here was, what was the statement?
can you repeat the exact question? But we'll have to move on, guys. We don't
You
have
gave
time
a
for more.
reason why ESTIEM should take a statement on this, but there were many other issues that we discussed as should ESTIEM as an organization take statements. It was about terrorism, and we decided that we shouldn't do it, so why should we do this and not the others?
I think bringing terrorism into this discussion should probably be saved for a different time. That's a broad question, and I don't think I'm going to address that right now. What I am proposing, though, is just that there is a method to deal with issues. And I don't see that it deducts from ESTIEM in any way.
So what I sorry guys, like we were supposed to finish 13 minutes ago, and what?
Yeah, the thing is.
Wait a moment. So I would be interested if you would be the person applying for this position that will be established, or it's just that you wanted to be established, because I think that was also something that I got out of it, that 2 years ago we had this and there was nothing, even though there were discussions. But like, will you take over that position?
I encourage everybody to apply for the position. This is a topic that I feel strongly about, and I definitely think that it needs to come to a conclusion. So once this application opens, yes, I will be applying for the position.
Okay,
this
good.
shouldn't prevent anybody else from applying, though.
Okay, that's... Sorry? Wait. Okay, Melis has a point, and she was already like high on my list, so sorry guys, but we have an order here.
Okay, so the thing is, it's really good that you're focusing on ethical matters, and equality should be something that all the STEAMers are aware of. But why don't we just focus educating people about equality and changing mindsets instead of doing this?
I think that you raise a very good point. It has to do with changing mindsets, and I hope that this can be a first step in doing that. But we need to establish a platform for doing that.
But we already installed a committee for that.
No, yeah, this is a part of that committee.
Then why
This is a
doesn't
position.
just committee leader install this task group or responsible within committee?
This is the point that I raised in my presentation. CERC is absolutely capable of doing that. What I want to raise here is that we have a unanimous decision to put this forward, because I think it's important that people take this matter into consideration and that this is backed by the council.
Okay, we stop it here. Do the delegates feel informed enough to vote upon this? So please raise your hand if you feel informed enough. Delegates, high up, as far as possible. Come on, do some sport. High up, come on. Not like on the table like this, but like that. Okay, I think it's clear that you feel informed, so we'll vote now. Hands down, voting committee up. Green sheets in favor of the motion. Red sheets against the motion, like not accepting the motion. Psst. I don't see any need why it should be so loud right now. And yellow sheets for abstaining. She was sitting there. So raise your sheets now. Come on, we know low energy level, but this is not.
Portuguese flag.
Portuguese flag. Oh. Keep the hands up. Keep it up. This one is not so easy to count, so we have to be really sure that we count correctly. So take it as a personal training to keep your arm up. That's the team spirit here. Okay.
That's why you have two delegates.
Yeah, that's why you have two delegates, so you can hold 1 minute, and then your partner can hold 1 minute, and. Okay, change arms.
Yeah, it's really hard to know for sure what it is. It would be better if it's on paper.
Or should they bring it in the break? They bring the one that they vote to you.
Why can't you really count? One counts the
already
red,
recounted,
one
but
is
it's
the red.
still, we already doing that, but it's still.
Taken a vote on the voting.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. The result is that we will put it on the next voting session because like it's too unclear. It's like 26, 27, and yeah. Can you put it down? Thank you for holding it up so long. And now the voting committee stays up.
Okay.
And I. And I open agenda point 39, voting results.
Okay, guys, so just to clarify, since there was a lot of green, a lot of yellow, a lot of red, we suggested to put it on the paper for the structure change vote to be sure that we have the right result. So yeah, now we counted the votes for Tom's motion. And before, I just want to point out that there was 6 local groups who did not hand in the sheets on time. We were here. So please be more careful for the next 2 voting sessions, because I think you all want your vote to be included. So please pay attention. Okay, so this was Tom's motion to include the department leaders in the structure change, so that if for the next vote on the structure, there would have been the department leaders included. So in total, we then had 66 votes cast. And the required majority was 2/3, according to the previous motion. So which means that the required votes of yes was 44, and the voting result was 50 votes for no, 16 votes for yes. Which then means that the motion is not accepted, and in the structure change vote that we're going to have, is it during lunch? Or? So during the next voting, you will vote on the structure proposal that was presented by the board in the whole entity of itself. So.
And the rest of the votes you voted on now, except the structure change, which will now be voted, we will count the votes and present them to you later today. So now we just wanted to present you the motion result, so you know how to vote now.
Thank you very much. Now some clarifications from the organizers.
Okay. So again, about the registration, who didn't register yet, who didn't sign the paper, didn't get the bracelet, didn't get the name tag, please come to me later on the coffee break. During the lunch now, people who didn't pay the participation fee, again, will go to the bank with Michał, this guy here. So please stay now before you go to the lunch. There is some food today with eggs. There was one person who said that is allergic to eggs, like cannot eat eggs. So please approach organizers because there is like food for you. Yeah, and who didn't pay for the merchandise yet, please also later approach me and come, because we have to pay today for the merchandises. So we need your money. That's all.
Guys, sit. Okay, small, big
And
problem.
lunch is downstairs. Sorry.
Yeah, just a second. Okay, guys, new problem solved. Okay, so please, you have 45 minutes till you have to be seated again, okay? Is that clear? All right. So what you do in this 45 minutes is as follows. You go downstairs, you get your lunch, you eat, and in half an hour we have the printed material for the voting here in the room. So before that we cannot give you voting sheets. What you will do in the half an hour is sit with your local group. I suggest you just go to the place that you have met before, because then we can be more efficient. So just meet the local group where you met them before. Eat, talk about the structure change, yes or no. Then, after half an hour, the delegates come in here. They get the voting sheets, as we did it before. They make the cross. It's only one cross. Shouldn't take more than 3 minutes. The equality motion is also on there. So, sorry, 2 crosses. That's like about 8 minutes, I think. 3 crosses. Also the membership, okay, there was a mistake in the previous voting sheet. So we have 3 crosses to make because of the membership change in the internal regulations. So, half an hour, eat, discuss. Hey, sit. No. So, half an hour, you eat, you decide, you come back, delegates, pick up your paper, make the 3 crosses, you give the paper back, and we are on time. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. So, enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
Ba ba ba ba ba. Ba ba la ba la ba ba. No, maybe. No, just getting comfortable. Fenja, emergency squad. Oh. Not responding at all. Fenja, you missed the joke.
Yeah, I missed the joke. I was like, what?
Emergency squad. No?
Kennst du das nicht?
Ich bin nicht so cool genug. Ich bin nicht cool genug, um das zu kennen.
Du bist zu deutsch. Aber das ist deine Stärke. The new president is Sunny.
Ich habe auch gesagt, dass meine negative Eigenschaft.
No. Sunny for president. Sunny for president. Sunny for number. 17 point something something. Gerade schon fast. What's the agenda point? 17. Okay. Yeah. Can I have it? Yeah. Well. 28.7.1. Is it still 28.7.1? No. Ish.
Como é que está a gente? Não está? Tu basicamente, como é em Academic Team e a OA, tu vais ser o primeiro a apresentar, depois temos os resultados da Structure Change. E depende um bocado de quanto tempo é que demorarem.
Ok. Ok, 7 minutos e depois mais 7 perguntas. É isso, obrigado.
Which one can I use? Which one can I use?
The one that... Adrian.
Sorry. Yeah, we don't have them yet. Oh, okay. Okay, I will just...
Felito, we finally managed to be on time. Let's write some emotions to fuck you at the schedule.
We'll be on time in the end of the day.
Yeah, you're so German, we need to challenge you.
So what is this? I like the challenge. This is for sitting down.
The end of voting?
Yeah.
They are coming any second, so. It's a challenge.
I think that we should put Native project on Saturday.
Yeah. We will cut the quorum tomorrow.
Can you check if it's working? It's just one effect. Not too much, but... Sorry, can I?
Tiago?
Yeah?
If they at least them given the stuff for the sheets. In case it's a bit late, we could also just distribute the voting sheets when people are sitting, and then people just fill it in, and then we just take it. So at least we can continue, and then we just do it quickly because everyone is supposed to have discussed what they want to vote anyways.
We just give the sheet to them?
Yeah, if needed, we just do it that way.
Hello? Okay. We don't have the sheets yet, but please just stay here in the room. Wait. So don't wander off if you need the sheets. Please just stay here to make it easy.
I'll go to the bathroom. Yeah, that's fine.
We haven't counted anything else. Or I'm just counting the structure and then me and Temo are done.
Not yet. We haven't. They're on their way.
Okay, do we need
Just done.
Just wait.
Responsible to the legal responsibility. So whomever is the SEO head.
Probably with a reference to them.
You should have had. Yeah, but it's a lot of. It's too much. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but at the end it was too much. Good luck. Eh? Good luck? Ah.
Actually 5 months. Try to sit down while we wait. Guys, please sit down.
Guys, it's okay. You're going to get the sheets, and worst case, you're going to vote when you're sitting, and we will collect everything. So you can start sitting down. You will get the sheets, don't worry. So just start. Ah, we just got the sheets. Okay, so same procedure as last time. Local groups from A to K go over there. Local groups L to Z come here. So same procedure as last time. So one delegate per local group, come here and get the sheets.
Where are the applicants? Hadia? Yeah, I've already told him the order is alphabetical order, unless you guys...
It's only this one, correct? Yeah.
You can throw that away. There you go.
It's correct, so it's okay.
Okay, Moscow. Everyone who hasn't picked up their sheet, come pick up their sheet. Yeah, when you're done, you just come back and give us the papers.
Can I have a question? When are we going to vote for the vision change? Next one. Next time. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
The blonde one, right?
People who are not delegates, can you please sit down? People who are not delegates, please sit down.
Just turn it in.
And people who have a presentation in the next slot can sit here in the front.
Okay, local group Vienna still hasn't picked up their... Ah, they have. Never mind. Moscow, local group Moscow, good. Local group
Karls-
Kiev.
Ah.
Local group Kiev hasn't picked up their sheets. Handed it in?
What, you're applying for president?
So, LG Kiev, please pick up your voting sheets. Okay, guys, when you're done, please hand in your sheets to us or to the guys over there.
Okay, people who are not delegates, sit down. Claudio, you are not delegates, sit down.
Everybody who's standing up, please sit down.
Also Renz, Nadja, Katakish, Diogo. Katakish, Diogo, Renz, Nadja, Bushra, please sit down, help me a bit here.
Moscow, but they just got it recently. Kais? Okay, so we're missing Aachen, Metu. Okay, so I'm missing Aachen, Ankara, Metu, Aveiro, Bremen. Okay, guys on the side, you can also come here.
Guys, you can also give it there if... Everybody, please sit down. Karlsruhe. Thiago asked for your presentation. He needs it on a USB stick. Local group Karlsruhe. Your presentation, please, on a USB stick. Yeah? Yeah, but if the queue is now gone...
Karlsruhe?
Okay, guys, just give your voting sheets now.
Wo sind Sie, Karlsruhe? I've changed IT project for tomorrow. And we change it tomorrow because we are late. And because tomorrow we are alumni coming here, so it's easier for them to.
Please sit down. Rui, no talking anymore. Fins, Mikko, Jonas, Santari.
What is Alexa from Belgrade? Alexa? Alexa, could you come here?
Should I call them to the front? No, we can call them and ask if they and they voted once. The delegates from local group Budapest, please come to the stage.
The IT presentation is not going to be today, it's tomorrow morning. Because we are late and the alumni are coming tomorrow and they are involved, so it's good to.
Karlsruhe.
Sorry for our. You have the presentation on the stick. He needs the presentation. Okay. Is he from Karlsruhe?
Yeah.
From Ashikaradram. Yeah, I'm from Iltis. Yeah, I'll bring it. From Iltis?
I'm not sure. So,
We need our presentation. Yeah, fine. We don't have it. Board members.
just sneak it in if possible.
When are they arriving at what time? Because, sorry. Can you go outside and call them? Okay, because it's quite an urgent thing.
All right, thank you very much. Please sit down. Luis, it's fine? Because you don't have pressure now. Maybe demo it. I don't know. No, you need to respond quickly, know the strategy. But then afterwards.
Can we put this off?
You'll have two more members of the team.
Talking here and the live stream.
So, we start. Thank you very much. We continue now with a little delay. Next up, we have agenda point 38, proposal for a public relations strategy.
Do we have a timer? Do we have a timekeeper? Anyways, we'll start, and in the meantime, they will show us the time. Hello, everyone. We are proud to present to you the public relations strategy. I am Milena Popovic, the current Vice President of PR, and I have been working with Jaime, current PRC leader, for a year almost right now on making the PRC sustainable. Now I'm going to walk you through our agenda. So first, we're going to go through the background. Since this strategy didn't come out of nowhere, we're going to talk about goals and solutions to the problems that PRC has had during continuous mandates, as well as show you the timeline. We have quite a lot of things in backups, so if you have questions, feel free to ask. So the motion was raised at the previous council meeting in Novi Sad by previous vice president of PR. They were very concerned for this committee since throughout mandates it has had many sustainability problems. It wasn't able to implement the metric structure, the quality was lost, there was also a lot of duplicating functions as well as no support to the local groups because of very much workload in general. And the second thing was that we need to create the online peer policy so we have a continuity in our social media networks and in approach for our stakeholders. So the goals that we came up with were first and most important, of course, was to create a sustainable PRC team. Here we implemented certain things that we proposed that worked in our mandate. Some of those that didn't, we have some improvement points, and we hope that throughout next mandates we can ensure the continuity of PRC. The second goal relates to centralizing the PR functions under PRC. That's more or less the metrics function. So we don't have too many responsibles or too many places, too many different types of qualities and posts. And third one would be strengthening the ESTIEM brand. As PRC, we want to promote ESTIEM brand and we want to implement new things in order to promote who we are, our mission, vision, and values. Lastly, we want to improve our external image by creating social media strategies. This is something like a framework for future generations to come up with things that that motivate them to create the posts and approach towards our target groups. And now, Jaime will tell you more about PRC solutions.
Okay, thank you, Milena. So, well, to reach all these goals we have been working in the PRC solution. We have implemented some this year, and we are going to implement more. So, to solve the problem of creating a sustainable public relations team with knowledge transference, we think the knowledge transference is the main thing we have to focus. So, we have to make it sustainable between generations. So the solutions we have applied during this year and we are working to apply each year will be the establishment of a knowledge management program. Now we have a knowledge management task group that is focusing in this, in update all these things every year. We also implemented the mentorship program that we will analyze it every year. So experienced people that knows about PR are going to teach the people that are new in PR, that are motivated, but they don't have the knowledge. So with this, they will be motivated and with knowledge, and we will ensure the continuity of the PR. We want to turn the public relations coordination meeting in a handover event. This means that the current team and the future team is going to be in the same place, having a handover for each position on the team, so we will make it continuous. We want to stop working in the things we're working in 1 year and start again in the next mandate. We are going to keep it smooth. So with this, we will ensure the continuity of the PRC. We want to simplify the design process. For local groups, sometimes it's really difficult to handle all the design workload because they don't have the knowledge or it's complicated to follow everything. So to make it easier, we want to update every year and simplify the corporate image guidelines. So with a few minutes, they can have an overview of how it's exactly the image of ESTIEM, how should they implement it, and how to follow it. We want to design visual VPDs and update them. We already have some, you can see here. And with just one fast view, you can perfectly understand how to design something to make it ESTIEM look like. And we will update them every year. We are creating templates, and we will keep creating them because each year we should update them of all kind of designs. For example, posters, so the people just have to change the background on the text, and it's super fast and super easy. So we want to keep updating the online PR sharing platform where people can upload their digital files or all their designs. To increase the PR quality through trainings, we want to organize every year at least one training event. For example, the media school that we had in Moscow was really good. We had really high quality trainings of PR, and it's to motivate local people and central people. We also want to do trainings in local groups and in all the council meetings. We are also working in the video materials creation. There are online video trainings that from 5 or 15 minutes that people can really understand how to design something for STEAM. And now Milena is going to explain the centralization.
So, as mentioned before, centralization of PR was a big problem. And this year we started bringing down to PRC people that were task group leaders in different projects initiative committees. The reason this was a problem was that everybody was following their own rules of design and many things were getting lost in the process. So PRC didn't have a clear overview. Now this we want to control by, of course, enforcing the metric structure and centralizing all the responsibles under PRC, which we started doing, and we of course want to tell the future generations to continue with this, because once you have a strong PRC team, the quality is not anymore the problem. Now the second solution could also be creating a new communication channel between local groups and the central PR, because currently local groups are sometimes lacking the PR knowledge as well as the design knowledge, and there was no support except sometimes writing at help.prc, where we would feedback or we would create materials for the local groups. So now we want to shift it around and we want to create something like LR list for emails as well as closed Facebook group, so we could easily make a community out of vice president of PR. So they could follow the corporate image guidelines, so they could have a say on what they want to have in their designs and simply to make PRC better. And also we wanted to enforce that every project initiative committee that wants to have event promotion, we can create a centralized event promotion either for whole ESTIEM, so they can post about their events here, or we can have departments if they're implemented, so we have 4 responsibles enforcing that the quality and all the materials are provided for these needs. The next solution, well, one of the goals was, of course, promoting the ESTIEM brand. It would be really nice if we had ESTIEM presentations, since we have a very nice template on the portal, so people that are visiting events know what ESTIEM is about, our mission, vision, values. Now, this can get boring sometimes if you travel a lot, so that's why the alternative could also be creating a quiz, a fun activity where people would basically compete in who knows more about ESTIEM. Also promoting our mission, vision, and values through social media networks by having at least one social media campaign that's going to promote these, as well as stickers, shirts, and just to display it more so we know who we are. And lastly, we want to use corporate image guidelines of local level. As said before, we want to create a community of vice president of PR, people that know about design, and update the corporate image guidelines regularly so they fit the needs of the network as well as follow the trends. And once we have this, we are going to have a unified look for PRC. Now, more about social media strategies.
Okay, so we have defined our main task group, our main target groups, that are students, universities, and partners, that are the companies. So we want to create a social media strategy that fits all of them. For Facebook and Instagram, we want to focus in the IEM students that are STEAMers and not STEAMers. We want to focus in all the IEMers. For LinkedIn, we think that it's a really professional network with a lot of potential, so we want to focus in the academical part and the professional part of STEAM. So we want to focus in universities, partners, and companies. For the internal channels of STEAM, for example, the portal, we want to focus with STEAMers because it's for that. And we want to have a strong collaboration with the STEAM magazine because it's a really big part of the image of STEAM.
And as timeline was quite packed, we came up with a program for 3 years. Of course, the strategy should be prolonged if it's successful. If it's not, it should be reevaluated every year or every basically to put in new ideas, new goals if these are getting filled. And you can see that the first, okay, so we have centralizing of PRC task group leaders, and we can implement that by the next end of this year. Since we only need to recruit a few more people, we currently have overview of committees and a few projects. So when this is done, there can be setup of events page that currently is not into use because we don't have rules and guidelines on how often you can post. So after centralization of PRC, we can deal with how we're going to use our event promotion. When it comes to creating a sustainable PRC team in ESTIEM, we also want to turn our second com into a handover event where people also come up with strategies for social medias and external image for the next year so they can have clear goals and guidelines like we did this year. So it's going to be a continuous process at some points, and some points it's going to be once or twice a year. as well as creating of the Vice President of PR Facebook group. It will be created by the end of this year. There will be people added, and then twice a year you can update if they were changing the functions. When it comes to trainings, we want that to be a continuous program, as well as for our events, they can be any time of the year, so we didn't mark them here. They just need to be at least one per year. And to cut this short, we wanted to, with all these things implemented, we want to make PRC stay strong and make the PRC continually improving itself. Thank you so much for listening to us. We are open to your questions.
So, can you move a bit to the left, please? Milena and Jaime? Can you please? Okay. Do the delegates have questions? Okay, one question over there from a delegate. And after that delegate, we will have Bushra. Bushra?
Mariana Martins from local group Minho. I was wondering how are you going to plan to deal with the PRC overload of work? Because not only you will have PRC focused work, but you are also going to have PR project work. How are you going to deal with this amount of work, and how are you going to structure it within PRC?
Okay, thank you so much, Mariana, for the question. Yeah, we think that the best thing is we have been growing a lot during the last year, so we plan to have a few more members in the future, and we also, with all the simplification of the design process and with sharing all the things that we have to simplify the design process using previous designs and make them easier and faster, we think that with that we can make it perfectly. So it's the
Is it the second question?
Okay.
Do you think that by adding more people to PRC is going to improve?
Okay, thank you very much. The truth is that we started Magnet with very little actual designers, and currently we're around 30 active people, 35 active people that are on different levels of design knowledge, of course. So if the structure change is implemented, we can easily have one expert designer per department, and if it's not, then we would still implement and go with one PR task group leader into every project initiative committees so they can fulfill the needs of this committee. Currently, we do have that. We just need to continue working on the process of grouping everyone together. Is that fine?
Please be more brief with your answers. After Bushra, we have Melis. Can you please? Yes, but after Melis, Bushra just gives the microphone to Maria, and then okay?
Okay, so Bushra from Istanbul ITU. And as an ex-committee leader, I think I'm just wondering if it's a committee report or a strategy presentation, because this work is done anyway by every leader at the beginning of their mandate as a goal setting. Then is every committee having such a presentation to present what they're going to do? And secondly, I don't think that this is a strategy for 3 years. It's a goal for just 1 year implementation. So because if you look at your timetable, it is like repeating. Then let's put it to 5 years and have 5-year strategy. Okay. Strategy is something that where you want to reach in the end, or how you want to reach.
I understand completely. The truth is that motion was raised with the main goal of ensuring the sustainability of PRC. So we focused our strategy, of course, on making PRC sustainable. As in our mandate, we have had some successful things. We wrote it down and we said when they should be implemented and how they should be pursued. As for long-term goals, we earned a blue tick on Facebook, and we think that this can be one of the goals for social media networks, as well as the framework that's going to be defined at next PRC.com. That's going to be goal setting for the next year on how to improve the image, social medias, and everything.
Yes, but motion was raised for you to come up with a strategy, but I don't think that this is a strategy that changes a lot. This is like
Okay.
common sense. So
Okay, that's a
what I
comment.
It is common sense, but the previous 3 years had very difficult problems inside of PRC. So
Okay.
by implementing this, we think that it's going to stay sustainable.
More brief. First, Melis.
Melis from Istanbul ITU. You shared a document on forum, and I inform you that there was wrong information about ESTIEM magazine. When I had a chance to check the booklet, I saw that you printed the same wrong information, and I'm really curious about why you are giving wrong information to the council, especially while it's really important for them to be aware of what's happening.
Okay, thank you very much. The magazine was mentioned in one sentence where we were evaluating the communicational channels, where it's a possible communicational channel towards our stakeholders. And then there we had few sentences. Can you actually state what was wrong?
So basically things were mentioned were undefined task group, which is wrong, target group, we have defined target group.
Wait a second. There the microphone is.
So you basically said that we have undefined target group, we are a fundraising tool, and we don't send survey to check our reach. But those are all wrong.
Okay.
It's not about the collaboration or being about communication channel, but all the information you give about ESTIEM magazine is basically wrong.
Okay, we can update that if you don't support what was written. In general, we don't assess any further actions with the ESTIEM magazine except mentioning it there. As for undefined target groups, that came up with trying to contact universities, professors, as well as IMF students and students, which is quite undefined if you have more than two.
My question was, why did you give wrong information again, even though you have been informed about it? This was
That's
my
a really clear question, and we need a clear, brief answer, and then Diogo gets after, like Maria, and then Diogo. Clear, brief answer, Milena, to that question.
Okay, I will talk to you more, and I can update the document as it's one flexible thing that should be improved through time, and you can give your stance on what needs to be put differently, as well as in collaboration with magazine. As I heard from Dominic and you have worked on creating the strategy as well, so we can implement everything together.
Okay, thanks.
Maria, local group Belgrade. So I assume this was supposed to be the wholesome PR strategy. However, I've noticed that there is nothing mentioned about media relations, not social media, but media. What have you been discussing about having possibly articles in various magazines and so on? In the past, it was the case that ESTIEM was present in different types of magazines. So what's your plan there? What's your strategy?
Thank you for the question. We believe that the really big issue and actual reach comes from the local groups, and then through local level we have a reach of wide media networks. Every single event that I have been, almost, has had a certain publication, radio emission or anything. So we can have this as an improvement point, since here we haven't dealt with media relations, we have dealt with social medias and not actual medias, where we can have a point to improve in the future, for example, at our com.
No, but what I meant is actually not local groups being present, but ESTIEM itself. For example, in 2014, we had the whole article in the IE magazine in the US.
Okay, that was not the priority this year. We have started the
But
committee.
this is for 3 years.
That's true. Thank you very much. I haven't had it in mind, and we can improve on it as the current. Our goal was ensuring the sustainability of committee, and since we have another few months to hand over and to plan, we can easily implement this.
Okay, Diogo, and then we have a delegate over there.
May I just say one thing? Like, we need to be visionary.
No,
Like,
yeah,
seriously,
okay,
I mean,
we need to be visionary, that's one thing, and the microphone goes, can you raise your hand so that, Diogo.
Okay, Diogo, local group Minho. The project's social media pages are a very strong promotional tool for the network itself. Have you considered something for them? Because I haven't seen any type of plan.
For the Facebook pages of each project, I mean? Yeah, at the beginning, we want to decentralizations consists in the PR its project, instead of being part of the project directly, it's part of the PRC and coordinated. So the thing is, we are going from now to keep some pages, and we will be those that we are going to analyze, and we're going to analyze them, and if they are not like useful for the network, we will start kitting them and centralize them in a events page.
Okay, really quick.
Yeah,
Next
just a
time,
suggestion.
yeah.
Just a suggestion. Maybe it would be beneficial to actually have some targets as well for these pages as are going to stay in the network, as you can also achieve something with them.
Okay.
Okay, that was a suggestion. You don't need to comment on it.
Timur from local group Moscow. So in case your strategy is accepted, what will be your first steps in implementing this strategy?
I could say that first things would be improvements that we can raise here. And we have COM, that's at the end of July, where we can get down to working on the fourth goal, where we set the goal setting and milestones for for social media strategies. So that's the first big work that's going to be quite operational, while everything else in the meantime can be handover as well as improvements.
Okay, we don't have any more time. Please approach them separately in the break. So I'm closing agenda point 38, proposal for public relations strategy. Thank you very much. And now we continue with the agenda point 28, applications. And I would like to ask Nadia Braunt as first applicant for financial controller on the stage.
It's already the end of my presentation. I'm done, guys. One slide, yeah. Well, my ESTIEM journey started 3 years ago, and I'm honored to finally stand here in front of you. As some of you might know, this is not an idea that I got like 2 months ago. No, I've been willing to do this for 2 years now. But sometimes the time isn't right for you. But at this moment, I know that I'm fully convinced, and it's my time actually. And that's why I am presenting to you today my application to become financial controller. So, who am I? My name is Natja, and I'm a 21-year-old master's student from LG Eindhoven. In my free time, I love to play music, and as you can see, I'm a finance addict, partly because I love to spend money, and on the other hand, I really love to put numbers together, and in the end, the puzzle gets complete, and it's really fun to see that. So, what have I been doing within ESTIEM in local and central level until now? My first event was actually exchange to Karlsruhe, where we went with some members to actually discuss one of the biggest events that we would organize in Eindhoven for next year. Then I went to FLCCom, where I learned about the finances of Central ESTIEM, and that really motivated me to become active within the FLC. And it also motivated me to take a step in the local level, because I became treasurer, VP of Finance, maybe better known, for my local board in LG Eindhoven. And in that same year, I became project leader of Silver Strike. I don't know if any of you know what Silver Strike, but it was an activity week to actually celebrate the 25 years of ESTIEM, where lots of people came to, and it was the biggest challenge of my life, but I haven't challenged myself enough, so that's why I'm taking this next step. And what I further did in central level, I've been legal team leader, and this lovely guy that's also going to present was my FLC leader at that time. And together we actually accomplished to get every local group to be a local legal entity. So yeah, it was a good year. And this all led to my application for financial controller at this moment. My experience and why you should actually pick me, because I know what I do. I have been treasurer and I created one budget for my local association, and it's actually compared to an ESTIEM budget of approximately 30,000 euros. It means that you have to prepare the budget, but also have to do all the bookkeeping itself, so all the declarations and all the invoices. In my board year, I also had to control 11 budgets of small projects, but also big projects like Europe 3D, Silver Strike, Carnival Activity Week, and local events, but also times local qualification. And lastly, I've already been financial controller within our local association, but also our mother association. And here I checked 3 budgets already, which are quite big in size actually. And well, my total amount I checked is actually this number. With it, I'm not going to read out loud because I don't know if it will say it correct. So what will be my goals? I actually think as financial controller you have one main goal. Fulfill the tasks of a financial controller. And what do I see? You have to check the books. You have to see if they're complete, if they're clear, and if they are according to the Dutch law. I don't know, but Eindhoven is in the Netherlands, so I know some things about Dutch law. And as I have been in treasury myself, I know what the rules are. You have to assist the VP of Finance, be in close contact with him. If he needs any help, you must be sure that you'll be there for him. And another thing, I have worked with the software tool, Multiverse, because we also use it in Eindhoven. So in the beginning, when it might be some trouble for the new VP of Finance to get to know the software tool, I can help him if needed. And lastly, transparent communication. As Fenya said, we have to inform the council meeting. So that's what I will be doing. But next to that, I also want to show who the FCs are and what they're doing throughout the year. So for example, give a monthly update on the portal about what we have been doing. This all said, I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Rens, next up. Questions will be all together after Rens and Pavle presented.
Okay, dear Council, thank you very much. Before I start, I want to give a little insight on my current situation. In a year, I'll be finishing my studies, which means that I still have a year to provide something for ESTIEM and to provide some knowledge I have. What knowledge that I have, I will show in a moment. But in the current year, or in the coming year, I will try to be as much of value to ESTIEM as I will be able to. This is then thus my application for financial controller. Who am I? My name is Rens. I'm from local group Eindhoven, 22 years old, studying a master's now, and as I said, a little bit more than a year left. What do I like to do? I like to travel, as you might have guessed, because that's why we're all here, I guess. I like to play some sports, some volleyball, some cycling, but I also like to enjoy some case studies, so I've been active within Times and other local case studies as well. Yeah, then we come to what have I done so far. As Nadja might have already explained so far, there might be some things that are on the same list. Nadja and I were in the same board of local group Eindhoven, and we were financial controllers for the same associations for some time. The general experience, yeah, I've been VP of External Relations in my local board. Next to that, I was also local responsible for half a year. So yeah, I know something about the way ESTIEM works already. I organized several events outside of my board chair. These that are noted here are mostly outside of my board chair, but of course, during the board chair, I've tried to assist my local group as much as I could with all the events they were organizing. I've been regional coordinator. That's why you may have seen me before on this stage to give my presentation on Northwest region. And I've visited 4 council meetings by now. So I've seen the financial controllers here on stage. I've seen the VPs of finance do what they do. And I think that I can be of assistance in that part. My experience in finance, I'm currently still the financial controller for our mother organization, which is quite large. And I used to be a financial controller for our local organization as well. But due to a size of the amount of local financial controllers, it was decided that I was getting too old for that and they needed young people in that group. But I still believe that I can be of value for ESTIEM. Yeah, as Nadja said, we work with Multiverse in Eindhoven. And yeah, I've checked the books with Multiverse before. I know how most of the output works, so the learning curve is not going to be that high. And yeah, last but not least, I once found 11 cents that Nadja lost in Multiverse. She was looking for them for hours. If you've never had that happen to you, it's a horrible experience. You can hear her like cursing all over the boardroom. And in the end, I did manage to find them, so I was very proud of myself. Well, what am I gonna do if I get elected in the coming year? Most importantly, I feel transparency to the council is very important. So an honest and neutral opinion to you guys about what's been going on is what I believe is one of the most important things that's going to happen. Next to that, of course, helping the VP of Finance that gets elected. That's the second most important thing, because otherwise there's nothing to be clear about. And we want to make sure that ESTIEM keeps its financial things correctly running. And of course, making sure everything in the books is correct. That's in the end what you're looking for, the numbers you're going to be looking at on the paper. And it's really important for everything, for the tax, but as well as just making sure everything's running correctly. And I believe that I will be able to help with those things. So this all together makes my application for financial controller. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rens. Pablo? PowerPoint is broken. All right. Problem solved.
So, hello everybody. High quality pictures are not allowed. So yeah, my name is Pavle Mihailovic. I'm from local group Novi Sad, and today I'm standing here in front of you presenting my application as a financial controller of ESTIEM. Yeah, so I'm a bachelor student at the moment. I'm 22 years old. This is my 5th council meeting in a row. And yeah, with those 5, I've already achieved 15 events in my ESTIEM life. During that time, during that period, I learned a lot, improved myself a lot. Yeah, so let's talk about what background of ESTIEM I have. I was financial legal committee leader back in 2016, where together with Nadja I had really fun, and yeah, we achieved a lot, as she mentioned. Yeah, so I was VP of Finance of our local group back in 2016. And now currently I'm a member of an advisory board. Yeah, basically what we do is advise them in some stuff regarding local board issues and check books and check finances, check budgets. yeah, and during council meeting in Novi Sad, I was doing finances as well. So as you can see, like finance. That's the reason I'm standing here in front of you. And what I would like to do in my term of financial controller, yeah, keep the expectations of what financial controllers should do. Fania also told us like what they do, and we heard it before. So, yeah, check books, advice, VP of Finance. All that I do, I really hope to, and I'm planning to do as transparent as possible. I'm planning to do it in continuity. And yeah, of course, there is a Dutch law that ESTIEM is obliged to follow. So, yeah, checking the legal alignment between finances of ESTIEM. And yeah, I hope to have a nice teamwork with VP of Finance, FLC, if the structure is changed, then legal controllers and another financial controller. So that is it. Yeah, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a few minutes of questions to all three of the applicants. Okay, we'll start with a question from a delegate over there. And after that, you.
Ozan from LJ Istanbul Yıldız, and I was wondering whether you guys have a crisis situation, when or if you have a crisis related to finances, what would you do? How would you face with it? How would you face with a 10,000 euros disruption? What would you do?
Well, most of you that might already know me might know that I never are not calm. Might have not noticed, but in this case it is. And if something happens, like a disruption of 10,000 euros, then first things are, of course, finding out what happened, if something went wrong. If you just mean that, for example, the budget is going to be missing 10,000 euros, then it's very important to take a look at the current VP of Finance on where we can cut and what we can do to improve the situation. But of course, stay calm.
Yeah, he said almost everything. We had some little thing happening in our local group that we raised less money than expected, and I had to handle it by cutting down the costs in the budget, and I managed to do it. It was, of course, not 10,000 euros, but yeah, take a look at it with your VP of Finance and make it work.
So yeah, I would also stay calm, check with VP of Finance. Yeah, I had experience with similar, not 10,000, but yeah, CM budget was quite hard to control. But yeah, basically what we do is check and advise. It's the job of financial controllers.
Right, then we have a question there, and afterwards from Bushra. Pablo, can you speak a bit louder in the microphone?
Okay, sorry, yes.
Okay.
Koray from local group İstanbul IT and Krakow. I have a question for Rans. You didn't mention it actually in your presentation. Do you have any experience regarding the finance in Central ESTIEM?
The finance in Central ESTIEM is, of course, something I think is very important. I didn't put anything in my presentation, but as someone who's interested in it, I will, of course, always be checking every year that the budgets get presented, everything that's going to happen, any comments I can make. And I will be here in GA to tell them everything I think is wrong, or I will send them emails about it. That's, of course, very important. And in general, I have a good idea on what's going on, because I've been working in a network for quite some time. I filled in my reimbursements, I know where the money goes and where it comes from. And I also had a time where I was working with the corporate relations committee, where I was trying to help them fundraise the money. So yeah, I have a feeling I know where it's coming from and I know where it's going.
Okay.
No, wait, Bushra.
Me first?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentations. I really love them, and I think, I mean, you are overqualified, even I would say. And but in the end, one of you won't be elected. So I would like to ask, what would you do as a next step? Where are you going to continue in ESTIEM, or are you going to continue in ESTIEM?
Really brief answers, please.
Well, as I said, I don't have much time left. And this is one of my last shots to try to give something to the network. So I'm not sure if I will be able to do anything else in that time.
More brief.
Legal controllers.
FLC member and maybe legal controller.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, question here.
Burço. My question is to Pavle. I saw that you have many experience about finance of ESTIEM, and I wonder that why you apply to finance contour instead of vice president of finance instead of.
Thank you for your question. So let's say it like this. Yeah, when I was on my second event in Sozopol, Activity Week, I talked with Kiko. Since then I was thinking about financial controller. Yeah, some other things happened. I've been in local board for VP of Finance. I've been FLC leader. This looks like an awesome thing to do to complete the picture. Thank you. Again.
Okay, then we have Fenya now, and after that, Mikko.
Okay,
Mikko,
as
can you raise your hand so she sees you?
Sorry.
Okay.
Fenia, local group culture in Linköping. As financial controller, it might be that you're strongly disagreeing with what the board has to say or what the VP of Finance has to say. So how do you plan to handle that kind of situation?
Obey the Dutch law. So yeah, first of all, if it's defined how it should be done, yeah, point some arguments and let them decide as a body. But is it more question like what shall we do with the council? Like shall we inform about?
It's up to you how you want to answer. It's not
Okay, I
really.
think I've spent
Yeah,
enough
there's
time.
room for you to decide what you want to do. So that's what I want you to elaborate on.
As Pavle already said, in case everything that they propose is legal, my job is to advise, not to make sure that whatever I think is what's going on. So of course I will give my advice, and if my advice is rejected and there's nothing we can do about it, it might be important to show to the council that this may be important, have them make a vote upon it. If that's also rejected, then I guess the board gets what they want, and there's nothing you're going to do about it at that point.
As a FC, you have to stay neutral. You're not the one that's judging. So you're the ones who judge. We only give our neutral advice to you, and that's what you have to base your opinion upon. It's not our opinion.
Very good. Okay, Mikko, please really brief. It's no time left after that.
Okay, Mikko, Helsinki. There are a lot of things to check in the books or possibility to see what's wrong. So no reasons, but just in your opinion, what is the most common or important mistakes?
Most
common or important
mistake
in the books?
Mistake. Well, each fault has to be found, and like each mistake is a mistake, but the most important mistakes are made when numbers are wrong. So that's the most important thing, and not, for example, names or anything. So numbers, things going wrong in numbers, and sending wrong contracts with wrong things in it, that's also a very important mistake that shouldn't be made.
As I said before, the problem I found with Nadja was when she turned her right to numbers, so that's a common one. But another one is when the receipts that are brought into ESTIEM may be incorrect, maybe having conversion rates, for example, and it's very important to check those carefully because it's easy to make a small slip up.
Yeah, basically operational work is the common mistake. Like what we do, it's not usually it's not about decisions. Yeah, usually everybody works with a common sense.
All right, thanks. That was the question session. Thank you very much. Short comment about the questions. I give them an order of appearance. So if you raise your hand too late, you're too low on my list, and then you don't get the question. So please formulate the question early enough and raise your hand early. Otherwise, you will be late on the list and don't get the question. That's how it works. Sorry. Yeah, and if you have a question left, note it down. And on Sunday morning, we have another question session, and then be sure to ask it then. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Then we have now times final applications. Istanbul was. We have. Okay, voting committee would like to present the voting results of the structure now, so they can go back and count more.
Yeah, hello again. As the results for the structure change are influencing the following part of the GA, we already prepared it. Okay, we have 72 votes casted, one vote was not casted, so the required votes have been 49. You could vote for yes or no, and with 63 votes, the structure change is accepted.
Thank you very much. And
Just to point something out, there was one voting sheet that was invalid because they did not make a cross. They filled the box, and that's not how you do it. So for next time, pay attention when the voting committee is presenting how to vote, because if you do it wrong, then it doesn't count.
all right, thanks. Thank you very much. And I would hereby like to discharge Tamu and Luis from the voting committee. Thank you very much for the emergency help. So next up, the first application for the times final. Technical. What?
Can we get a microphone?
Microphone to Melis. Microphone. Organizers, we need a microphone.
Melis from Istanbul ITU. I saw and I have heard from other people that there have been some people who were walking around and trying to manipulate other local groups to vote the way they wanted to. So everybody has a voting sheet. Everybody can vote for whatever they want, but please don't try to manipulate other local groups.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the first application now. Istanbul Boğaziçi. Karls, Lyon and Vienna, please sit in the front also, so you don't have to take so much time to stand up. Lyon and Vienna, please sit in the front. Wait a moment. Yeah. Wait a second. And the time starts now.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Selin and this is Berke. And we are super happy and proud to present you the application for organizing Times Final 2018 on the behalf of our local group İstanbul Boğaziçi. So, as Napoleon Bonaparte said, if the world was only one country, Istanbul would be its capital. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you the city of Istanbul. So the very first highlight would be that its location. Istanbul connects two continents, Asia and Europe. And this offers you a very perfect location to be on the earth. And it is a city that never sleeps. So its dynamics and energy will get you from the first second that you will enter in the city. And it is really a combination between modernism and Orientalism, so that we are offering you a highly quality experience during your stay. And moreover, it is really easy to access since it has one of the most accessible airports in Europe.
So, hi guys. I am the guy who sits next to Danny. Now let's talk about a little bit more of our LG. Our local group was founded almost 20 years ago. Currently we have more than 60 active members. So far we organized many events, including 3 times semifinals and 1 council meeting. And our motto is together to the better. So we would like to achieve the highest quality in our events for the STEAMers. Now let's talk about our association and university. So our association is one of the most active IEM student associations in Turkey. We organize more than 10 events each year. Our university is founded almost 150 years ago, and it's located in the heart of Istanbul. So our experience in times and case competitions. So each year we organize more than 15 case challenges to our nation students. And we also organize the biggest case study in Turkey. We organize 3 semifinals in the last 5 years, and we organize local qualifications every year. Our events are sponsored by more than 50 companies, including more than 10 consultancy companies, including Big 3 and Big 4. For accommodation, in our events, so far we hosted more than 300 participants, and 30% of them stayed in the 5-star hotels, and 60% of them stayed in the 4-star hotel. So for times semi-final, we promise that it will be at least 4-star. This is our first option, Veyron Hotel. It's in the middle of Istanbul, close to our school, and it's cool. And also Barbaros Point Hotel, it's the same. It's almost like in the same place. And so the important part, transportation will be provided by horses. So our university is in the central of Istanbul, so it's like 20 minutes from the both hotels. And the buses will be provided by the municipalities, and the metro cards will also be provided by them. And in 2013, semi-final Istanbul Boğaziçi, the transportation provided by the BMW. And this year's time semi-final, the transportation is provided by the Istanbul and Beşiktaş municipalities. So in the free day, you get the chance to see amazing city of Istanbul.
And we are aware that this event is something like very work hard event, since all the participants will solve cases and work really hard to become the YAM Students of the Year. That's why we would like to support and facilitate your stay. And we are offering you a relaxation day in spa and a Turkish bath experience where you can free your mind, debrief, and enjoy your time. Also, we want to conclude this event with a high-quality gala dinner, of course, because as Times Final is one of the most prestigious events of ESTIEM. So we are planning to organize the gala dinner in Radisson Blu Hotel with the Bosphorus view, which will be, quite nice experience as well, where you can celebrate your, maybe hopefully winning of Times Final. And here is our budget. So if we calculate accommodation, gala dinner, transportation, materials, food, welcome package, free day activities, and unexpected cost, we end up with 6,634 euros. And about our incomes, we will have incomes from company partnerships, which we usually do. And as we said in the beginning of the presentation, BÜYAK is one of the most biggest EM student organization in Turkey. And our organization has kind of also a huge budget. That's why we have LG backup, like at least 3,000 euros. You can have a look at it, and you can ask questions about the budget in the question part. So we are really ready for this and very motivated for this. After council meeting Boğaziçi, I don't know if there were some people who attended that event, but this time we really want to take this responsibility and honor one step further by organizing Times Final 2018 in Istanbul Boğaziçi. So thank you so much for paying attention to this presentation.
Thank you very much. Lyon. Thank you, Selin and guy who sits next to Dani. Berg.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Lysiane and this is Eva. We are here to apply for the Times Final 2018 with the Lyon local group.
So, first of all, has anyone ever came in Lyon before? Yeah, thank you. What a beautiful city, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an amazing city. It has a lot of air connection from everywhere and it's located in the heart of Europe. The participants can easily come to Lyon and discover the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. But Lyon is not just a pleasure for the eyes, it's also a pleasure for the mouth. We will make sure that every participant will discover everything about French gastronomy.
Okay, and now the bit for the end of Lyon, let's talk about our amazing local group. So we are really happy to have around 30 active members involved in different projects, as you can see, such as Times Final for 2 years in a row. After these rich and successful experiences, we are really aiming higher. And for that, we are supported by our 4 main partners, with whom we have a strong relation. They help us financially, but they also bring us their professional approach, which is very important to us. We can also count on our school network to make new contact with big companies. 2 events are organized each year on our campus with their cooperation, and it allows us to make new contacts and to find new partners for our local group.
So we organized the Times semi-finals this year, where we took care of 9 teams and sent the Seville local group to the final in the beautiful city of Madrid. So each team were mothered by a team buddy, and it has been an amazing experience for both of them. So we can see it in the feedback we received, and we wanted to present here. So we had really excellent reviews for the solving rooms and material, and for the extra activities. The food reviews were average, and that's why we are really looking forward to improve it for the final. And we are putting on a really higher budget this year. We are happy to conclude with a very high general grade of 4.6/5, which motivates our local group more than ever. If this grade didn't convince you, maybe we should speak about the agenda and the Times final organization we have planned for you.
Yes, so this is a 4 full days event. We know that there is a lot of information on this agenda, but we will focus on some activities later. So the case studies are on day 1, 2, and 4, and we also plan to do feedback session with videos, recording during the presentations, and with personal advices from the jury. These feedback sessions are really important to us because it allows each local group to improve themselves, and we are really appreciated during our semi-final. So there is also a lot of extra activities, and if you want to really enjoy your trip in Lyon, we highly recommend it. But of course, if you want to see your team before or after a case study, we understand and you can do it. So, to give an overview of the French culture to the participants, we plan to do a French wine tasting and also a boat tour to discover Lyon and discovering our French beer, of course. We really want a high-standing gala dinner because it's time. So we plan to make the participants eat on a chic boat on the Rhône, which is the main Lyon's river.
As we know that the good food and the socializing doesn't interest you at all, let's talk about the accommodations. In order to give our participants the best working condition for this competition, they will work in brand new buildings with all needed material available. They will be in very good working condition to resolve science case studies. Everything will take place directly on the campus, so they will be housed in students' residences just next to the competition building, which is very convenient because they won't need to take transport every day. The flats are for 2 people, but of course the 4 participants of the same team will be housed in the same residences, so they can meet as needed.
So now you may wonder how we will be able to manage such a big event. That's why we have made our budget provision, how you can see. The details are on this slide. So we are largely supported by our partners, but we also do some events to increase our budget. And the total predicted cost should be 13,550 euros.
As the local project leader for the Times, I am proud to have by my side an amazing and highly motivated team which is ready to organize the Times semi-final this year. As we didn't have such a big event in Lyon for a while, even if we applied for the final last year as well, we are ready to hit the challenge and to prove that we can also organize such a big event like other bigger local groups do in ESTIEM. So thank you a lot for your attention, and don't forget that Lyon is waiting for you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, unfortunately, yeah, as you all know, we had to change the agenda a lot, and the Vienna people scheduled their arrival according to the previous agenda. So the project leaders, or the potential project leaders, are not here yet. They will arrive later, as we just got to know. So we will just have Vienna present later, and then the joint question session then after that presentation. So now we continue with an application for council meeting. What question? All right, here's a microphone, guys. the pointer? Okay, we will start with the time now.
Hello, ESTIEMers. My name is Maren and this is Jochen, and we all here standing for the local group Karlsruhe. I'm really happy to stand today here and to be able to present you our presentation for the application for the Spring Council Meeting 2018. Of course, the local group consists of many people and members. As you can see on the picture, we're about 50 active members and they are very highly motivated. If I am honest, we just decided to apply today about 10 days ago, but we thought about it really deeply. We talked to many people, to alumni. We talked a lot and we decided to do that today because we see the strong will of all the members of the local group to organize an amazing council meeting next year. And we think that we are able to do that because we organized many large-scale events in the past and we have also experience in knowledge management. Now I want to show you our past events, starting with the council meeting 2011 in Karlsruhe. The next bigger event was the HGV in 2014, which is like the council meeting for the German VWI. And there were about 150 people in Karlsruhe. Then we had a Vision Business Booster, the Times semi-final, the Europe 3D, and last year we had the IEM Education Forum and the Science Meets Economy. And maybe you know it, in June we will have the Sports Activity Week, and of course we all want to see you in Karlsruhe and we hope for your application. To complete the timeline, here you can see the other events we did in the past, and I think that would be a really good way to the council meeting 2018, because we really want to get the council meeting back in Karlsruhe. So I talked about our local group Karlsruhe, I talked about the organization. Now what is important too is the infrastructure. Karlsruhe is located in the center of Europe, as you can see here. And you can reach it really good because there are airports like Frankfurt, Stuttgart, or the Baden airport itself. Our beautiful city Karlsruhe has about 300,000 inhabitants and 40,000 of them are students. At our university, the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, we have about 25 students. It is a campus university, so you don't need to have long ways to walk from one building to the other. And we have great capacities.
Okay, our next point is about the accommodation. We plan to use in our first draft hostels that are 10 minutes away from the campus by train, and they are also in a walking distance to all pubs and clubs in the city. Sorry. Our second draft would be using a gym, also on the campus or near the campus, and also in walking distance to pubs and clubs. This would be a thing where we would be able to also cut costs. Of course, talking about evening locations in Karlsruhe, we have a huge amount of pubs and different clubs, and we have even one pub that was awarded for being the best student pub in whole Germany, and it's still very cheapy, and yeah, it's great to be there. We also have great parties, great clubs, and it is even possible to have our gala dinner at the big castle in Karlsruhe. Yeah, we talked about these 3 points, and of course, what is also important to organize a CM, money, financial resources. Why can we do that? Here you can see our first draft. We have total costs in a high of 51,250 euro. Of course, the main point here are the hostels with 27,000 euro. With a participation fee from 90 euro, we plan to have 22,500 euros on the plus side, which makes around about 28,000 euro for us to fundraise. But talking about fundraise, Karlsruhe is very experienced in that, as we are working strongly together with many companies. Our partners are, for example, Simon Kura & Partners, the consultant company, Bayersdorf, and also many other companies. But while talking about having a CM, there's one thing that really is a must-have that makes a great CM out of a good CM. And what I'm talking of is the ESTIEM spirit, the most important ingredient while organizing a CM. So, with these words, we want to close our presentation, and we want to say aloud and a very clear, Karlsruhe! Karlsruhe! We are looking forward to have a great CM with you guys. This would be amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. We have questions now. Okay, delegate there. And then we have friends over there. And yeah. Is there any other applicant? By the way, Dominic, can you please sit in the front? I hope it's all right if you have the presentation after this. Okay, so yeah, question.
Ozan from LT Istanbul Yıldız. I can assure all of you that if they organize an event, it's going to be legendary and it's going to be really funny. And the only problem with Karlsruhe is the weather, and I know that it's going to be hotter in spring. It is, come on. So I actually wanted to ask a question, not a question, but give a chance for you guys to clarify for other people the difference between the budget that you need to collect that amount of money, because I think this is what everyone will have in their mind. Like, will they be able to afford it? I know all of you can, and I know that if you're not able to, you have whole ESTIEM spirit here that will help you to find the support. But just give the...
Cool. Friends?
So, you ask what we would do to get all the money. Of course, we are very strong with our company partners, and due to that, we are very looking forward in a positive way that this will work. And we have also the gym thing as a second thing, and it is also possible to combine these two issues, so this should be no problem.
The thing is with the gym, actually that's our preferred option, but we need to talk to the government for that. But there are people here from CM 2011 that were in Karlsruhe, I think. Or anniversary. Maybe we can hear their opinion on the gym thing for that, because I think the last years we mostly had hostels and hotels, so. And it was very cheap back then, but yeah.
Not okay.
Hello. Okay, now it's working. Yeah, I was not in CM Karlsruhe, but I was at the anniversary in 2012 when we also were hosted in gyms, and it worked really well. Everyone either brought their own mattress or the organizers also provided it. So it worked really well, and it's also directly on the campus, at least the one we were staying in. And yeah, you were next to everything, and it was really good.
Okay,
I agree.
Can we please give Rens the microphone back and have this only if we have time for that, because we had a lot of questions, and now first I want to have a few questions. Rens.
Rens, local group Eindhoven. As you already answered, you have the different options like the gym. Do you already have an idea of a budget, how it would look like if you have a worst case scenario with even less income, or how does the budget look just when you're using the gym? Do you have any idea on that? Like how much would you need to fundraise in those cases?
I think, could you, in one sentence, just repeat your question?
Okay, we saw the budget in case that you have a hostel, but I would want to see it in case that you're sleeping in the gym, or even a worst case, anything you can tell me.
We have the numbers from back then, but we didn't want to disclose them because that's something we need to discuss with the government. So it's super unsure what kind of numbers we have. So we're not sure what kind of budget we should draw. But it's going to be cheaper than the budget we have now, because the gym option is always cheaper. But no, we can't say for sure how much cheaper it's going to be.
Okay, we'll see in half a year then.
All right, thanks. Yeah. No, not wait. Olivia was.
Hello, Olivia, LG Seville. So I saw that the participation fee would be 90 euros, and that the fact that you would prefer to have all of us sleeping in gyms. Forgive me for if I'm wrong, but I don't think many people would be happy to pay 90 euros to sleep on basically an air mattress that they brought.
The budget with the 90 euros is for the hostel accommodation, because like I said, we can't provide a budget for the gym option because it's there are too many factors that we don't know how they changed the last couple of years. And we don't want to create false expectations. So if there is a gym option, expect it to be lower than 90,
Okay.
but we can't say how much.
Okay. Then we have a question here from the delegate. No, not anymore. Okay, then Henry in the back. Henry, you get your question because he withdrew.
Henry, Helsinki, Gothenburg. Quickly, still about the gym. Could you please clarify a bit? Is that like 300 people sleeping in the same room? Like, how does this work? On the floor with mattresses they bring themselves, or like, just what can we expect?
On our campus in Karlsruhe and generally in Karlsruhe, we don't have just one gym. So it would be that we would, of course, do our best to provide as much as we can for you while taking this option. So we would really clarify that you don't have to worry about anything, and to organize it very smoothly in terms of everything you need, like mattresses or, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, but we don't have any more time. Sorry, guys. So thank you very much, Local Group Karlsruhe. Dominic? Dominic?
Someone once explained to me ESTIEM as a playground where you can develop yourself. Talking about playgrounds, I think playgrounds are not only there to develop yourself, they're also there to try out new things and even find out things about yourself. Find out things about yourself that you used to love to do, but that you didn't realize for a very long time. A couple of weeks ago, when I was back home at my parents' place, I went through a scrapbook and I found this front cover of the kindergarten magazine of 1999, which I was drawing when I was 5 years old. This is supposed to be Mary, Joseph, and the Christmas child. I, Dominic Ramp, I'm hereby applying for ESTIEM magazine. So, you might ask yourself, for those who don't know me, who is this guy? I'm 23 years old, studying in Dresden, so therefore a member of LG Dresden. And what else can I say about myself? I grew up in the south of Germany, close to the mountains. That's why I'm really enthusiastic about spending time there. I'm a passionate motorbiker, try to motorbike whenever I can. I'm enthusiastic about skiing. I was skiing in our local ski team, but I also have really other nice hobbies. I'm a passionate knitter, and I knitted myself in a ESTIEM scarf, which you can see over here. So, 1.5 years ago, I was joining an event called PRCR School in Budapest, which took like 5 days, and I was really, really amazed after it. I was impressed what you can achieve in an international team within just 5 days and how inspired you can become. This is why I wanted to do more. This is why I wanted to become active in Central ESTIEM. So after having attended a working group at ESTIEM Austria from the magazine, I wanted to become part of it. But I didn't only want to become part of Central ESTIEM, I also wanted to get involved in a local level, which is why I became the local responsible of local group Dresden in 2016. It was a challenging year, but a really, really nice year where I had the chance to develop our LG and motivate members. And during that time, I also managed to attend quite some events, including a lots of comps. The last step which I was taking was attending a Training New Trainers in March of this year, where I had the chance to learn about giving trainings, motivating people, and also learn a lot about myself. So, talking about goals. We have a strong network, we are doing amazing projects, we are doing amazing things. This is why my first goal will be a strong collaboration between all other PCIs within this network. Especially PRC and CRC, together we can achieve great things. My second goal will be visibility. The ESTIEM magazine has a large scale of stakeholders, not only us, but also new members, professors, companies, even your parents, if you need to explain them what ESTIEM is and how it works. Coming to my third goal, you cannot achieve anything without a good team. This is why I really want to focus on a motivated team with members who love to be part of the magazine. And therefore, coming back to having attended a TNT event, I would love to provide good trainings and give our members the chance to develop. Talking about the online edition, I know that the online edition has been a goal for quite some time, but to me, not talking about it with the ongoing structure change would be a big, big mistake we could make. So therefore, I really want to reevaluate the online edition and think about where it might fit in. So, why ESTIEM magazine? Why do I love this project so much? To me, the magazine is like a cherry on the topping of a cupcake. Why? Because it really shows our professional approach to externals. It shows what we are doing here. It shows our amazing work. Besides, it is a unique mix of what we are doing in our student association, but more. It gives us exciting insights about the field of IEM and experiences of people working and studying in that field. And the last reason why is a bit personal. To me, it's always really, really nice to be in contact with various people, with various ESTIEMers, with various professors, which gives me a large scale over the network and which motivates me really to be a member of ESTIEM and the magazine, of course. So, why me? I was part of the ESTIEM magazine for the last 3 issues. 2 of them, I was leading the article acquisition task group. Besides, I got a lot of experience on a local level. Whenever it comes to problems, I consider myself as a rational person who really loves to take a look at problems on a rational level. Maybe because I'm German, but you're missing one thing. It's about the heart, where you put your heart in. I love putting my heart into ESTIEM, I love being on a council meeting. I love working in the ESTIEM magazine. And I really had one of the moments which really motivated me to be a part of this network again yesterday, when I was holding our latest edition in my hands. And when I also had the chance to show other people our newest edition of ESTIEM magazine and see their faces, how impressed they were, and how they were going through articles where they were seeing pictures about themselves, where they were seeing articles about people who wrote an article that they already knew. So with this inspiration, I would love to contribute to ESTIEM magazine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Özgürcan, please. Özgürcan, please press. So we have question time. Amani.
Amani, Grenoble, Karlsruhe. Thank you, Dominic, for the presentation. My question is about your concern about online edition with the structure change. I don't see how it would affect the online edition particularly. Could you elaborate more? Because for me, it's the same as, correct me if I'm wrong, but for me, it's the same as the paper edition, but online and in using nice, good stuff, etc.
Thank you for your question, Amani. So thinking about the online edition, in my eyes, it will be really, really beneficial to reevaluate if the online edition may just be beneficial for ESTIEM magazine, but maybe also for other PCIs. So during my time as project leader of ESTIEM magazine, I want to reevaluate if putting up an online edition together with other PCIs, with maybe providing other information than just only the articles from ESTIEM magazine, will be beneficial for the whole network.
Okay.
Thanks. Then we have Melis. Then afterwards, Lassie. And then...
Melis from Istanbul, At first, I really want to thank Dominic because he has been the most active member of ESTIEM magazine for the last 3 issues, 1.5 years, and he made a really big change in the project. Coming to my question, one of the biggest problems that we faced in the ESTIEM magazine is distributing magazines to the local groups because they basically don't take it back there to the local groups, they leave it at the airports, hostels, and so on. So do you have any solution in mind for this problem?
Thanks for your question, Melis. Yeah, there would be several solutions possible. I mean, like, okay, the easiest thing we might say is like raising awareness about distribution of the magazine and raising awareness that you should definitely keep some space in your luggage for all the PR material. But other than that, we might have a lot of different opportunities how we could distribute magazines. So for example, we could distribute it on a regional level because many of our local groups also attend recoms. Could I answer your question? Thanks.
Lassie, then Nadia, and then Alara in the front, okay?
Hello, Lassie Lapranta, Madrid. As you are applying for 6 months, that means that you will be managing the publication of only one ESTIEM magazine issue. I was wondering if you had some focus topic in your mind, and if yes, what?
So to be honest, there will be several options about focus topics. Like what we were doing in some previous issues of magazine, we were connecting the focus topic close to the next vision topic. We might also have the chance to connect it to this vision topic. But usually, the ESTIEM magazine is our magazine. So during the last issues, we always filled out a survey about what our members would like to read. And therefore, I would also love to give it again into their hands and then evaluate with my team what will be the most beneficial for all of us.
Okay, sorry. Alara, local group Ankara Metro. Thank you for your presentation, it was awesome. I was just wondering, once there was this discussion going around the magazine, like ESTIEM Magazine of Europe. So I just want to learn your opinion on this. What do you think about it?
Thanks for your question. So I think the IAM Magazine of Europe was a very reasonable goal because we are really big in that field and we have a lot of potential. To be honest, it wasn't our main goal during the last year. It will be definitely a considerable goal for during the next years, but like at the moment, what I would really love to do will be strengthening the collaboration between our network. Thank you. Could I answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more important questions here? Okay, over there.
There's one over here.
Yeah, okay, wait, I didn't see it in the middle first.
Okay.
Because it's a delegate.
Ozan from local group Istanbul Yıldız. Thank you for your presentation. And I wanted to ask you, if you become the ESTIEM magazine leader, you're going to be a leader and you're going to have a lot of responsibilities. And I was wondering, what do you think that which one of your weaknesses will be challenge you the most during your mandate as a leader? And how would you make it not hurt the ESTIEM magazine and ESTIEM?
Well, talking about my weaknesses, I would say about myself that I'm sometimes acting too rational. But based on my experience, which I had during the last 1.5 years in working in an international team, I would say that I could really work on that. And in the end, I know that I have people who support me and who will support me, also my team members. So I guess it will be manageable to overcome. Thank you.
Thanks. One last question.
Maya, LG Belgrade, could you elaborate more on your collaboration with PRC?
Thanks for your question, Maya. So talking about the collaboration to PRC, we definitely have some departments which are doing the same task, but maybe in a different way. So for example, talking about designing, PRC as well as magazine, they both have designers. Ours, I would say, are a bit more focused on InDesign, whereas the others might be more focused on online promotion. But there's a really lot of potential where we can learn and profit from each other, as one example. Could I answer your question? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, Dominic. We have another question session on Sunday.
Thank you.
Law Group Vienna is now here and would like to present the application for the Times final. And then we'll have the joint question session. Welcome.
So, hi guys, very sorry for the delay. But our two main project leaders, they just arrived like 5 minutes ago. They had exams yesterday, but they came exclusively for the presentation, so we could give you guys the best possible presentation. So, my name is Pitt David. I'm from LG Vienna. Reinhard Bus, our local responsible, and Florian Thome, our president from our local group. So, I'm going to talk shortly about LG Vienna, our team. So, we are 47 members actually. So this year we have already had 17 travelers. So, why would you choose Vienna? Our members are experienced in doing events, like, for example, exchange with local group Gdansk, local group Kiev, local group Poznań. We are organizing this Lean Six Sigma event in May. Last summer, we did a Europe 3D event in cooperation with Budapest, and we did an EPIM conference. So, last but not least, biggest TM in history of ESTIEM. So, not only are we experienced on ESTIEM level on doing high budget events, but we did a congress with Austrian IM students with over 200 participants. Furthermore, our members, we're doing 4 times a year, we're doing workshops with different companies, consulting companies, so we're quite experienced with case studies.
So, why would you choose Vienna? Well, first of all, Vienna has been certified as the city with the highest quality of living for 8 years in a row. We are in the center of Europe. We're the capital of Austria, which is one of the safest countries in the world. And we're very easily reachable by any means of transport, be it airplane, bus, train, and so on. So why would you choose Vienna? Well, I mean, see for yourself. That's Karlsplatz. That's where you'll be spending most of your time during the Times finale, because that is exactly where we'll have our venue, the Technical University of Vienna. We've arranged everything. We've already had approval. So I'll give you some insights on what it will look like in the rooms. And as a very special gift for our lucky finalists, we have a luxury hotel, which is just 3 metro stops away from university. You will have beautiful double bedrooms, as well as, if you feel like it, you can go and enjoy the view over Vienna on the rooftop terrace, or just step outside of the hotel door to experience Vienna's most popular shopping street.
And I have the pleasure to present the fun part of the event. So, on the first night, we wanted to have something special, something new. That's why we invented the welcome cocktail. You have a beautiful view over Vienna on a rooftop bar. You can network, get together. And in our hotel, we have a private cinema. It shows 3 films every night just for you in English. So on the free day, we will go on a hike. You can enjoy the beauty of the nature with a glass of our finest wine or 2. And we have the Steirerwochen as well. It's sort of a small Oktoberfest. We can go there, enjoy the culture of Vienna. And now you can stay seated. We have the gala dinner in the city hall. Yes, the city hall. We are invited by the mayor to dine with him in the most cultural and beautiful place in Vienna. And to give you all of this luxury, we have expected costs of 20,000 euros. Seems much, but don't worry. We get sponsored by the ÖH, by the HTU, by the city of Vienna. And best part of the presentation, we have all the case partners already fixed. So I can present to you now Meyer Mellenhoff for controlling. We have Deloitte for consulting and strategy. And if you want to get high on top, we have Doka for you. Yeah, Doka. Because that's exactly what they do. They built the highest bridges, the highest buildings, towers, skyscrapers in the world. And that's Burj Khalifa, by the way, yeah. They also give away amazing prizes for the winners. So we have an additional 15,000 from our LG. Yeah, we crushed that budget. That's what we have already. It's the worst case, yeah. Please clap later, okay? Clap your hands later. So, our supporters are the mayor of Vienna and the vice principal of the Technical University. They want to have the final, we want to have the final in Vienna, and that's why give us your vote and get the final to Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now a joint question session with Lyon and also with Bozici. Wait a second. Calm down, guys.
Hey guys.
Can you move a bit more left? Is it possible? No, left.
First of all, I'm Sanjar from Istanbul ITU, and thank you for your presentations. I want to ask that you have big, huge gaps between your budgets. Why is that?
Okay, considering our budget, I can say that because of the currency, because we are using Turkish liras, and we will like arrange the event in Turkish liras, and then when we form it to show you in euros, that's probably why we have that gap.
So we have our budget in euros, and we are maybe not hosting our team in such hostel, so that's why our budget is not high like ours, maybe.
So it was ladies first, that's why. Our budget seemed kind of high, but for Vienna it's normal because food prices are high and we want to have a real luxurious event. That's why we calculated a lot of money to spend for you guys. And as you see, we have the money already, so it doesn't matter.
Olivia has a comment to that.
So about difference in budgets, so if you looked at if you could see the budgets for the semifinals, the budgets are quite different because it's very city dependent. So it's quite normal for them to be different.
Okay, then we have Stephanie.
Yes, my question is for Istanbul, Boğaziçi, and as well Lyon. Vienna presented what they already had fixed regarding their incomes. Can you also elaborate a bit more on your sponsors or potential sponsors,
Okay.
which one you have fixed?
Okay, so far as we mentioned in our partners, we are organizing more than 10 events locally, and each time we are sponsored by at least 5 companies, local companies and international companies. That's why, as I said, BÜYAK is kind of a brand now in Turkish student organizations. That's why we don't have any set companies so far for Times Final, but it wouldn't be a problem.
Each year we are having partnerships with the same company, so we do believe we are going to have they will support us.
So for us, we have 4 partners, which you have seen on the slide, which are Boca, Amaris, Kron, and House School, INSA. And one of our partners is already ready to give us a case study.
Okay, Maya, LG Belgrade. Question is for all of you. Do you think that it is better for each team to have a feedback session right after the presentation, or the feedback session should be after all the teams are done with presentations? Thank you.
For me, I think this can be evaluated better with Time Central team and not the organizing LG, but we can ask for their opinion, and regarding their answers, we can organize however they prefer.
Technical, yeah. Yeah, okay, I get it. Please, Pedro, can you... Okay, just a comment quickly to you guys on the stage. Could next time someone else start, because you should exchange the microphone a bit more, so not always the same local group starts, okay?
Okay, so the question was about the feedback session after the presentation. We think that we organize this way, like one feedback session by day after all the presentations, so the jury can really evaluate the difference between the teams and then gives feedbacks.
So in our opportunity, we would like to do it like in the local qualification. We will have a short feedback after the presentation and the final analysis of all the groups afterwards, with all of them together, with our jury. Did that satisfy you?
All right. Yeah? Was it fine?
Yes.
So we have, no. Okay, really quickly. Alara has the microphone. Please give it back.
So just a comment that the feedback between doing it after every presentation, it could make the presentation a lot longer. So even though it's a valid question, it is something that has to be talked to as well with the central team, because these things are quite standard.
Okay, then we have Bushra and then Alara.
Bushra Istanbul ITU, and thank you all for the preparation. I know how much work it is, and my question is to Istanbul Boğaziçi. And I mean, seeing the other presentations as well, okay, Hammam is good, gala dinner is perfect, but as long as I'm concerned, it's like not an activity week. So do you have any plans for the case study part, and how do you see it? And for example, Vienna shared like the company, so then we can see the direction the event goes. And so what do you plan to do actually for the case study?
Okay, the case study will depend on our partnerships and our conversation with the Times Central team. So accordingly, we will arrange the context, but it will be more or less the same in the Times Final concepts. And I'm sorry, I thought it was direct.
Okay, thanks. So Alara and the rest, I wrote you down, but we only have 20 seconds left, so please ask on Sunday, is it fine? I can also keep your name on the list. Okay.
Alara from local group Ankara Metro. Thank you guys for the presentations. They're awesome. My question is for Vienna. Other local groups have like a semi-final experience and like a Times experience, and you guys didn't mention a lot of Times experience, and you didn't organize a semi-final in the recent 5 years. So how do you think that you will compensate for that? It's really great that you have some stuff fixed, which is awesome, but also the experience about logistics and organization is also important. So what are you going to do about it?
So in our presentation, we showed you that we have experience with case studies, because we organize 4 case study workshops a year with different companies from consulting region. And we also organized the CM, which is a lot of logistics. And we organized a really big congress for IEM students, very high budget event. So we have the sponsoring, we have the logistics, and yeah, we also do local qualifications all the time, every year. So that's why it should be no problem for us, and we solved everything with the university already regarding logistics. The hotel is very near to the university. We have all the material, we have the budget for it. Well, that's
Okay.
it. And we know about the buddy system of Times. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. And we will have more questions on Sunday. The organizers have a short announcement.
Okay, hi guys. Just a few things. One thing is that we are going to give out the merchandise that you ordered after all of the GA sessions are done today. So I don't know, like after 6 something downstairs, where the lunch was today and breakfast and everything, like on -1 floor. Second thing is I would really ask you not to damage stuff around the university, not to stick the stickers on the seats, because there I saw at least 3 and I didn't look for them. They just were in front of my eyes. And so just don't stick those, because you all signed that you're not going to do it, and if you do it, that you will pay like 50 euros. And we really don't want to charge you those money, so just don't do it again, please. So next thing is that if anybody didn't get registered, didn't pay the merchandise, or don't have a name tag or a bracelet, go downstairs to Agnieszka, and she will register you and give you everything that you need. And also, more or less 3 people didn't pay still and didn't go to the bank, so also come to us during the coffee break and we will manage it, okay?
Okay. In the next slot, we have applications from Vision, Times, Business Booster, and Language Program, and therefore I would like to ask the applicants to the stage to check their presentations in the break, okay? So we have now, 10-minute break, so we'll be here at 10 to 4, okay? Thank you.
I sent you a message on WhatsApp. You didn't answer. If I could, first you called me and I said, is this from the something? You forgot. And second, I asked if you could put it in presenter view. Really? Shit. Não posso pôr em presenter view, estava a contar com isso. É? Sim, precisa ver o slide seguinte. Isso é que me chateia. Por que não dá? Por que não dá? There's a link. Ah,
Let's all hop down. Let's check your Kavi or Felix because I'm.
But once I get there and it starts looking like, hello guys.
So you want to check the? Yeah, I can check it. The animation. Because it will show here as well.
Yeah, I can check on your computer.
Okay. Next one. You?
Bem, não spoiler alert. Everything is good with mine.
What? You can call us. Check it. Ah, okay. Okay. So you want the PowerPoint?
PowerPoint is cool, but I also just sent the PDF just in case. He is better than Tom.
I almost opened your presentation for the Vienna time flight.
Thank you. Everybody saw it, right?
I'll survive.
Okay. Cá está, plágio ao chuva.
If I'm super nervous or stressed, did I give a speech?
Não, foi o Mário que fez.
But like when you speak, then it's just
Pá, isso não tem competição. A minha conta era fazer White 5.
because for you.
A minha conta era fazer a cena do White 5, mas eu caguei
Feels
nisso.
like 3 seconds.
Aquela em que eu dizia para acabar gostava que todos dessem White 5 à vossa pessoa do lado. Depois this is all entrepreneurship is about, just kidding, I just wanted to see high fiving from the stage.
Que lindo, puto.
Oh, tu és estúpido. Não tenho, eu vou explicar porquê. Primeiro, não tenho tempo. Segundo, porque eu estou mesmo a ver que se eu falar rápido, o pessoal não vai perceber o que eu estou a dizer. E que depois. Exato, mas o problema é que se eu digo isso e fica a sentar para mim, tipo, hã? E estraga tudo. E agora que mexemos, está a começar a aparecer um ponto de Discord. A sério? Não podemos nos mandar.
That's the point of
Agora, para o resto da semana,
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, no. Don't worry, because I don't.
Which presentation is 7 minutes? Questions are also 7 minutes. Everything is 7 minutes, right?
I have more now.
Duarte?
Okay.
Só podia levar a mão. Acho que ninguém ia perceber. Ou do Fidel. Vou lá fora. Vou lá fora antes de corto os pulsos.
More people coming. Ok, isto é muito estranho. E eu posso fazer assim? E eu? Tem que ser. Esqueci-me do... que eu vivia, né? Eu estava a dizer. Literalmente. Ok.
Isso é Comic Sans. Qual é o problema? É assim que se perde. Mete Dirty Dera, não assim? Pronto, agora, como não seja. Pode ser.
It's already half of the CM, oh my god.
Vicky, I hope that I have enough time to do it.
Becky, Pedro, can you push me through it?
so we can get it. Too.
Yeah, but I didn't bring it to this council meeting because we have our full
Okay.
Thomas.
Sit down.
Volume. No one has understand. No one cares about you.
Sit down, please.
theme song was originally a lullaby.
KFC knows. KFC knows. KFC knows.
KFC knows.
KFC knows.
I know!
Cause we are SUMCs, Knowledge Management Committees. If you wanna be at school like me, become a
Sit down, guys.
Sit down now.
All right, next up, we have another project leadership application. Just send around or? Okay, but if they run around like this, then it looks like we're not starting. Also in the back, please sit down. Also guests from VWI should sit down. Rita. So, thank you very much. We will now have the vision application.
Hello, everyone. So, first of all, I want to start by asking you to close your eyes for a moment, but please do not fall asleep. So, you are actually notice that you cannot see what is around you. But if you open them, yeah, that's why you need vision to see. So, I gladly present my application for a vision project. So, nowadays, you have a lot of new technologies developing, and technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, are really having a change on the way factories work. So for us, IEMer students, we need to be aware how these new developments are going, and to know how can we implement them on the factories. That's why I like to present you Vision Smart Factories, the future of industry. So the aim of this project will be to try to find the answer to the question, how will the use of disruptive technologies change the production environment, and which impact will it have on European factories in the next 5 to 10 years? So to achieve that, I want to have events that will focus on these technologies. So for possible subtopics, I will propose to have 3D printing, artificial intelligence, human-machine interaction, Internet of Things, big data, robotics, automation, and cloud computing. So this event will actually allow participants to learn more about these new technologies, to see how can we apply them on our reality, and to reflect on the impact that we're going to have on our future. Also, I would like to have a booklet. This booklet will have the purpose to gather the knowledge, collect from the whole series. So, why should me leading this project? I'm Rita Mendes from local group Aveiro. I'm actually 21 years old in 2 days, and I'm currently the local responsible of LG Aveiro. So my vision journey started when I decided to organize and to be the project leader of the Vision Core Key. So there was where I truly find out what was Vision about, and I have the first contact with this concept. But I was only a little part of the whole series, so I wanted to get more involved in central level to understand what was the bigger goal of this project. So I became the final conference responsible centrally from the Vision materials. That allowed me to be more confident and to understand more what was the Vision concept about. So, as local responsible, together with LG Coimbra, I applied to organize Final Conference Portugal for this year's topic. So that for me is really a big achievement because both Aveiro and Coimbra are small local groups, and together we are really working hard to have a really awesome event. Also, I'm really passionate about this concept, and I really believe the importance and the relevance for this topic for us students. So my goals for this project is actually to create the vision booklet of the series, to support organizers LGs when organizing the events, and to focus on the role of the mentor, because that's a way that I can guarantee or I can improve the quality of the events organized, and also to focus on the communication between central team and with the organizers LGs, because when you work on teams, and especially international teams, it's really important to have really good communication in order to achieve success. And lastly, I want to have cooperation with our ESTIEM activities and committees, because that's a way you can actually innovate and improve our concepts. So thank you for your attention, and don't forget, you need vision to see.
Thank you very much. Can you go a bit more to the left, because I got some complainings there. So, questions? Okay, Daniel in the top. And then Louise there. And then we have Jonas.
Can I? Daniel, local group Novi Sad Guimarães. I have a question for you, Rita. Thank you for a lovely presentation, and I really like the topic. It can give us a lot of subtopics you can focus on. But can you maybe tell us how many events you plan to organize within one series, and for you, what is the optimal number in Vision?
Okay, thank you. So the number of the events is actually up to you guys, because it really depends on what local groups want to organize and how many local groups want to be involved in this project. But for me, and because it's a one-year project, I believe probably 7 events, like 5 to 10, but it's just a number. It really depends on a lot of situations and circumstances.
Louise, and then you can already give Jonas. Can you here a bit down? Or the microphone?
Yeah, Louise from Stockholm. I think in the past years, the Vision Final Conference has been struggling a bit with getting participants, and I always visioned the final conference to really sum up the events that have passed, so that it would focus on the topics that actually the previous events have been about. How do you envision the final conference, and do you think that this is a maybe interesting direction to change it so that it's actually a final conference summing everything up?
Okay, so I really like to have from each event an outcome, like a way the participants could respond and present an answer to the question that I presented in the beginning. So I'm not sure if the final conference should have a bigger number of participants, but it will be really important to not only have the previous participants, but also to have the organizing team and the central team, because it's actually like they are the ones that put a lot of effort. And I would like to use the final conference not only to analyze how the series went, but actually to work a little bit on the booklet and to try to finalize it.
Jonas, and after that we have Henry. And can you already?
Okay, it's LG Helsinki. Supporting LGs has been a hot topic recent times in ESTIEM, and you mentioned it as one of your goals. So what do you think, especially for vision, are the biggest challenges that LGs have, and how could you support them in the way that you want it?
Okay, thank you. So I believe that communicating with the organized LGs is important, and also I will try to talk with the mentor and to try to improve that relations, because when I organized my event, it was really important for me because my mentor really helped me to have a quality event. So it's something that can actually help the organizers' events to achieve and to try to support them and to check is everything okay.
Henry, Helsinki, Gothenburg. Could you go please back to the slide where you have the individual emerging technologies listed? Overall, really good and topical focus, I think. Yeah, just show all of them, please.
This one?
Yeah, so I was wondering how you ended up with these specific technologies. What was the reasoning behind that? And is this fixed, or are you still going to discuss which ones you have? For example, virtual reality, augmented reality, or something in this scene that I see missing from here?
Okay, so I think this is just suggestions of the topics. Of course, LGs can apply with other ideas. I come up with these topics because I'm actually working on some research related to Industry 4.0. So I'm working with a professor, so I read some research about it, and I asked them opinion which topics and these technologies are now being developed. So that's why I decided these topics. That's it.
Okay, we have Mario there, who had already the microphone before, and then after that, exactly.
Mario, local group Calabria. The vision is one of the oldest projects we have in ESTIEM. It was established in 1993, and it will be the next years will be the 25th year of this project. Are you thinking to do something special, let's say, to celebrate this event?
Okay, thank you. I actually didn't thought about it, but yeah, we can centrally, like with a team, prepare something to celebrate this big anniversary. So the answer is like, no, I didn't think about anything.
Hello, François, local group Liège. I was wondering how you would promote this kind of event among business engineers, because I had, for example, the case in my local group, when you try to promote this kind of event, you have answers like, oh, I don't think I have enough technical basics to attend this event. What would you tell them?
Can you repeat, please?
I mean, I tried in my local group, for example, to promote this kind of event. It is an event with very industrial-oriented topics. So how would you promote this type of event among business students?
For business students?
Yeah.
Okay, so the promotion of the event is actually because you have like these 3 parts. So you learn, then you should have probably a company visit. So it's actually important to get like more contacts with different companies, and then to reflect like how could this will be implemented, and how it will change. I think for business students it will be important for them.
Thank you.
Can you repeat name and local group, please, for the... Yeah. Name and local group.
François, LG Liège.
Okay, thanks. Jukkis.
Jukkis, local group, Helsinki and Lappeenranta. Lappeenranta, Helsinki, sorry. I really like the idea of the booklet, and back in the days, 94, when was the vision published, a publication or something, there was a PhD student, I think, who wrote that. Did you or have you been considering engaging PhD students of the applying local groups to help in creating the booklet?
So the question is if I'm expecting local groups to create the booklet? Sorry.
In a sense that, have you been thinking that PhD students could help us to create the booklet or the handout? No.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I didn't think about it, but it would be really great if I had a collaboration of PhD students, for sure.
All right. Thank you for your application and for the question session. Now we have applications for the Times project. Adri.
Hello everyone. I started my trip in STEAM back in 2014, and since then I've been realizing that everyone here is aiming for something, and that is something that makes us develop ourselves and achieve what we're aiming for. And I realized that we generate fears when we sit, and we overtake them when we stand. That's why I'm standing here in front of you to apply for organizing the 25th edition of Times. About me, I'm Adri from Madrid. I'm 21 years old. I'm studying Madrid Technical University, and I'm in my 4th year. And yeah, a little bit about myself. I play the piano. I've been playing it for 7 years. And I also play bomba somewhere in the GA. This is my past experience in STEAM. I've been in 5 council meetings so far, including this one. And regarding Times, I've organized 3 local qualifications in Madrid. I've been working actively in the development of this one. I was also organizer of Times Semifinal Madrid 2015 in my very beginning. And I applied ESTIEM Porto for organizing Times Final Madrid. And finally, I was the project leader of this final. Actively, I've been 2 years in the board of Local Group Madrid. I've organized 21 events locally. And finally, I organized Time Final 3 weeks ago. It was a big challenge for us. The first time we saw the budget, it was quite big for us, but we managed to get all the money and even to get a bit more. So it was a success. And at Central STEAM, I've been active in Times for 2 years, 2015-16 and 16-17, as public relations task group leader and as semi-final final support team leader. I've been also active in council meetings, I work as working group leader, as trainer, as voting committee, and in last council meeting in Novi Sad I became STEAMer of the Year. And yeah, about my skills, in the very beginning I started developing my CR and PR skills, but then I realized that it's really helpful for your future to develop other kinds of skills like logistics, team leadership, and strategic thinking. So the current situation of the project, from me, is that we have some problems. Is that the local qualifications are not taken seriously. We have a lot of cancellations. Also, last year we didn't have enough semifinals, and we have lack of Central Times sponsors, and that means that we are not taking all we can take from Times potential, and that's why I want to implement those goals. They are based on sustainability. For me, what we need to do now with the project is make it sustainable, and that's why I propose support, strategy, and consolidation. So the first one is raising awareness about the importance of organizing and participating in Times events because of the cancellations. So yeah, as Olivia said, we want to implement the local qualification open call, but what I want to do with it is evaluate it and create an action plan with it. The action plan consists in a platform for sharing knowledge in between local groups and with the central team. So basically, the central team will be focusing on small local qualifications, so they can improve a lot. But also in medium local qualifications, and they will control the big ones that are already working. And also, we want to ensure the knowledge in between big local qualification, medium ones, and small ones. Also, my second goal is to create a solid CR strategy that is not happening right now. The main point I got is that we are focusing in three benefits of times, that are visibility, consultancy, and recruitment, but companies are more interested in recruitment. And that's why I want to implement these three things. The first one is the CV database. So we have around 250 people participating every year in Times semifinals, and it's really easy for us to ask them for their CV. So we can make it mandatory or not mandatory if they have any serious problem, but they can always approach the leader, and we can sell them to companies. Also, we can allocate 2 hours in each semifinal and final for companies to give workshops, trainings, and it's not really hard for local groups to get those 2 hours. And also attend events as jury members, because from my experience, organizing semifinals, most of local groups only get one sponsor case and they buy the other one, and we can perfectly sell the jury membership in this one. And this will be all connected with corporate relations central team. And finally, I want to implement a PR strategy in order to consolidate all the PR in Times. And basically, I want to monitorize the competition so we can actually follow it through the social media. That is something that is not happening right now. And yeah, of course, with the collaboration with PRC and also using LinkedIn, the STEAM LinkedIn. And yeah, finally, what I want to implement is a family feeling in between the team, because right now we're organizing Times event as individual, not as a whole competition. That is what it really is. So basically, I want to implement a strategy to connect local qualification with semifinals organizers and the final, and also in between the teams, so we create a big family of Times. And yeah, finally, about the future of Times. I've been working for 2 years in comms, council meetings, college, etc. And we came up with 2 ideas. One is the new step, and the other one is restructuring the current steps. The problem with this is that we don't have money, we don't have human resources, and we don't have enough local groups willing to organize those events. So for this year, I want to focus on actually being sustainable, and once this is achieved, we can start thinking about making Times bigger, and yeah, create another steps or work on those things. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Adri. Harun.
This looks pretty simple, but you're gonna enjoy. So you may say that after Adria, who is this guy and standing in this stage and what is he doing right now? Actually, this guy is really cool. He really loves to eat everything. He really also loves cats, and he loves to read, and he also likes to ride a horse. So, yeah, this really decent picture. This guy, Harun, it's me, and I'm happy to apply and standing here for applying the next project leader of Times. When I apply on this position, I ask myself that, what leads me to this exact moment in this stage? It was actually pretty simple. Last year in semifinal Ankara, I was an organizing team, and the atmosphere of Times that motivated me so much. I wanted to be part of something bigger, something more. And my actual ESTIEM journey began. So after helping my local group in local qualification, I wanted to learn more about Central ESTIEM, and I went to CRC.com, which I obtained most of my CR skills. After that, when I came back, we had semifinal Ankara, then the seeing the atmosphere, I wanted to gain more esteem spirit, and I went to Europe 3D in Lund. And after Europe 3D, my first year was Novi Sad, and seeing the core esteem motivated me so much. I wanted to learn more about times, and I went to Grenoble for times training, and I learned what is actually times, and now here I am, standing in here in Poznań. So the last year, actually, in this year as well, I was PR responsible in my local group, and in the meantime, I was Times local qualification support team leader in central team, and I also helped my local group to organize several events in my local group. And what is going to be the next edition of Times? So I would like to focus on three main points in the next year, which are modernization of Times, structure of Times, and the prestige of Times. But how to achieve all of these? For modernization, in this CM, we are going to have a working group called Times Computer Simulation. And we would like to learn that, how the computer is going to be work in this. And we will collect feedbacks from the working group. And in local qualifications, of course, we have some pilot local qualifications with computers. If we also have a positive feedback, we would like to implement the times in every level. So, Times now seems that not enough semifinals. This is the current structure, and seems that not enough semifinals are going to be organized. But my aim is to create a structured task group, and by getting the contacting with the new ESTIEMers, newbies, oldies, and boardies, and with ex-boardies, to collect ideas and feedbacks, and evaluating the feedbacks, and by the structured task group, I would like to propose a new structure for the next edition for the Times. So for the prestige, there are three main points. One of them is quality. So seems that some regions are really strong, especially Nordics, since they're really given importance on Times, but strengthen the local qualification team so that trainings can be have in every level. And for the prize, they have IEM title of the year, but seems not enough because damage the prestige. Times has to have the high quality prize. So collaboration with CRC will also affect the quality of the cases. These all may seem that they are really hard tasks to achieve, but like Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Thank you.
Adrian. Thank you very much. Wout, can you come down here? Yeah? Yeah. So we have questions now. We start with Lian from Paderborn. And then we have a question here, finally.
Leon from Paderborn. You both talked about strengthening the support for the local qualification. How exactly are you planning on doing that?
Okay, so for helping local qualifications, my idea is, as I said, the knowledge syringe platform. And the thing is that we have some local groups that are organizing really big local qualifications and getting a lot of them, and some others that are just sending a team to the semifinal. And what I want to achieve is to get as much local groups as possible organizing the best local qualification, and that also improves the level of the competition in each level.
So basically, in semifinals, there are 64 local groups are joining. So strengthening the local qualification team and also talking with the participants will also help for the next year to have better times training in their local groups as well, and it's also raised the quality for the times.
Can you guys tell us a reason why we shouldn't vote for you? Tunja
Karabilkent.
Sorry, I couldn't see. So, to me, since it's my first year in Central ESTIEM, I'm much more motivated, and I think that I can give more about my everything for the times. Why not? Sorry, I'm not at. Since my not second year in Central Time STEAM like Adri did, so yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah, difficult question, thank you. So I think you should know both for me. Maybe because I'm not that young, I don't have that much to aim for, but even if I'm motivated, I think he really can do things really cool.
Okay, so we have Timon and then Jacob. Jacob?
Hey, Timon, local group Eindhoven. I actually just have a comment related to the time semi-final and the problem last year that there were too few local groups. But we also have this year 3 times final applicants, and they all organized time semi-final before. So as you can see, it's very rewarding events to organize. So I hope that all the delegates here and other people at least consider organizing a time semi-final for next year so that we can make it still a sustainable concept.
Okay, wait. First, the delegate from Novi Sad.
Angela, LG Novi Sad. I just wanted to ask, are you thinking about modernization and using computers in times? Because we are using it on local level competition and it didn't work for us. So how are you planning to solve the internet issue? Did you think about it?
Yeah, of course. So
Great.
yeah, the presentation is 7 minutes, so you don't have time to present everything you have in mind. But as Harem said, we have a working group in this council meeting, and out of the outcome of this working group, I will be developing the best strategy to follow for the future. So yeah, the main outcomes can be that we need to stay as we are, that we can implement computers without internet, or that we should implement them with internet. And right now, we don't know if they're going to be beneficial or they are going to be spending time just checking on the internet. So after the working group, I will be working on that part of this, yeah, of times. It's just for me?
Was it just for Adri? Okay.
So can we go back to the slide that is explaining the modernization? Thank you. So basically, like Adri said, we are having a working group, and the outcome of the working group is going to be, if the outcome of the working group is positive, we want to organize the local qualification in pilot, and then if the pilots are giving back us to a positive feedback, we will also implement this in every layers on times. So.
There's a direct comment.
The thing, Jovana from LG Novi Sad, the thing is, how will you ensure that local groups obey the rules using computers? Because, yeah, as she said, we have a local event, okay, it's not the Times, it's something else, and we had problems with, yeah, the rules, not using internet and stuff, so that was a question, I guess.
Since there is not any guideline or strict rules about computer implementation right now, it might differ that each local group, like your local group, had a problem like that, but creating a strict guideline for computer implementation may restrict, or I don't know the outcome of the working group right now, or maybe not restrict that, but creating a guideline will help local groups to how to use computer in their local qualification. This is what rules for. This is what Times rules is for. I mean, Times rules are your local group has to obey the rules that is on the portal.
Okay, so Olivia, can you clarify that? Because
yeah, so the thing is, we did consider this, but we can't really, it's difficult to think about how to implement it when we still don't know what the rules are going to be. So.
Okay. Jakob had a question.
Jacob from Dresden, Sevilla.
For times in particular, I think that the CR is very important, and you both mentioned some kind of CR approach in your presentations. So to test that, how you could sell times, I would like you to imagine you're talking to some kind of company, and who doesn't know anything about ESTIEM or times, and to do a 30-second sales pitch about a company becoming a central times partner. Is the clock in the front ready for that, or should I stop the time?
No.
We have 7 seconds left.
No, just you set the time on your mobile phone and you say stop when it.
You can do it yourself.
Yeah, do it.
Just let me know when I should start.
And you just say stop when it's done.
Okay, sorry. So, hello, I'm going to present you TIMES. TIMES is stands for Tournament and Management and Engineering Skill. And the best thing about TIMES is that you can see students competing and facing real situations, and they're going to present you in front of a room. So for me, the main benefit is that you can actually see how they work more than getting a CV and just having information they put there. So it's like a real situation they're facing.
Times is the biggest case study competition in Europe, and from different countries and different local groups, you will get a chance to meet with master students and students that is in a bachelor year.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
So I guess that was faster than 30 seconds. So, sorry guys, I have a lot of names here written down, but we have another question session on Sunday, and I keep your names and I have the Times project leader next to it. Yeah, thank you. So I see a lot of tired faces here, but one face for sure is not tired because he had so much time to sleep, because he just didn't have to show up in the morning, so Wout, come to the stage. He took the freedom to just come late.
I'm sorry, guys.
You are? Make the people awake, Wout.
Make the people awake?
Yeah. No, you do alone. Alone. Alone. Sissy? No. Sissy. You have to do alone.
You're breaking my heart, man.
That's the sense
You had your time yesterday.
It's a punishment. Do it alone. You can do the second part. Okay, next punishment will be less fun. That's my promise. Vaško? We will have, yeah. We'll have now Vasco presenting his application for project US.
Another Iberian.
7 minutes.
Okay. When can I start? Now. Hello, dear council. My name is Vasco Faria. I'm 20 years old, and I'm currently applying for a leadership position of Business Booster. I don't have much time. My life is quite simple. If I'm not spending time with my family while driving a boat, or I'm not spending time with my friends, I'm probably healing a broken bone. I have a lot of those. Or I'm just casually drinking a beer while trying to touch my nose with my tongue. However, in the recent past, I discovered a new activity, ESTIEM. This is from my first event. And what have I done so far? So far, I've been involved in 15 events, either as a participant, organizer, or project leader. In a local level, I'm currently the local responsible and responsible for 5 events, being the project leader of 2 of them. In a local level, I'm also the Iberian regional coordinator, and a little over a year ago, I decided to join a Business Booster COM in Skopje, and after that, I decided to develop the project. Since then, I've done a little bit of everything. I was the project leader in the competition, the final, even though due to the small number of teams, it was cancelled. Until this council meeting, I was the Boost events responsible, helping the central team and the organizers with possible issues. And as local responsible, together with my local group, we decided to organize 1 week of set. This way I can be the bridge between the local and central level. Like this, I was able to have a full overview and a deep knowledge of the project and came up with 3 goals. I want to change the structure in the Business Booster. I want to analyze and improve the PR strategy and to develop the external relations strategy. Why do I want to implement a new structure and facilitate the smooth transition now that the structure was accepted? As you can see in the picture, it's quite simple. You start with the Boost events, you go for the summer entrepreneurship training, and you enter the entrepreneurs community. This year as well, Business Booster dedicated a lot of time implementing an online course, and we were able to have the first edition. However, in an internal structure, we don't have one. So I want to create one in order to increase the number of synergies and the efficiency within the project. Also, when a member joins the Business Booster, they want to develop themselves. However, we currently don't have any activities that help our members to develop themselves. So what do I propose? Similar to the structure, I want to cluster all the Business Booster activities, but instead of departments, I want to create layers. First layer is a knowledge layer, where I'm going to put every single activity in Business Booster that can provide you entrepreneurial knowledge. This way, you can develop your mindset and you can improve your skills. In this case, currently we have the open online course, the Boost events, and summer entrepreneurship training. In the second layer, you have the developing layer. What this means? It means that you obtain the knowledge and then you develop ideas. You can either do it in the entrepreneurs community, their idea, or in the initiatives. And I understand that the initiatives is a very conflict topic. But so I want to understand, if the initiative already has a very aim aligned with the department, as it happened with the education initiative, it makes sense to go to the academic team. Oh, and furthermore, I don't have that much time, sorry, because I had a lot to say. You can ask questions later about everything that you don't understand. Moving on. Regarding as well initiatives, for example, Lean Six Sigma doesn't need any help. They can develop by themselves. These initiatives that I'm mentioning are the initiatives that are lacking resources, for example, people or content. And now we can put them with Business Booster. This way, Business Booster can develop their members by developing ideas, and the initiatives can have the support that they need. Lastly, you have the activity layer. The activity layer is the final step. You acquire the knowledge, you develop an idea with the knowledge you acquired, and then you implement it to see if it works. In this case, you have 2 ideas. You have the competition and you have the Boost events. In the competition, one of the problems in the past was that we didn't have enough participants. But since we have this entrepreneurs community, we are able to analyze if the target group that we have is big enough to organize the event or not, preventing possible failures. As you can see in the board, this is how the structure will be presented in the future, I hope. It's a bottom-up approach, so you start with the knowledge layer, you go to the developing layer, and end up in the activity layer. As second goal, I also want to analyze and improve our PR strategy. As you can see here, you have some of the symbols that, in my opinion, are not the best ones. The image is the first thing that our stakeholders see, and for me, the first impression is the most important one. That's why I want to analyze all the image brochure presentations that we share to our stakeholders in order to improve our efficiency and can maintain more partnerships. And with this, I'm not saying that I'm going to change everything, but together with the PRC, I want to be able to analyze what needs to be changed and to update all the material. If I still have time, I want to develop a long-term strategy regarding promotion of events. During this past year, I also understood that due to the not enough promotion of the events, we didn't have enough participants, and in the end, some of the events were cancelled. For example, get-togethers in Tallinn. As last goal, I want to develop our external relations strategy. Tomasz did an awesome job throughout this year, and he created a big partnership with ESTIEM alumni. Bart developed a big part of the online course and delivered some of the webinars. Other ESTIEM alumni were also responsible for other of the webinars. Besides, I also want to share resources with other NGOs. For example, last year, one of the week of the summer entrepreneurship training was organized on the Forum 2080 in Tel Aviv. As well, since I'm local responsible in Porto, and we have been paired up with a university in the United States, I'm currently in conversation with them so they can send their students to our event to increase the diversity and the quality. Lastly, I want to develop profitable relations with universities and incubators. The university in Porto already helped us in 3 different events, with ESTIEM 360, with a competition, and we are currently in conversations for the set. As well, for example, University of Paderborn was able 2 years ago to provide ECTSs to the participants. I also want to know what type of resources they can share with us so we can increase the quality of our events. As you can see, it's a lot of work for 6 months, and I might not be able to do it all. That's why I'm going for the first goal as a new structure, going for the PR strategy, and if I have time, still developing our external relations. And as is already usual, I would like to end by saying don't be satisfied with stories, how things have gone with others, and follow your own myth. Thank you very much, and I would like you to ask the questions for all the things that you didn't understood.
Thank you very much, Vasco.
One small comment. The first time that I tested the presentation, I had more than 13 minutes. That's why I had to speak so fast. And I already got a lot of tests.
Okay. Everybody has his own presentation style, so that's Vasco's, apparently. Questions to Vasco? Jan? Yeah, sorry, Jan.
So this question is actually not about your presentation, but Jan, local group Paderborn. It's more about like, for the past 4 years now, the Business Booster team leader also applied on for the board the next year. I really want to know, you're like not that old yet, so you can like really like, if you're motivated or thinking about, and you also said you are for the structural change yesterday, so like it's like it's like a really big task for the next year, especially for the next board, because they will implement the new strategy. And then if you are like motivated to or thinking about doing that.
No, not consider applying for the board right now.
Okay.
Yet.
He said not right now. Stephanie.
Yeah, I see a lot of even more services coming up related to entrepreneurship. And my question is, do you know if STEAMers are interested in this?
So far, regarding all the events that we have organized, we always had participants, enough participants to organize the events. So as long as you have the participants, it makes sense to organize the events. At least from the events that are organized, How to Become an Entrepreneur in Lisbon, SCNCF Entrepreneurship Camp in Paris, were all organized, and they had like around 20 participants. The only one canceled was get-togethers, and I think the main fault of that was the lack of promotion.
Okay, we have another comment from the current Business Booster leader. Can you get the mic? Sorry, microphone girl. Can you get it here? And you get it up there. Thank you very much.
Tomás, local group Porto. As Vasco said, all our events usually have more participants or more applicants than positions open. The get-together in Tallinn was an exception. We only had 2 people applying, and okay. I believe that it was a problem of communication between the central team and the organizing team that resulted in problems like the promotion and approaching the ESTIEM alumni. But in the end, I will say that the concept of the get together is the one that probably STEAMers are not looking for right now. Not the entrepreneurship topic, but the concept of the get together event.
Okay, you can hand the microphone to Lassi, and we have here a question.
Hi. I'm Ikim from LG Ankara Metro, down here.
Front row. That's why he has to speak so fast.
All right. All right. I'm Ekim from LG Ankara Metro. Thanks for the intense presentation. I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about the things you have cut from the presentation.
Do you have a specific slide in
No,
mind?
I just wanted to ask.
You cannot just
What parts did you cut from the presentation?
choose one that you want to elaborate on quickly.
Yeah, I can elaborate. So the main reason why I'm changing the structure.
1 point.
What?
Okay, 1 point.
Okay. Is the one that I showed in the beginning only worked for an esteemer and not for someone inside. But if you see the whole structure here, you can see you have a connection on the left side. It means basically it's for the people that are working in Business Booster. You can at least participate on online course. You can develop the initiatives and you can apply them in Boost events. If you are an esteemer, you have access to all the knowledge layer. You can develop your idea in the entrepreneurs community and you can participate in the competition.
Okay, Vasco has an appointment in the with the secretaries later. Lassi.
Now? Okay, cool. Lassi Lappeenranta, Madrid. I really like your presentation. You have very ambitious goals and you intend to achieve a lot. But I'm not going to ask about the goals. Let's talk about you. Please describe briefly 3 of your most important leadership qualities you possess.
Motivation, dedication, and I won't say efficiency, but I'm Iberian, so I don't know if you believe me.
I think they do believe you. Any more questions? Okay, Amani and then you.
Amani, Grenoble in Karlsruhe. Can you elaborate exactly a little bit more about the development layer? How would you make the difference between the people that will be developed and not? Yeah, I mean, isn't it enough to development through the activities, or yeah, just elaborate more about development layer?
I didn't exactly understand your question.
Sorry.
Do you want me to explain a little bit how it will work the knowledge layer?
You went fast on the developing layer. If you can explain it more.
Okay, so basically what I want with the knowledge layer is starting creating connections between each one of the activities because they all share common goals, but then they're not in contact with each other right now. So basically they are overdoing the same tasks all over and over again because they don't know that the other activity has already been doing the same. So what I want to do is to put them all working together so it eliminates some of the work because some other activity might already have done and they can share their personal opinion and experiences.
Last question.
Koray from local group Samlai and Krakow. So I would like to ask you, what is your opinion about the future of online course? Because we tried it for the first time this year and it wasn't quite a success.
Exactly. I can say for myself that I was a participant and I didn't end the online course because I also think there are a lot of things to improve. Even though Bart created from scratch, Tomas already sent the feedback together with Koray, that was the responsible for the online course. And what I want to do is to get as much feedback as possible and to discuss with Bart and other possible alumni how to improve the online course.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Vasco. I invite Palau to the stage.
Hello guys. Welcome to the ESTIEM language program presentation. I have never been in front of this council before,
This is only my second council meeting, so I will first want to introduce myself a little bit before starting speaking about the language program and its goals. Well, my name is Carlos, although most people in ESTIEM and in the world know me as Palau, but I have a name. I'm 21 years old. I've worked these past 6 months as the educational responsible for the STEAM language program, and I'm a member of Local Group Madrid, where I hold the position as president and local responsible. Random facts about me. Why am I in language program? I consider myself...
Sorry, can you hold the microphone a bit closer to the mouth?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. I consider myself a person that is very interested in languages, so I speak English, I speak French, I speak Spanish as my mother language, and well, I also kind of speak some Portuguese. Apologies for all the crimes I've done to your language, guys. And well, last random fact about me, I didn't know this until some time ago. A friend of mine told me, looking for a random fact to explain in this presentation, this is the island nation of Palau. Apparently there's a country exists that has the same name as my surname. Well, getting into real stuff. Before getting into goals, I wanted to speak a little bit of what we do in the language program and why I plan to do what I plan to do. This is our vision. We devised it during the STEAM language program coming Aveiro last summer. The vision for the language program is to foster understanding between IEM students, help everybody surpass language barriers, help everybody communicate with each other better, and help everybody understand each other better and work with each other better. We have had a short but very steady path that we can define in like three parts. First, we had this part 0. We had Kike as leader from Madrid. Some guys had an idea. They devised the dream that they wanted to do, and they set up like, okay, we could do some language sessions in some events, we could do language courses, we could have an online language school. Then it came the time to give form to that. We had our application for project leadership with Daniel Pavlica. We gave some form to those ideas. We started creating the real stuff, and then in the last 6 months with Diogo, we really gave form to those ideas. We really standardized them, we tested them, we put them in the field, and we worked to make them a reality. So now it's the time for us to go to step 3, shape language learning to the network. What does this mean? This means for a very long time, STEAM language program has been working on the 3 offerings that I just explained to you. And we consider that they have proven their value. We consider that we have worked very hard on it. But now it's time to, like in a song, that you first write the letter and then you compose the music. Now it's time to compose the music and put them real in the network, adapt them to the network. And I've broken that statement in four smaller goals that are, first one, match language courses to demand. Well, we consider that the language course event concept has had a start, and we've managed to deliver 4 courses. But the thing is, we think it's time to make those courses more valuable, adapt them to what STEAMers really want, and that's mostly it. Second one, it's to increase value for STEAMers. Language learning is always the first question you get when you get to apply for a job. The thing is, it's both something that is very important for cultural competences and professional competences. What we think in language program is that there's real value for IEMers, and in those courses, both language sessions, online, and events, we strive to make better content, better quality for IEM students. Third one, improve standardization. We are industrial engineers here. The point that industrial engineers do is they try stuff. If stuff doesn't work, they go back, they solve what was wrong, and they go forth and implement the new changes. That's what we plan to do. We've done a very good job in this last 6 months, but now it's time to go there, check what has not worked, check what could be improved, and go again and make better stuff. And fourth, well, since the structure was accepted, well, I decided to include this one, explore inside the department layer. Language program is currently in the main idea, included into the intercultural competences department. And well, that gives us a very big range of possibilities to work on. We could work on more concepts of events, and we could do more different stuff. And well, to finalize with the presentation, I don't want to include this one, the online language school, in the other 4 goals, because I think this one it deserves a slide of its own right. Online language school is probably the flagship of ESTIEM language program. It's something that we think it will be a very big game changer for the network in terms of language learning. Diogo announced in his report that we are launching the first online course in Spanish in hardly a month. My plan is to implement that course, put that course into practice, and then use that course to create a solid base for new courses, and then with a little bit of time and lots of work, we can create a very wide range of courses that can be useful for STEAMers and for IMers. Well, before finishing, I wanted to quote somebody that I admire a lot, that is the Spanish poet Juan Ramón Jiménez, Nobel Prize of Literature. He said one sentence that was in one book that probably some of you have read, that is Fahrenheit 451, that is, if you're given lined paper, just write on the other side. Just think outside of the box and innovate, and always try to improve yourself. Not that long ago, a year ago, I was joining a year and a half to be fair, I was joining my first LG meeting, and I saw the president of the local group standing in front of everybody, and I thought, fuck, I could never do that. But, well, I'm doing it. Now I'm that guy. I improved myself, and aiming high is something that I like a lot, and I wanted to quote this guy for it. So, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me. And well, any questions that you may have, I'm more than happy to listen to them. Thank you for all the support to everybody that has supported them. Thanks, guys.
We have a question from a delegate over there. And then after that here. No,
Tim,
first row.
Tim, LG Dortmund. Of course, there are different types of people wanting to learn a new language. There will be people who just want to learn some basic stuff in 1 week, but there will also be people who want to really know the language, really work with the language in their work life. How do you want to ensure the availability of material for them to be available? Like if I want to learn Spanish now, within half a year, will that be possible within the ESTIEM language program?
Well, thank you for your question. It's a very good question. The thing is, okay. With the online language school that we devised, it would be divided into several layers, and actually you could start wherever you want. If you want to learn the basics of Spanish, because you only want the everyday stuff, you want to go to Spain for vacation, and you want to be able to buy stuff in the store, you could do that. You could learn that part. If you want more hardcore learning stuff, you could go through it. Actually, going further more into that, the plan about adapting language courses to demand also includes that kind of line of thought, depending on the language, depending on to which outcome the course is aimed. You could join some courses that are more focused in intermediate levels, in basic levels, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another delegate here.
Hi.
After that, we have Selin with a question.
I'm Arda from LG Ankara Bilkent. I'm going to ask you if there's going to be connection between the online users of your online course and if there'll be an event, for example, in Spanish courses. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for your question. One of the aims of the language courses, give me a second, please. Okay. If you see the third statement in that slide, language courses and online courses will try to be connected. That is, if you are having an online course in Spanish, delivering a new online course in Spanish, we'll try to do an event in Spanish. If we are having, for example, a new online course in Turkish, we'll try to have a language course event in Turkish, so you could pair both. And and join both experiences. Learn on your own with the online language course on your own and supported by a teacher, and then go to the field and try it out on the meanwhile.
All right. Selin, and then we have Willem.
Okay. Selin from local group Istanbul Boğaziçi. I remember that we checked the result of a survey with Becky about like some soft skills among STEAMers, and English was really kind of like lower than other languages at some point. I know that this is like English speaking organization, so we can practice it anywhere, but as language program, are you planning to also like give some focus in English at some point?
Thank you, Salim, for your question, because it was a question that I really wanted to get in this session. For now, with the STEAM language program, the idea that the guys who founded the program had was to, actually the main idea was to foster English learning in the network. But they went to, everybody mostly speaks English, so why don't we try with other languages? But probably we have gone a little bit far with that idea. So English courses is something that I want to have during my mandate. If it could be in the local group Cambridge, it could be. If not, there are plenty of countries where English is very well spoken. So if Cambridge is not available, we could have a lot of places where we could have English courses, because I've talked with a lot of STEAMers and I saw that there is a real demand for advanced and specialized English courses.
Willem, and after that we have another delegate with a question.
Hi, Willem Lund, Eindhoven. I see the benefit in those events, but for those online courses, what's like the benefit for us in comparison to all the other professional courses that are out there?
Okay, I want to ask you, how many of you use Duolingo here, or have ever used that platform, Duolingo? Well, I see quite a lot. The difference between the online language call that we are going to try
Closer, microphone closer.
Joder, sorry. That I'm going to try to deliver on Duolingo is that in Duolingo you're mostly on your own. You are repeating stuff, you are doing a lot of vocabulary, but you don't actually learn much besides some curious words. But with the online language school, you would actually have real assignments, you have a teacher tutoring you, and you have opportunities for preparing and for so on. It's different to other free platforms that you can get in the way that this is more interactive, and this will be more profitable to you. If you have somebody helping you with your questions and somebody really evaluating you, he can give you personalized feedback.
So if you bet this is better than those other things that are out there, are you considering selling it to non-STEAMers to join?
Sorry, one question.
Oh, sorry.
Letty has a direct comment to that.
Yeah, I just want to have a comment about the online learning course, because I am shaping it and I have actually a lot of knowledge about learning languages and teaching them, because that's what I am currently working on. So these platforms don't teach you how to communicate and how to use really the language, and I can assure you, if you join the Spanish one, you'll learn.
Okay, good. Can I have your question? You.
I'm Akim from LG Ankara Metro, and I was actually going to ask the non-STEAmer things, and have you considered it, and if you think it's an efficient way to recruit new STEAmers? I was just going to ask about non-STEAmers. Have you considered including them to the online courses, and if you think it's an efficient way to recruit new STEAmers?
Yeah, for sure it can be. One of the things in Madrid that we see very often is that lots of people come into STEAM because they want to practice, for example, their English skills. Perhaps it could be a useful recruiting tool, but offering it to externals, I think that in the beginning we need to make STEAMers aware of it, STEAMers using it, and in the further future, if we can perhaps use it for externals that are non-IEMers, it could happen. I don't rule the possibility out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and sorry to everyone who couldn't ask the question, but today doesn't give me a lot of space. Thank you, Palau. All right, guys. So at 1:15, I would like to continue. So really quick break, get some fresh air, go to toilet, get energized, and then we meet here again. Okay? 5:15.
Let's start sitting down. The best seat is an occupied seat. Save the seats. Don't block the hallways. Walk and sit.
Good to see you. Good to see you too. Having fun?
Yeah, having a lot of fun. Lean Six Sigma. Helsinki people, please sit down.
Let me quote myself. Please sit down. End of quote.
Hallo. Jonas, please sit down. Jaime, please sit down and push people to sit around you.
Find your seat. Ansgar, no sleeping. No sleeping. Tibor, hi. Please also sit down. Not directly there exactly, but...
Lorenzo, please bring it back. Lorenzo, please bring it back. What is in front of you?
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Okay, so we still have some applications open here in the next session. And we will start with an initiative that applies to become a project. With the Lean Six Sigma initiative.
Hello, everyone. So, when we least expected, life sets up a challenge to test our courage and willingness to change. Therefore, here I am, and my challenge for today is to apply for a project leader of Lean Six Sigma. My name is Izabela Preś. I come from a local group Warsaw, from Warsaw University of Technology. So here's my agenda. First of all, I would like to speak with you about my experience with the stress, about my passion to Lean Six Sigma. Secondly, I would like to present you my motivation, why I'm actually applying. And next, my goals. So my Lean experience. It started when I was very small. I really loved football, so I was already lean. I was already trying to keep it lean with doing a lot of sports. But when I started my studies, it turned out that there are actually other ways how to be lean. But first of all, I will tell you maybe what is this Lean Six Sigma thing. This is actually a very powerful tool. As some of you might know, it makes the work better and faster. Why? Because this is a method which is aiming to improve processes in companies in different kinds of industries with the focus on sustained results. But how it was with me? With me, the story began during my bachelor studies when I joined the Scientific Association of Logistics. There, I was having a pleasure to lead an international project in Sweden where we were implementing the idea of Lean Six Sigma to the hospital in one of the cities in Sweden. There, I started learning about how much powerful it is, how many values it can bring to even healthcare system. Secondly, I had also another pleasure to do a research project in lean manufacturing, so another industry where also Lean Six Sigma can be really good, can really make a big change in a company, DB Schenker Rail. I was so excited about the whole idea. Everything was so great when I was seeing the outcomes from both projects that I wrote some publications about this, as well as about lean healthcare and lean manufacturing. Moreover, I was so excited, more and more, that I wanted to share this knowledge which I possessed by creating workshops for another students from my university. Another thing from my experience, which I really value, is leadership skills. As I've mentioned previously, just right now, I was taking part in two research projects, one in Sweden, another one in Poland. There I was in Sweden, cooperating with people from different countries all over the world. Altogether, we were aiming to improve those processes in the healthcare system there. And it was a really great experience because it was about learning how to motivate people from different backgrounds, from different countries, to do together a great job. Another very important thing, very important experience in leading things is the research project in DB Schenker Rail, where also with the students we were aiming to improve processes. And also this experience was that valuable for me because people after this project, they were like very new in management, in manufacturing. Afterwards, they became really active in this field. So it was a very nice experience for me to be able to show them how much they can learn and also achieve with this. Another experience which I possessed with leadership skills is about corporate project. I was working in Philip Morris International where I was able to learn how to control the work of people from Accenture. It was also very challenging for me because in this experience I was able to design first the tool, which then enabled me to do this, to control the work of those people. Another puzzle, another experience which I really value is this one related to international spirit. I was working previously in a student association of logistics where people were coming from different countries. We were doing a lot of things about research. So as I've mentioned, we were focused a lot about lean manufacturing and lean healthcare. I was also organizing a 2-week summer school, which is very similar to Vision concept, where also people from different countries in Europe came to our city and we were showing them different ways how to be modern in logistics. And during my Erasmus exchange in Vienna, I also had the pleasure to do a very interesting projects in multinational environments with different students from all over the world. So, to sum it up, I was learning a lot about Lean Six Sigma previously. Then I was also trying myself as a leader in those two projects, 3 actually. I was able to learn more about the value of working with people from different backgrounds, from different countries. But as you can see, there are 3 puzzles. Something was missing, something was still not there. And now, with this, what I'm doing right now, speaking in front of you, I would like to say about this last puzzle which I see here, so Lean Six Sigma in ESTIEM. So my journey in ESTIEM started in November 2016. I joined my lovely local group Warsaw. And from the beginning, I started being very active in the central level. I was really interested to work in CRC sales team, where I was able to also incorporate my knowledge of being a corporate responsible in my previous experience in the Association of Logistics. I joined Lean Six Sigma coordination meeting in Târgu Mureș in Romania. I was really passionate about the idea that there is something happening about Lean in ESTIEM, therefore this coordination meeting was very, very important for me. After this lovely time in Romania, it turned out that I joined the Lean Six Sigma team. It was really, really great for me. Then I came to training new trainers even in Izmir, where I was able to learn more about soft skills, about how to speak with people, how to be a trainer, because the main value in being Lean Six Sigma team is to be a trainer. And then I joined the event in... Sorry?
You have 10 seconds.
Oh my God, really? In Dortmund. And today I got information about this, that I got a project in Lean Six Sigma, which starts in July, next to Helsinki. But anyway, I have just 15 seconds, so I will maybe quickly go through my motivation, which is my team, which is spreading the high-quality education for estimers, which enables you to get a very recognizable certification and to implement modern courses to the universities. With the goals, I would like to build a sustainable team with the high-quality offering, create a strong collaboration with PCIs from ESTIEM, and also reach bigger number of estimers by providing you greenware trainings, online courses,
Thank you
being a trainer,
very much.
And get the course to your local groups.
Questions.
So, thank you.
I am very sorry, but you heard how fast Vaško was speaking. So same right for everyone. So we have time for questions. Could you please stand on the left side of the stage so I see everyone? A bit more. So because otherwise people are again complaining. Okay.
Željka, LG Belgrade. Lean Six Sigma now has 3 leaders, so you'll be taking over the job of 3 people. Do you think you're going to have a hard time dealing with that?
You mentioned that we have 3 people in the team.
No, 3 leaders.
Ah, okay.
So you're gonna
no, the very reason why we are having now this presentation, this situation, is that we would like to change this. Finnish guys, really amazing guys, Mikko, Yukis, and Henry, are trying to build a sustainable team. I joined the team in January. Since then I was very, very active. I was very interested about everything. I was very amazed by the idea of spreading this valuable knowledge to others. And also that there was the moment when we were in the discussions that we would like to build a sustainable team. I joined the team when there were like 5 people. And at that moment we started those discussions to change this, to make Lean Six Sigma Green Belt course in ESTIEM more ESTIEM. So also for the continuity of this course in the network. Because there will be the time when unfortunately our Finnish guys will leave and we have to somehow still be able to have this course in the network. And that's why, yeah.
That's why. So we have one question here from a delegate. Sorry.
Ozan from LG Istanbul. Yıldız, I forgot my local group's name. Why you?
Why me?
Yes,
okay,
it was
great.
the last slide.
Where's the pointer? Okay. I actually am happy about this question because this was my last slide. So yes, I will present it now. Thank you very much.
You have 30 seconds.
So first of all, I am very passionate about things which I am doing. I really put a lot of attention into things, into people with who I am attached with. And the idea of spreading this very valuable knowledge to you, ESTIEMers, is something what I already can say that is very, very good. It's very profitable. Lean Six Sigma enables for you to work in different kinds of industries. It opens a lot of doors. So yeah, I really am passionate about this thing, to provide it for you, to be able to understand, because it's very specific knowledge, however still possible to understand. I have some experience already, as I was mentioning, the research projects, the publications, the workshop.
One more
where
sentence.
I was spending a lot of time for learning this. And yes, there are the main reasons.
Great. So we have Lassi. And then after that, here the delegate.
Okay, I'm Lassi Lappeenranta, Madrid. My understanding for the reason why you're applying is to ensure that these three guys can retire and move on, and ensure continuity of Lean Six Sigma education as team. To me, though, I'm just wondering, because you're applying for 6 months, this is a bit of a contradiction. Why are you applying for only 6 months and not for a full year?
Okay, thank you for these questions. That's a very good one. We were speaking before this council meeting about the structure change. So in order to adapt to the structure change, which now is already accepted, yeah, as the title, project leader, it makes sense to do it for 6 months, because after the council meeting in Izmir, there will be no more leaders as project leaders, but service coordinators. So later I can be just transformed to this position. So that's why the project leadership. Everybody applies here for 6 months.
Okay, the delegate here in front. And after that, we need a microphone for Robert.
Aybak from LG Ankara Metro. What are you planning in order to increase participation of ESTIEMers to Lean Six Sigma events?
Okay, thank you. Participation for ESTIEMers can be done in different ways. First of all, very important thing is to become a Lean Six Sigma trainer. We have to continue the course all the time in ESTIEM. This is one of my primary goals, to make it sustainable. And we will be very interested to make people, by participation in our event trainings, to then become Lean Six Sigma trainers. This is like the very, very good idea to do for you as ESTIEMers, to get a very valuable experience, and also for the course itself to be run all the time in ESTIEM. But there are also many other ways, for sure.
Thank you.
But yeah, we can talk later about this.
Yeah, you can.
Robert, LG Eindhoven. It's actually more a question to the Finnish guys. I was wondering, how active will you still stay in Lean Six Sigma? Because like, she will kind of replace you as a leader, and will you still be active strategically and yeah, just building with the project? Because you're the guys who started it and probably have the most knowledge about it.
Thanks for the question. The model is that we will more focus on delivering the trainings, and actually the content part, which we will focus on being able to make it sustainable, so we're not needed. We also try to retire at some point, but it's not yet.
No, and for Vasco.
Vasco, local group Porto. During these 6 months, how many training courses do you think you'll be able to organize?
This year? Or?
Throughout the next 6 months while you being a leader?
For sure, the plan is to have 2 more events. Actually, in June, there will be special, let's say, kind of an event for people who are very interested to become a Lean Six Sigma trainer. It will be, as I mentioned, in June in Helsinki. So this will be for people who went through our courses already. But for people who are interested to join the training even, just to become, to get the certification, we are thinking about the one event in October and in November.
Great. Thank you. I'm sorry that I had to cut you off, but I'm actually a really big fan of this initiative, so I'm sure this initiative will be a great project if elected. Thank you very much. Now we have Rui with the Summer Academy Project Leadership application.
I thought it was board applications. Sorry. Just kidding. So, actually, you're now seeing one of the two presentations prepared for today. So, as you know, the structure was changed, and most projects as Summer Academy will now be passed to be more of a service. And briefly giving you a background, why am I reapplying for 4 months? At ESTIEM Budapest in 2014, the applicant for project leader applied for 6 months. And after that, the timeline of Summer Academy was kind of messed up because the project leader was taking office in the middle of the preparations of the Summer Academy. The last two project leaders, me and Chosku, we applied for 1 year instead of 6 months because we wanted to focus on the concept of Winter Academy. Unfortunately, I couldn't. We had to cancel the last one. So, showing you the Summer Academy timeline for my mandate. It started on Council meeting Porto. It had the Summer Academies of 2016. Then the report in Novi Sad. Then the Winter Academy that unfortunately didn't happen. And then we started preparing the Summer Academies for 2017. Then we have the Council meeting Poznań, which happened the structure change, and the summer, and we have the upcoming Summer Academies coming soon. So if we keep to the timeline and had another project leader applying it, the project leader would have to organize Summer Academies that she didn't arrange it, and she had to deal with the structure change. So there is somebody to ensure the leadership of the Summer Academies for this summer, and therefore end up the cycle of 2016-2017. And that's why I'm here for my reapplications for the Summer Academy project for 4 more months. So who am I? My name is Rui Gonçalves. I'm 21 years old. I'm from local group Aveiro. I was local vice president for activities. I was Iberian regional coordinator, and recently, for the last year, I was, as you know, project leader of Summer Academy, and this was my highest point, having the event of Summer Academy Minho being selected as the event of the year, thanks to those 3 people over there. So, this is the leadership which I am applying. So, starting on the Council meeting Poznań, being the leader of Summer Academy, ensuring that the events, the 2 events that are going to happen on this summer, and if any of your local groups want to organize a 3rd one, please approach me until the end of this council meeting. And then, after the Summer Academies, collect and analyze the feedback from it, create a report, and hand over to the Summer Academy coordinator. So, what will be my goals for these 4 more months? Ensure that the Summer Academy concept that we established on the last year is fulfilled in the upcoming Summer Academies. Start the image rebranding process of the service, because if we are now having Winter Academies and Summer Academies, it doesn't longer make sense to call the project Summer Academy, and create a sustainable handover that will make the transition to the new structure as smooth as possible. So why should you trust me for 4 more months? I'm already experienced project leader within the project, and I was also part of the discussions for the new structure, so I'm quite aware of what is going on. You'll have 4 more months in Summer Academy with the same passion and motivation, although this new structure delayed my retirement for 4 more months. As you can see by these 2 pictures, I can consider myself an example that you can work hard in a certain position while taking the most of it, enjoying every point of your mandate, and to ensure the quality of the Summer Academy 2017 events, since I was the one that was preparing until now. So thank you for all the questions, and Thank you for all the attention, and I'm ready now for your questions.
Thank you very much. We have now question time. Rui, can you go to the very left? So I see everything there. Thomas Wald, which I don't see right now. I saw one of your fingers, so that's enough.
I'm trying to stand up. Thomas Wald, local group Paderborn. In December 2014, we organized Summer Academy alumni meeting in Paderborn. Since that, I never saw something like this again. And I don't understand why, because it was huge and awesome. So my question is, do you plan to organize an alumni meeting again?
Yes, we are. Actually, although I forgot to put that goal in my presentation, that goal was in the other presentation that was ready for today. Yes, actually we want to, after we've been talking with other project leaders, we're actually trying to bring especially after this rebranding process, try to bring a little bit more of Summer Academy to the rest of the year. We already tried to start it with the Summer Academy storybook. There's actually another activities that are coming from it. But yes, the Summer Academy alumni meeting, that with kind of the same concept that we had in Paderborn a few years ago, it's definitely on our to-do list. So you can expect something related with it in the near future.
Can you raise Paderborn delegate? Okay, yeah. Then please, if you have a question, just raise the hand high.
Florian from LG Paderborn. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I'm just asking because I only know this application for like 6 months or 1 year with the council meeting every 6 months. So can you actually ensure that if you apply for 4 months, that there will be a smooth transition to the next project leader?
Yeah, of course. Like I told you, this cycle of Summer Academy will end up in this summer. So after that, we have quite a long time until the Winter Academy. And during the summer, after the last Summer Academy took place, another person will apply for sure for the position of coordinator, then not me, because then I have to enjoy retirement. But yeah, after that, everything is already ready for this transition.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions, I thank you very, very much for
thank you.
Everything. And now we have an application for the academic team from Duarte.
Okay. It's time, yeah, time is counting, okay. So first of all, questions regarding the structure change. I know that some of them are going to be raised at the end, so I'm hoping for them, but still I'm here applying for the leadership of academic team because we still, as a team, and me also, believe that we need to make a smooth transition towards this structure change. So, to make you a little bit more aware of what we actually do, we are now providing some services that do what? Okay, supporting the educational formation of IEM students. So this is much more than providing just academic events. It's actually providing services that go deep inside universities. So, for example, we provide not just academic events like academic days, we also provide competitions, researches, and also university relations. So, okay, to make it clear, I'm not against the structural change. So if you are thinking I'm applying for department leadership, I'm not doing that. I'm just applying to empower a little bit more academic team to continue the transition for the whole structure change. So this is a smooth transition. Okay. So who am I? Basically, I'm a 20 years old student from local group Porto. So you're here from local group Porto, even more applications tomorrow. Let's hope they will be good. I'm still an avid runner and tennis player. I'm also the second year students representative of, in my IEM degree, and also the current IEM research responsible inside the academic team. So 10 events overall, 3 coordination meetings, 2 CMs, and also 3 events organized so far. Okay, so what have we felt as a team now to this moment? We still feel the necessity of more interconnection between responsibles, so to create a little bit more proactiveness between us, necessity of improvement of each responsible to reach maximum potential, and also finalize the directions in which we want to go deep inside universities. So in an overall conclusion, to make responsibles even more connected, to align our educational path in order to go more deep inside universities, and also future structure alignments with all of the projects that can be aligned with the educational path. So, okay, as something new that we actually thought some months ago, and some ideas can come as new now, what can we actually add? Academic-based library, for example. We can add, as a follow-up of events, like articles that actually STEAMers can benefit from, like things that, for example, Rita is going to talk about in Vision. We can also make things for that if Academic Days applies as a same topic as that, and also credited AED events, because we actually think that can boost the participation of them. For EMTA, for example, try to create a companies pool where you can not just make, for example, applicants go for internships of those companies, but also as a motivational strategy. And also, we saw that some of our universities don't still have feedback systems, so we would like to implement that as an STEAM goal, and also follow on the trend of online courses. Mostly done by the ESTIEM methodology. We could also apply that to academic days. Academic team, sorry. Okay, so, but most importantly, as we've gone through this mandate of 6 months in academic team, what have we actually felt? We felt that professors are the cornerstone of our way of working, and without them we cannot go deep inside universities. We are just going to stay as we are in terms of promotion that we actually see that they do as academic days. So most importantly, we wanted to create a central pool of professors. So why? Why professors? Because they are actually the ones that can create the tools with us. They are the ones that can guide us towards making them even more professional, and they are the ones that can assess the tools at the very end. So that happened with me making a lot of surveys now for academic team to see topics of research for the universities, to see what kind of industries they have related to them. So without the help of professors, we couldn't achieve really great technical work. So what could these activities benefit from professors? Actually, for academic days, we could attach a professor to ensure that we are actually going for the hot topics that IEM field in Europe is now demanding, and also begin the process of credited events. For the research, that was my position until now, and I still can do it afterwards. Creating, validating, and analyze the surveys actually for the IEM forum, for example, interconnection with more professors, and actually making a better follow-up of the events, because with the help of a central professor, with more and more connects, we can actually implement with more credibility all of the things we developed in IEM forum. And furthermore, for the EMTA, a professor that could actually make us a better PR strategy, and also help on the internship process if we do want that idea to be implemented. And also online courses, because as we talked about, sorry to go a little bit behind, as we talked about for academic days, most of the times we do events just because the university is great on that actually topic, but most of the times it's not dependent by our students or by the current scenario of the IM field in Europe. So that could be also the case to have a professor to ensure that quality and also topics on the online courses. So actually, in an abstract idea, what is this all about? It's also strengthening university relations, as we are doing right now, and also expanding our network of professors. Something that is also a great resource for other topics on ESTIEM, but also other topics that can be included in this kind of, not still a department, but a thing that is going deep inside education. So for the short-term goals, okay, let me see the time, okay, it's almost done. For the short terms, we aim to go for the professor's pool, because that is actually something that is already going on in the academic team, establishment of the online tools, and also increased collaboration with our projects. And then for the long-term vision, proper online courses, actually the content, IM feedback system, credited events. So what is going to be my role after
5
all?
seconds.
I'm not going to do any of these activities in terms of concrete things, but I'm going to empower a little bit
Wrap it
more
up.
our responsibles. I'm going to expand our professors' inclusion and create more resources for the inclusion of more projects.
Thank you very much. You were on the right way. Just go a bit more to the left so I can see everyone. Questions? Then we first take Mikko, and then Timon.
Mikko from Helsinki. My question links to the credited courses. I saw that you mentioned it 3 times. And could you clarify on how would you start doing that process in practice? Because some events have been getting credits, but it's difficult to do that as a large scale. So how would you do that in practice?
We still don't have a plan in practice to apply for that, because it was an idea that we developed a little bit far away from this time that we are actually now in the beginning of academic days mandate from Amani. We gained a lot of motivation to do so because we actually now see that could increase boost of motivation in our students actually. But that's why, for example, the pool of central professors that I was actually saying here could actually improve that process of credited events, because professors are the ones that mainly know the legal situation of how these things can apply. Because most of students' associations now have some courses that can also give CTSs, so that idea can also be applied here. And with the professors' help, could be mainly done that way.
Okay, we have Timon, and after that Sander.
Tijmen, local group Eindhoven. I have a question related to the European Master Thesis Award. As you know, we have a contract with the European Supply Chain Forum, but it's only lasting for 1 more year. And I'm doubting if it will be renewed. So how are we going to tackle this eventually with the prize money or getting some funds for the European Master Thesis Award?
Okay, regarding the company's pool, mainly that I actually regarded here, it was also an idea to improve the motivation that most students don't have still towards the European Master Thesis Award. But for still concrete things, we don't have that many plans yet. This was something that we discussed as a team that could be implemented, because in the coordination meeting we noticed that this could be a really engaged plan, but still we don't have things in concrete.
All right, so Sander, and after that Claudio.
Sander from Enschede. In your presentation you mentioned a few times that you wanted to set up an...
Could you put a little bit closer?
Speak up a bit.
In your presentation, you mentioned a few times that you wanted to develop an internship pool with companies. Why do we need something next to an already existing career center? What's the added value of that?
Okay, that the career center can also be aligned, or the companies can also be aligned with our needs actually. So as I was explaining to Tom, and this is actually still an idea to develop, that in the coordination meeting we saw that could be actually, because it would actually give a lot of boost for students to actually apply not just for the prize money, but actually to go for an internship. It's still an idea, not something, but we could align with the career center actually. So for example, the career center is a resource for itself, but we could make a context with the EMTA, for example. That could also be an idea.
Claudio from local group Calabria. So I was like, can you please come back a bit to the slides, or like a bit before, where you were like saying what you were doing, like IM forum and you know the stuff. Back. It's okay. Also this one. It's okay. Also that one. So exactly, you're saying that you're not applying as department leader, but that's the structure proposal, the last one, booklet, April, and it's academic days, Lean Six Sigma, IM Educational Forum, MTAN, and IM survey. So excluding Lean Six Sigma, you're actually applying for leadership of department.
So that last part, what did you say?
Excluding the Lean Six Sigma, you're actually applying for department
No.
leader.
Okay, to make it clear, I'm not applying to be neither above Vision, neither above Lean Six Sigma. Not applying to do that.
The vision is a project. Don't take it.
Yeah, okay, but still, in some of the documents you might have seen, it's still inside educational.
I'm not considering it here. I'm considering what you're saying. It's clearly you're going to direct more than a single service, so you're going to figure as a department leader, and maybe something we should clarify, Pedro.
No, I sorry for that, but I actually can clarify that, because that is somehow a different feeling that I can provide, for example, here. I'm not actually applying for being a full department leader, because during this week I actually talked not just with some responsibles of other projects, also applicants and current project leaders, and the feeling is that I'm just making a full transition for these next 6 months, because it was somehow difficult to cooperate with projects that could be aligned with the educational path that we are taking right now, without a reference point in the work that was done during the last 6 months by Amani, for example. So the main thing is here is that I'm just going to be a reference point, if elected, of course, to make the interconnection between what the other projects that want to be aligned with this educational structure actually want resources from me.
Okay.
That is the main thing.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you for the answer, but I'm going to follow up on the forum, because, you know, this is an experiment, and now the structure proposal was accepted without department leaders. So
Okay.
But let me just clarify one more thing.
Yeah. Really briefly.
For example, if you see the entrepreneurial side of ESTIEM, for example, we already have those kind of responsibles. So I'm applying, for example, in the same situation, but for the educational side, for example. And nothing was raised towards the entrepreneurial side.
Either Tomasz or Diogo, but can you decide? Because Diogo has 2 fingers up, and okay, Tomasz.
Tomás, local group Porto. You mentioned during your presentation that you will work in a pool of professors. Do you see the possibility of joining this pool of professors to the European Professors of Industrial Engineering and Management, EPIM, to empower the network, and then EPIM will become the pool of professors that academic days can resource to?
Yes, no question.
That could be perfectly the idea, actually, because the idea firstly here is that we are actually going to empower professors and students to work with each other in these technical things that we are now developing in academic team. But towards that, actually, there is a perfect idea to make them in the strategic options. So in the long-term vision, that can be also applied.
Okay, yes, no question from Pablo, and then we'll move on.
Pablo, Novi Sad. You mentioning creating surveys. If a local group, for example, approach you with a survey, would you support them in that survey? Just
You are actually saying that if a local group needs support to create a survey?
No. If a local group approach you with ready survey to be distributed, will you support them?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I leave the agenda point 28 open because of tomorrow's application. And we still have agenda point 39 open, the voting results. So I invite the voting committee to the stage.
Yeah, hello everybody. Here are coming the rest of the results. We will start with the long-term strategy plan foundation, with the 2/3 majority, 65 casted votes, 2 not casted, and the long-term strategy plan foundation is accepted. Now a thing where we have to apologize that we have to vote for it 2 times, but the first vote for the membership process regulation where you removed the Article 8 and 9 and voted for a new Article 8 was cast by 64 votes. Required votes are 43, and it was accepted. Yeah, then you still had to accept the regulations. Yeah, with more casts this time, 60 casts, required votes are 47, and well, it's all accepted. We move further to the internal regulations. If you don't know again or you can't remind what the internal regulation was about, just look in your booklet while hearing me. The first one, for the number of delegates, had 64 casts, and required votes were 43. And the first internal regulation is accepted. The next change was in Article 4.3, with 67 casts, 45 required votes. And also this was accepted. Now coming to the next one, 5.3. Also 67 casts, 45 required votes. And also this is accepted. Yeah, the next one is 10.3, the change in 10.3, with 65 required casted votes, 45 required votes. You like the stuff, I think. For 10.4, we had 65 casted votes, 44 required votes. Yeah, accepted today, everything. Now we move further to 10.5 with 67 casted votes, and it's accepted. Yeah, I think this is the last one. Accepted. Yeah.
This? No. Oh. Sorry. Then about the motion that was suggested, you could see the text here. So, required majority more than 50%, +1, And required votes, 34. So, any sound? It was not accepted. Next one. Proposal for the exclusion of local group Barcelona. Required majority, you see. Required votes, 41. No. Congratulations. Okay, now maybe later. Okay.
Hello. Okay. Thanks to all of you. Also, the people who voted exclusion from Barcelona, because you maybe think it's the better for my local group. So thanks, all of you.
Congratulations. Next one, proposal for exclusion of local group Vilnius. Yes. Yes, it was. Okay. Next one. Proposal for the exclusion of Kragujevac. Yes. Okay, next. Proposal for exclusion of LG Famagusta. No. Okay, next is more interesting. Membership application. Local group menu. Yes. Congratulations, guys.
So,
Okay.
short comment, local group Minyo, you know that Riga did the CM 2 years afterwards, right? So.
Okay, next one. Membership application Targu Mureș. Required votes, 43. Yes. Next, observership applications. LG Delft. Required votes, 44. Yes. Congratulations. Next one, observership application for local group Lausanne. Required votes, 45. And yes. Okay, the next one. Observership application local group needs. Required votes, 42. No. Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
for the
about the second
presentation.
question. Yeah, thank you. Any
Are
questions?
there any questions about, okay, Letitia? Okay. can someone get a microphone to Leticia? Any more questions? You can raise your hands.
Okay, so as you know, last council meeting we voted upon some regulations as well, and one of those, which was also included in this membership process change regulation and accepted therefore, was to hold a second voting session to see if we want to, local group needs to remain as guests or we want them to be out of the network, so we're gonna vote on that as a result of this. Okay, Yasin, can you clarify it if they say people are confused?
Stay guest group, you said. So Leticia said there was a voting if the group stays guest group.
Yeah, I thought it was clear. Yasin Runabano. Yeah, so last council meeting we had this new introduction. We also used for, I think it was, did we use it? No. For Catania, yeah, exactly. Basically, when a guest group applies for observership or an observer applies for membership, it doesn't get accepted. There are several interpretations. So either they're not ready yet, or either the network doesn't want them there. So the second voting session is basically, should we extend their status for 2 council meetings? And then they get also another opportunity to apply, or they get excluded for once. So
okay,
that's in the IRs.
So
okay, just to clarify, what's the relevant internal regulation? Since the new IR are accepted, they are now in practice. So Article 5.2.4 of the membership regulations, the new document, I will read it now, and I quote: "If a guest group applies for observership status and is not granted by decision of the General Assembly, an additional voting shall be held. In this additional voting, the General Assembly shall decide upon granting an extension of the status of guest to the group for a maximum of 2 council meetings after the additional voting. If the General Assembly decides not to grant the extension of the guest status, the applying group will no longer be considered as part of ESTIEM. The granting of an extension to the guest status must always be approved by a majority of 2/3 of the votes cast on the General Assembly, with due observance of the voting procedure in Article 13 of the statutes." Yeah, what you said, basically.
okay. All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I hereby I open agenda point 40, miscellaneous. And I hereby invite Mafalda and Esin to the stage for a partner presentation. 15 minutes presentation.
Today we are here to answer one question that we have been asked a lot. Is there life after ESTIEM? Is there? No. Yes. So after graduation, we have been applying for some jobs, and we were thinking of a place where we can actually work for. And there were, of course, some uncertainties in mind, but there was a set of criteria that we have in mind that this company place should definitely have. We wanted to work at a place where we could actually apply our IAM background, and we can continuously learn and grow ourselves. And we also wanted this place to be best in class, prestigious, with attractive benefits and salary. And of course, as ESTIEMers, it was very important for us to continue working in an international working environment with young, dynamic, and open-minded people. And it was important for us that we would only not work hard, but also play hard. Dear ESTIEMers, today it's a big pleasure for us to stand in front of you to tell about the company that we work for, that we love working for, to the organization that has given so much to us, both personally and professionally, to shape us into the persons that we are today. My name is Esin Koral. I come from Istanbul, Turkey, local group Istanbul ITU. In 2013, I was a knowledge management committee leader, and in 2014, I was in the board of ESTIEM, fulfilling vice president of education role. Now, currently, in Procter & Gamble Planning Service Center, I am responsible for managing production planning for Central Eastern Europe, planned in Budapest, Gebze, and Borispol plants within feminine care category, where we actually produce pads and tampons, women should know.
And I'm Mafalda Monteiro from local group Porto. In 2014, I was ESTIEM magazine project leader. Last year, I had the opportunity to work with these guys that are around the 26th board as vice president of public relations. And in Procter & Gamble, I actually work in the same category as Esin, which is quite a coincidence, for feminine care, but in a different field. So I'm taking care of inventory parameters, like safety stock levels, like minimum and maximum stock levels around Europe. What? As well. So, Procter & Gamble, as an organization, you probably already know it, is a fast-moving consumer goods company founded in the United States. But currently, we are operating in 70 countries and selling our products in over 180 countries. All over the world, we have around 150 employees, nationalities, and we touch the life of 4.8 billion consumers with our 65 brands, around 65 brands. Now I have a question for you. So please stand up if you use one of these brands. Yes, and I have to say that these are the international names. So for example, Always in Iberia is Evax, Alzonia, Lindor, and Pampers is Dodot, but also Orchid is some of these. Okay, so now you're still standing up if you use 4 of these brands. Come on, it's not that difficult. Okay. 6. 8. Tarban. You have them for free, probably, no? Pampers. You're already hired, but okay, thank you very much. But the point of this is that you can actually see that in this room, we all use at least one of these brands, and they are quite well known. And Procter & Gamble, besides having well-known brands and quality products, it's also very recognized in terms of a very good place to work for, in terms of leadership, but also supply chain. And just to give you a concrete example, Gartner is a supply chain forum, and every year they make a ranking with supply chains of different companies. And according to them, Procter & Gamble, together with Apple, they don't even deserve to be in this ranking because they are competing in a different league. So it's the Masters League of supply chain. So now I talked about Procter & Gamble in general, and Esin will talk more in detail about the Planning Service Center where we are actually working.
Yes, so now more about the Planning Service Center. 5 years ago, it was decided to centralize all the planning, supply network planning activities in one location. So for each different region, there was planning service centers being set up. And the one that currently serves for whole Europe is located in Warsaw. And this is the place that we actually work for as well. So in Warsaw, there is basically a team of 900 people taking care of supply chain activities, right from the raw material planning till the final distribution of products to the consumer. Just to give you an example, in Planning Service Center, we are responsible for ensuring that we have enough of raw materials to produce a Head and Shoulders and make sure that it's on the shelves in the place where the consumer needs. And like we say, we are the heart of the product supply. We basically every day connect with our plants, distribution centers, suppliers, sales and marketing organizations every day to coordinate these supply chain planning activities. And we often handle crisis situations like trucks being stuck on the border between the two countries, or line being down and we cannot produce whatever that is needed, or the plant is too much overstock and we don't know where to put the products to. And this is actually what makes our job very challenging, but at the same time very much interesting and exciting. Like Mafalda mentioned before, Procter & Gamble is the best in class when it comes to supply chain, also for leadership. And like our vision, the Planning Service Center vision implies, we jump out of the bed every day. We come to work with passion, and we every day strive to be the best supply chain professionals on earth.
Just to give you some numbers, besides being a growing organization, last year we were 800 people, but at this moment I think we are around 900. What I like about this Planning Service Center is that I have the opportunity to work with quite diverse people, have over 35 nationalities, and we speak English every day. There's no Polish there. So it's actually good that I don't feel that I'm working for a specific country, but I'm working in a completely international organization. In terms of gender equality, you can see that we even have more women than men. That's good, but it's quite equal. So probably now you're wondering, how can you join us? How can you apply? So you just go to our website and you check the vacancies that we have there. You need to apply online. You need to fill in an online questionnaire. Then if you pass this step, you have a reasoning test that you can do in any Procter & Gamble office in the world. And as the last step, you will have some interviews. It depends, you can have 2 or 3 interviews. It depends on the position you're applying for. So coming back to our criteria that we had when we were looking for a place to work, I think we covered pretty much everything, just missing one, the work hard, play hard, and we know it's very important for an esteemer. So I have some pictures. This is our office. Yeah, this is actually our office. So as you can see, there is plenty of place to work, but also to have fun. During the breaks, we can play billiards, PlayStation, and table tennis. But also the HR team is always coming up with different activities to make people happy. Like you can see Halloween, but also this was during International Week that we had. So life is not bad there, but also after working hours, there are also quite a lot of things to do in Warsaw. There are always esteemers around visiting us, but also the local esteemers that help us a lot, and make us feel like at home. yeah, as some of you already know, I'm singing in the Procter & Gamble band. So those pictures are actually from 2 days ago. And yeah, the other pictures are just us hanging around with our friends, now also colleagues from Procter & Gamble. And you can see they are nice people. They are smiling. Yeah. So if I would go back to the question, is there life after ESTIEM? I'll say yes, and it's waiting for you. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions. And I would just like to mention that you can approach us now like with questions, but also we will be here during the weekend. Also, Bushra, can you please stand up? Is Bushra here?
Bushra
Okay,
said goodbye.
Bushra is doing an internship as well at the Planning Service Center in demand planning. So if you're interested in that, is like forecasting. It's interesting. But also we have some other people working at P&G, at least Torban. Please stand up. He's working in Frankfurt, and I know you're also working. No? Or you were, so? Was working. Well, it's still good. So if you have questions, you can also approach them. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we have more time. Well, we can leave for more questions if they have. Don't do that to me. Only if Essin sings with me. And I said, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? That's it.
Thank you for the efficiency. Is there another question? Maybe someone wants to ask to continue the song? Or? Rui? Okay, Torben says come to P&G. Steph and then Rui in the back, okay?
Yeah, so maybe what did you take from ESTIEM for Procter & Gamble?
I mean, like I said before, we always work in teams. So it's very good that we in ESTIEM get to practice how to work with people coming from different countries with completely different set of mindset and with different opinions. And you also in ESTIEM learn how to solve conflicts very easily. And this is what you then need to apply at work within Procter & Gamble, because this is basically what we do on a daily basis. Or also you are basically expected to show your leadership skills in everything you do and in every task that is given to you to exceed the expectations. And this is also what we basically get to practice when working in teams, leading teams, coordinating projects within ESTIEM.
And never underestimate the power of like knowing how to present, like make a presentation. It's like companies really appreciate that we as ESTIEMers are doing it in English, so we are quite used to it.
Rui?
Okay. Rui Aljaveiro. What is the best tips that you could give to any potential applicant?
So, to what?
To any potential applicant for a job or internship at P&G.
So I would say that actually you as an ESTIEMer, or any of you as an ESTIEMer, well, if you're studying industrial engineering or any kind of similar engineering, it's already a good start. So if you're saying, regarding this, the planning center itself, having logistics background is really good, but also these leadership skills that you have as all the things that we mentioned right now, like knowing how to work in teams, how to solve problems, those things you should mention in any interview, because these are the things that P&G is looking for, international experience.
And if I may add, there is actually one reasoning test some people fail in the beginning. And if you fail this test, you cannot proceed further with the rest of the application process steps. And this is a very pity, of course. So what you really need to do is to make sure that you are well prepared for the reasoning test. Please do not underestimate it. It might be that you have the IM background, that you are really much into logistics, but in this reasoning test, there's a set of questions like assessing your mathematical skills, understanding how you look into some cases, how you extract the main message from the cases. So this is what you should really take care about. And when it comes to the interviews itself, you need to be really specific about your examples because you will be asked questions about your competencies. They will ask you if you had some difficulty in working with a team, for instance. So you always need to have some nicely prepared stories at hand that could convince the HR or whomever that is interviewing you.
But if I could add one thing, like, don't just focus on ESTIEM. Yes, ESTIEM is really good, but don't give all your examples based on ESTIEM. Try to also give examples of your personal life in high school, whatever. But don't just focus on ESTIEM.
Okay, so we don't have time for more questions. This one, you 5 minutes, yeah. Okay, thank you so much, and see you tonight.
See you tonight.
Okay, my secretaries just told me that the voting results agenda point on Sunday is a different number, so I will close the one from today, agenda point 39. And now, how could this day end better than with another motion, right? So Lassikainen, where is he? It's miscellaneous. It's miscellaneous.
Okay, thank you. While preparing for this CM, I noticed one thing that I feel like is lacking in our IRs currently. So, in the first day of the CM, I noticed that in the forum there had been published a final version of the IR changes. Usually it's been sent by email, but this time it was only in the forum, so I had never seen it actually before the CM. And usually it's been sent with the CM agenda 28 days before the CM starts. And in this document, when I say IR, I mean also future regulations, or I guess now it's current regulations, so also the membership regulations. So what does it currently say? It states that the agenda needs to be sent to members, and that only IR changes can be made only if it's said in the agenda. However, it's unclear if the IR changes can be changed after the agenda is sent or not. So, in the statutes, it says that the changes need to be there word by word, which means that after it's sent to members, they have 28 days to evaluate if what they want to do about it, and then they will be presented. So, why is this important? It gives the local groups a guarantee about what's going to happen. The CMs are prepared, you need to prepare for them a long time. It's hard to travel around Europe, so local groups know what's going to happen there. And in practice, it's been done, but it's really good if we write it down in the internal regulations, because then the boards can see that okay, we need to do this, and it can also be kind of misused in case like the board might at some point mislead that okay, we want to change this, and then they can later come up with new changes also. So my motion is that at the next council meeting, the board shall present a proposal on how to publish changes on the internal regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lassi. We have now a few minutes for questions. Okay, the chairman of CM Riga says no questions. But are there questions? Okay, then voting committee. quickly, delegates. Make eye contact with your friends from your local group. Okay, technical question from Diogo. If you can vote or what? You can vote with your. Okay, also Targu Muresh has no sheets. So please someone, no, not a question, just sheets, voting sheets. Targu Muresh and Minho. Ah, there. Okay. Does local group Minho now have sheets? Yes, okay. Targu Muresh also has sheets, yeah? No, the delegates are there, right? Yeah. All right. I hope you made eye contact with your people and you came to a conclusion. Green means you accept this motion, red means you don't accept it, and yellow means you're not informed enough or you don't want to take a stance. Please raise your sheets as high as possible. You had practice today. Yeah, I don't see it, so, yeah, okay. So, it's obvious? Okay, good. Motion accepted. Pablo wants to say something. Congratulations to your first vote in the council meeting, Targu Muresh and Minho.
Question, why didn't we vote for vision change?
We have another voting session on Sunday and it's included there. Is it satisfying, the answer? There will be a voting session on Sunday for board applicants and everything, and there's also the vision inside. Yeah, so originally, yeah, I know. So you want to do that now, or? Okay, so I'm a really bad chairperson. I trust Pavle. Now or not? Give it back. I already got it stolen. So I will close agenda point 40, miscellaneous, and hide my gavel. So actually, to be honest, Özgecan, used the opportunity of today's confusion in the morning already. So we agreed, like we shook hands that we will do that tomorrow morning, but now it happened again, so we will do the second one now, and yours tomorrow morning. Yeah, so what's the second punishment? I don't know, they didn't tell me, but they said they have something.
Hello. So I've heard that LG Berlin saying. In that case, does anybody have any costume? Temu? Okay. In that case.
Okay, so what? I'm confused now. So this is now the one from Özgejan, no?
No, this is one
No?
for me.
This the, oh, okay. I was really proud that we only had like 10 minutes delay in the end of the day. Yeah, and then I lost the gavel.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, okay. Then.
Yeah, you can come join us. Huh? You? No. Okay, guys. So, as you can see, maybe you don't know exactly who these 6 people are, but this is the 25th board of ESTIEM. And unfortunately, 2 guys are not here, Marius and Stefan. They're a bit busy figuring out their lives or working on their master thesis. But our dear co-boardie did not do as well as I did in Novi Sad. So he actually lost the gavel twice, so we thought we would prepare something nice for him to wear tomorrow. So we have 2 things. Teemu, do you want to explain the first thing?
I don't know what there is to explain. So since Felix is here coordinating everything and handing out judgments, we got him an actual judge's wing.
And, you know, the ESTIEM gavel is not that big. So we figured, since he lost it twice, maybe he needs something that's a little bit bigger. So for tomorrow, you're going to have to use this one. It's the new gavel, so... And it does make noises if you hit it well enough. So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you rock this outfit tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were not the heroes who stole the gavel, so we thank Özgejan for doing the deed first, so congratulations to him. And Pavle, but Pavle was second, but for Özgejan, we were wondering, like, because he was gracious enough to let us do the punishment, so we were figuring out how can we make this even funnier? And we thought about accents. And those of you, some of you might know that Felix has a famous hillbilly Dutch expression. So, what we want to propose is that every time our agenda point is open and closed, Felix will use this talent with the impression. Can you give an example? Godverdomme!
So yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Hey, board applicants. All right. I think I also will have fun. So, yeah, unfortunately, tomorrow I only have a few agenda points to open and close, but will be fun. Okay, we'll have an announcement from the organizers. I'm really happy with you today, especially with the short breaks, how you handled them. You were quite on time, not as on time as I aim for, but we always aim so high that it's fine to just... so, really good job, guys. I will have to punish 1 or 2 people tomorrow, but you'll see. Oh, that's cool. And yeah, then organizers, please, your announcement.
Yes, okay, hi. So now, again, I remind you that we are going to give out the merchandise. It will be downstairs, so just please come downstairs and we will hand it out, and if somebody didn't pay, you will just pay. And today we have a dinner at the place that's yesterday's dinner at our faculty, so you have to get up, take a tram or walk, and go to our faculty. It starts at 7:15. And the third thing is today is a little bit more chilling night than partying night. So if you want to party, you can go clubbing wherever you want. But the proposition from us is a new place that is opening today. It's more like concerts and food trucks and chilling spaces like beer. If you want to drink, that's also okay. Doesn't matter. Yeah, and please, if you want to party, just go out. It's Friday night, and don't party in the hostel. It's not the place to party. You have hostels in the city center. Anything?
Okay, wait,
Yeah.
wait a second. You are done?
Yeah, and tomorrow we have the GA also here and the breakfast, just as today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start tomorrow at 8:30. And one more thing, really unfortunate thing, because of today's delays, I mean, we managed to almost be on time now, but we had to swap some stuff, and therefore it would be really great if you would prepare for a short quorum tomorrow. So, short quorums. So, no long songs. It would be cool if you just raise your hand, or if you have some funny idea for something really short, then just do that. You have the night time to come up with something, so be prepared for a short quorum, okay? Thank you very much. Free to go. One question. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Guys, if you can take the rubbish that you did today with you, I would be super grateful.
Look on the floor and pick up rubbish, okay?
Actually, I need you private.
Então, campeão está tudo. Tiago, ainda vais ficar aqui. Achas que dá para emprestar isto e eu logo à noite de outro? Ou quando eu tenho. Pronto. Diz-me só uma coisa, aqui, andar para a frente. Slide para ele.
Olha, chega-me uma pen para eu te passar já a apresentação.
Dá para deixar o microfone? Passa-te só uma coisa do microfone.
Acho que já o desligaram.
Um, dois, um, dois. O que é que tu achas que é melhor? Falar assim ou falar assim? Assim? Acho que assim está uma boa cena, falar assim? Está no ponto?
Porque se falas muito à frente, depois há muito.
Yeah.
Aquela coisa, estás a ver?
E portanto é preciso entender que as coisas são o que são por causa daquilo que nós fazemos. E se quiseres. É assim? Está certo. Pode estar. É esta posição. Esta posição.
Carvalho. Depois abre aí.
Okay, are we ready, Leo?
Tomás, queres que eu vá para o outro lado?
Hã?
Queres que eu vá para aí?
Hã? Isto está aqui. Caralho. Não está a dar-nos coisas? Foda-se. Oi? Ainda está a dar? Onde é que está o microfone? Eu não vou fazer com o microfone. Não, mas não quero fazer spoiler. Depois ficamos sozinhos. Se ficarmos sozinhos, eu... Oi? Ninguém desliga microfones, cara. Quem é que ainda está aí? Tá. Tá-se bem. CM Austria, 1.5 years ago. I was in the same position as you, most of you are now. I was attending my first council meeting, trying to understand everything that was going around me. Not only because I was going to be an organizer in the following council meeting, but also because I wanted to make sure, and I wanted to be aware of what was this network that was motivating and inspiring so many students to join it and to work towards this as a common cause. But first, I'm going to tell you about a little bit about my story. I'm Tomás Ribeiro, 22 years old, and I came from local group Porto. I like to spend time with my friends, watch football. I practice karate since I was 5 years old, and recently, by joining this amazing family, I discovered a new passion in my life, entrepreneurship. Lastly, I would like to share with you a quote that I believe in. Speak up, believe in yourself, take risks. My mom always said that, that I have to find my mission in this world. And I'm sorry, Mom, I still didn't find it. But I believe this is the right approach for me to address every challenge that I face. This is the right approach to start having a positive impact on others and to start leaving my mark in this world. I joined ESTIEM around 2.5 years ago when I attended my first brain training in Ansbach. I started getting at a local level, and 1 year later, I was appointed local responsible of local group Porto. A few weeks later, I was joining my first council meeting. And a few months later, I was joining my first event in a central level business booster coordination meeting, and it was love at the first sight. I was an organizer in CM Porto, the most tiring, but the most inspiring and rewarding week of my life. I even applied for a business booster project leader, and even though I was involved in the project only for 6 months, I felt that this was the right moment to start leaving my impact in this network. I attended my first strategic event in the summer last year, and as well as the leaders workshop before CM Novi Sad, the leaders workshop in Krakow before this council meeting, and today, in the 54th council meeting Poznań, I'm hereby applying for a Vice President of Education of the 28th Board of ESTIEM. But why education? I've been recently having what can be called a life-changing experience. I'm having my Erasmus semester in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and right from the beginning, I was fascinated by how the IEM education is in the Netherlands. The modern way the professors address their classes, the approach they have towards their students, and the ability they have to motivate and to inspire them to believe in themselves. I started thinking, it wouldn't be interesting to bring this knowledge that I'm having now back to my own university in Porto and to help them developing and fulfilling some of the lacks that we have in there. And then I thought in the bigger picture. If we have this difference between Portugal and the Netherlands, there will be certainly many more differences between the countries all over Europe. ESTIEM has been growing and growing and growing for 27 years. And I believe that now we are in the right positions and we have the strength to start having active impact in the IEM studies in ESTIEM local groups and ESTIEM universities. And therefore, I decided to set my vision as develop IEM in ESTIEM. And how I'm going to achieve this vision? I set 4 goals that will be always in my mind in every decision I will make and in all work I will do related to my position as VP of Education. Increase personal development activities. As we can see in this graphic that shows the expectations of ESTIEMers towards when they apply for ESTIEM events, there are many ESTIEMers looking to develop their soft skills to complement what universities aren't able of offering them. In this graphic, we can see that most of our events are professional and intercultural activities. And even though we have many people looking for personal development events, we aren't able to offer these services. And here we can also see the people that are waiting in the waiting list for these events. There are many people that are waiting to be registered in the event. So we are having the demand and we are lacking in the offer. And I want to change this by increasing the personal development events that we will organize next year. Empower the European professors of industrial engineering and management. EPIM, I see EPIM has the biggest potential asset that we can have in our network. EPIM can provide can help us in improving the quality of our events, our credibility towards our stakeholders, and together we can work towards a more sustainability network. I will start by including alumni with educational careers. They are the ones that are usually more willing to work in these kind of activities, but I also want to start by increasing the visibility of the organization among IM professors, to make them understand the possibilities and the value they can create by joining the network. Improve the concept of IM Forum, where the participants can, where the students can exchange their experience and help professors improve their teaching methods, and the EPIM meeting, where the professors can share experience between them. And lastly, to see the possibility of creating an official organization, because I believe this will be the best approach to ensure the sustainability and the growth of the network. Develop online learning. In Business Booster, we have been, in Business Booster, we organized the, Develop online learning. In Business Booster, we organized the first edition of the online course. And even though many believe it wasn't successful, I received the feedback from the participants that actually finished the course, that they felt inspired by the online course, and they wanted to pursue this entrepreneurial career. So we see that Lean Six Sigma already has online course. ELP and academic team also wants to start implementing these activities. I will start developing the concept with the alumni and the EPIM professors, since they are the ones that have the knowledge and they can address the best way to implement the content in the online platforms, build the online course and webinars together with them so that we can ensure the quality and the credibility of our material, and lastly, create an European learning platform. I'm aware that this goal will most likely not be reached by the end of my mandate, but I think this is the right step for us to start influencing the IM curricula of our students. It will allow that STEAMers can do courses in other universities without actually having to move there, and still receive the same accreditation that the students there are receiving. Create a Leaders Mentorship Program. By this program was inspired and Bart Youth, the ESTIEM alumni that provided me an unbelievable help during my mandate. He inspired me, he supported me in all the decisions I had to take, and he made everything that we accomplished possible. By creating this system for all the departments in ESTIEM and all the service leaders, I'm expecting to have a better knowledge management, improve the training's quality and the support to the leaders by previous people that had and possibly went through this exact same experience. And lastly, my goals as a board. I'm aware that the final goals of the board will be set with 5 other STEAMers, but I think these should be in the mindset of the next board, to ensure the proper implementation of the new structure. This is the first step towards innovation, and I would like to ensure that it will have the right impact in ESTIEM. The support development of ESTIEM local groups. In the end, everyone is coming from a local group, and we, as Central ESTIEM, have to ensure the quality and the sustainability and the growth of each and every one of our local groups. And lastly, support the board members during their mandate. This is not going to be 1 year. This is going to be the year. and I want to make sure that everybody involved in it is going to enjoy it as much as I want. And lastly, learning gives you creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. Help me make ESTIEM great again. No, great again, no, help us just again. It's just great. Help me make ESTIEM great. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Great again? Posso o trampo, caralho. No, help me. It was... yeah? Yeah, here it's like 10, 20 seconds now. Stephanie, eles já andam? Força, força. Even though that I agree with actually all the changes that actually I agree with all the changes and all the structure changes that this board will try to implement. However, the elimination of the position of VP of Education is the only thing I don't agree with, because I think ESTIEM should have someone focused only in developing our IEM education. I believe that, as you say in the structure change, that education should be in the mindset of all the bodies, but I think someone should be personally responsible to follow up what is discussed. So, as if I get elected, I will try to share this idea with other bodies and continue and not eliminate the position of VP of Education. The responsibility for the departments is still it will be discussed when we start sharing the... Desliga. Olha o spoiler, cara. É? Não, ninguém está a ver agora. Espero eu. Se estão a ver, são...